We're going to get the debates going right now. Do give it a quick second. Let's get the YouTube set up. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Parker can't tie a tie? Yeah, I can't at all. I'm so bad at it. Okay, all right. And I kind of purposefully did it for the outfit, though. Okay. So I'm bad at it already, but I purposefully did it a little bit worse in order to fit the outfit, you know? Like, I feel like that's a important aspect of the outfit, okay? Okay. There's one person I've seen guess it, by the way. Okay, 2 people I've seen guess it. 2 people. All right, we're going to start getting some people up here in a second. I'll tell people later. I just want to keep seeing what people say. All right, let's get this first person up here for tonight. Or for today. Dude, it's the morning. What am I talking about? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, you're too scared to debate me because you hate me because I'm a neolibertarian phalangus and you're a liberal sissy boy.
You practiced that one in the mirror how many times? Go ahead, frankly. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
Why are you running from the neolibertarian phalangist? Debate.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Think of the hand to heart. What's your birth year?
07.
What month?
January.
Okay. And what day?
The 1st.
The 3rd?
The 1st, like New Year's.
Oh, okay. And you said you were how old?
18.
Then wouldn't you be 19?
No, I like just turned 18.
But you said you were born 2007, right?
Correct. I was
Then
born, like,
you would have just turned 18 if you were 2008. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. There's someone spamming in the comment section, Parker, do something with your influence, as if we're not doing something right now with the influence. What are you talking about? Hello? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you, Parker.
Love you too. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would still probably lean Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I wanted to talk about DEI, if that's okay.
Okay, for sure.
And I kind of wanted to get your thoughts about it. Do you believe that literally every single thing, every career, every path, whatever it is you're going to do in the United States should require some sort of DEI?
No.
Okay. So where does it kind of stand with the Democrats with that?
Most things would require some type of DEI.
So my
Like every
argument I wanted-
business building is going to need things for people who are disabled to be able to get into the building.
So the argument I wanted to make, and I wanted to see what you think about this, is like, so I'm a big sports guy, right? NFL, NBA, things of that nature.
Do I want to
Like-
apply it to the NFL and NBA in terms of hiring practices? No.
So
Because there was no
I don't know
prior
if-
inequity that existed that led to the set of circumstances that we see within the context of the NBA and the NFL, right? Like white people are not disenfranchised or limited from being able to get into these particular positions.
So I don't know if you know, do you know about the Rooney Rule for the NFL?
No, I'm actually not familiar.
So the Rooney Rule, so it doesn't apply for the players, right? Like obviously if you look at the statistics, like NFL is going to be more dominant for black players, which is totally fine with me. I think that regardless of whatever race you are, you should hire the best players because I think that produces the best results. But for the Rooney Rule, what they do is when you're interviewing for like a new head coach or something like a back office position or a front office position, something like that, or
You just have to
coordinator,
increase
anything
the
that may
amount of
be.
people you're interviewing. That's great.
So you have to go through. I believe that you have to. It has to be a woman or an African American person before you interview like a white man. Like even if the white man's the best for the job, you have to interview
It's just
the other two
interview,
that I
so
just
you
said.
still get to determine who you want to select. There's nothing
And then
limiting you determining who you want to select. But
my point with that is like, what if like there's like a really, really, really great coach that's available right now, like in the job market, and like you want to be the first to pounce on him? Like that's kind of just business, right? Like why should you have to alter your roadmap to doing that to interview two people that you're probably not going to interview anyways, but just because you have to fit the DEI process? Like I think that when the best is available, you should be able to just kind of pounce on it, regardless of any job market. I'm just using this as an example because I don't know how in tune you are with the NFL, but there's like a lot of really good head coaches that are available right now. So it's kind of crazy. I just want to see your thoughts on it because I think this is a good example. And I don't know if anybody's talked to you about this before.
I'm actually not familiar with it, but Santana is familiar with it, so he was going to address it real quick.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, what do you
Yeah,
think?
I think the Rooney Rule is something that's ineffective because you see owners subverting the Rooney Rule all the time. It's not that you have to hire a woman or a black person first. You have to hire someone that is a minority, which is different things, right? But you have to at least interview one if you're hiring from outside of your organization. So it's not that you have to hire that you have to interview them first, but you have to actually interview one of them prior to making a selection to a head coach. Now, even with that said, you have people like, gosh, what's the guy's name? He just got fired by the Dolphins, the head coach.
Yeah, Mike
That
McDaniel.
Mike McDaniel, exactly. Looking at Mike McDaniels, you would never know that he's biracial. I mean, he's white presenting, right? Phenotypically speaking, but he fulfilled the requirements of the Rooney Rule and they were still able to hire him. So while, yes, there's good head coaches, it doesn't restrict people from actually being able to interview and being able to hire the best people. It's just trying to actually make sure that black people have representation within the sport that they predominantly play in, because there's been an underrepresentation when it comes to coaching and front office.
So and then you obviously know who Mike Tomlin is, right? Because he just is
Absolutely.
yeah.
Hmm.
And like I think he's a great coach. And like
I do too.
I'm personally like I'm a Giants fan, but regardless of what team you're affiliated for, like if you wanted to just pounce on him right away and like, hey, that's the guy, would you still be required to interview a woman? And do you think that's fair? Because like I'm not saying there might not be a good woman coach, but like Mike Tomlin has all these credentials. Why should I have to wait and like possibly lose the opportunity to get him to another team, regardless of his race? Like he happens to be black, but I shouldn't have to interview a white person either. Like if he's my guy, holy shit, like he's available, I got to throw the book at him. Like I feel like everything in life should kind of work that way. This is just my example because it's so fresh.
Yeah, no, Mike Tomlin would fulfill the requirement of the Rooney Rule. Again, it's not about you specifically have to interview a person of color or a woman or whatever. It just has to be a minority in one way, shape, or form, which you can talk about a person of color or you can talk about a woman. It's just that you have to give that actual opportunity. So, yeah, you could, quote unquote, pounce on Mike Tomlin first without doing any other interviews because he fulfills the Rooney Rule.
And if there's like a coach that has equal caliber to Mike Tomlin, like a John Harbaugh, stuff like that, that has those credentials, but he doesn't happen to be a minority, you're saying it doesn't apply for that. You can't pounce on him like you would for a minority coach, which I think is kind of unfair because I think it should just go by the credentials.
Yeah, well, and see, again, the issue is there's been an underrepresentation of minorities within front office, within coaching and all this other stuff. But then again, you have the owners who circumvent the rule regardless. There's a rotation of certain like black coaches that all owners continue to bring in to fulfill the Rooney Rule, and so they have like a slate of certain black coaches that makes the rounds all the time, like Jim Caldwell, right? He was someone that continued to get interviews in different organizations, and they realized that he was basically being used as the token black person, right? To come in, interview, fulfill the Rooney Rule requirement, but you don't have to hire him. So you see those types of games still being played within, ownership within the NFL, and you still see a lack of representation when it comes to front office and coaching.
Oh, that's cool. No, I mean, I see what you're saying. I really only focus on like my teams, obviously, and who who I want, but I wanted to see kind of what your thoughts on it. I feel like this was a new point that you guys don't really talk about on here, and it might relate to like, the common audience member that's not too into politics, but obviously a lot of people know sports. So you're kind of just saying your overall point is that although it's put in place, there are teams and organizations that kind of weasel their way around it just to kind of get what they want, like kind of any big business does.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that you bringing up the Rooney Rule highlights the need for DEIA, right? Even the NFL has taken a look and understand that there's a lack of representation. And the reason why representation is important is not because, minorities need to be given stuff or whatever. When you don't represent a certain community, you lack the ability to connect in multiple ways. I'll give you a great example. There's a lot of companies that put out products, right? And they put out products, and it starts in like a boardroom, and then the boardroom is majority white. A lot of times you see these advertisements and different products that are placed that miss the mark, and either there's something that's put out where it's super offensive, or it's something that is ineffective because there's not enough diversity within the room to think about like the representation. Or I know, as as a black man, even when I'm in a room or a situation, my first thought is always going to be as a black man. And so whenever it comes to a decision that I'm making, I'm going to make sure that, any decision that I make with a group of people, there's going to be, it's thinking about black people in mind as well. Not saying it's only about black people, but due to the fact that I am a black man, I can never forget about myself and, my people. And so I wouldn't let something get past me that would either be offensive or ineffective for black people. So it's just making sure that you have diversity of school of thought, and it really helps, push people and drive innovation.
I agree with what you're saying. And like the way you're saying that you wouldn't look past, I would never ask you to. I think it makes a lot of sense. I wanted to play devil's advocate for one more point towards this because I wanted to kind of know your thoughts on it with the players, right?
Before you do, because
obviously
it is devil's advocate. I don't typically do that on my live stream. Is there any other reason you would say you do support Donald Trump, or is this like one particular reason? Is that it?
Yeah, I mean, I feel as if the Democrats' side more likely pushes DEI than the Republicans do, and I was kind of presenting an example to be what you guys thought about, just in terms of sports, because I think that, especially if you did it for the players, like, I'm a Giants fan and I'm a white man, but I think it would hurt the team if they made it so, you had to have more white players, more Latino players. I think the best player should play just like in any other role or job. The best pilot should fly. The best
I don't think they're
firefighter should fly.
referencing the players, right? We were just referencing like the people specifically like within the office and like the head coach positions
Right,
and like
right.
sort of things like
But
that.
listen,
And this
player
is
is
in
a
terms
job.
of
Players are more
interviews.
separate.
Interviews don't limit you from like interviewing and getting the people that you would want.
No,
Also,
but a player is
I
also a
just,
job. I want to see what Santana
right,
thinks about the players.
well, I'm sorry, like it's Parker's live, so only if Parker's okay with it. I mean, I don't
Go
want
ahead
to.
real quick. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So I'll just say this. I think the idea of the players being involved with DEIA is it's not accurate because those positions are based off physical skill. It's not based off of mental acumen, which you have to have some level of that as well. But it's literally based off of, can you run faster? Can you jump higher? Do you have the ability to cut? Do you have the ability to read defenses? Blah 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 blah. Right. And so the one thing that I will say is there was a whole thought process prior where the quarterback position, they looked at quarterbacks as only being white men, right? Because for a long time there was a racist trope that black men weren't smart enough to play quarterback. Right. And so then once you saw and they wanted to put black men in the position where they were a more athletic position at wide receivers, at running back, things like that. And once you actually saw certain black men starting to become quarterbacks and get that opportunity, you saw that there was no difference as far as the mental ability to play the position for black quarterbacks and white quarterbacks. It's just the skill level. So it's a huge difference between saying like based solely on physical skill, because that's the majority of the sport, versus like a front office position where it's like who has the most knowledge or the ability or blah 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 blah. So and also you don't have the quote unquote good old boy system in sports, so like you don't have to worry about that.
Okay. So you're saying like since it's a sports, a professional athlete, that's more of a physical based job. So that really shouldn't have anything to do with race because it's kind of just how you perform physically. But in another type of job, whether you're an accountant or something like that, where it has nothing to do with race, it's only your brain, you shouldn't be judged based on that.
Yeah, I mean, think about integration of sports. For a long time, there was like in the baseball, there was the Negro leagues, and
Yeah, and
only white men played baseball. And then when they put certain black players, they gave Jackie Robinson the chance, and other players. They started to show that like not only can they play at the same level, but they can outperform their white counterparts. And people realized that it was about the physical aspect, not race. So.
yeah, I agree. I just thought this was a new point that I feel like you guys haven't talked about a lot on here, but yeah, that's kind of all I had to say. But thanks for hopping on, Santana. I appreciate the explanation. And Parker, keep doing your thing, bro.
Appreciate it.
Parker, you look handsome. I see you.
I'm wearing like a specific outfit because I dressed up for like a costume. It's for like a birthday party, and I was gonna kind of let people like think of what it is. You should text me what you think I am, and I'll tell you what I am. And because I'm waiting for people just to like figure out. I don't want to like tell everyone.
Okay, all right, sounds good. I appreciate you,
All
bro.
right, for sure. Good seeing you.
See you. Yeah.
Alrighty, everyone. By the way, if you want to see who it is, like the full outfit, because I'm not gonna like get up and do this multiple times on the stream, go to my Snapchat, Parker Get a Job. I did a full like I do like little stuff on there every once in a while. Like every day, technically, I'm doing like a thing that's behind the scenes, just for fun. So if you like that type of stuff, make sure to follow me over there. Just Parker Get a Job. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Top of the morning. I'm 43 years old, California.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Never more.
Okay.
I've never supported him more.
Okay, and if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would have probably had to vote for him twice, as opposed to once.
Okay. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Did you happen to see the photos yesterday of the Nobel Prize that was given to him by the person who'd been awarded it originally?
I did hear about this. I haven't seen the video, but I have heard about this.
You should look at the video. It's the most beautiful thing you've ever seen. She has the most beautiful smile on his face. He has the most beautiful smile on his face. It shows that you can win outside of the established systems, which is, I think, a good metaphor for his entire presidency. Victory outside of the box, if you want to put it like that. And he's winning outside of the box in ways that, personally, I never even thought were possible. I never... we're so used to getting a politician, we're going to get maybe 5 or 10% of what we want. And this is the first time, I think I'm logging it in at about 110% now. It moves the heart, Parker. It moves the heart. And I know there's bad things going on. I know that ICE has some issues, and I know that the people aggravating ICE may have some issues too. I wish there wasn't any conflict, but I think when you look at the big picture, macroeconomically, internationally, he's setting the stage for an entirely new world, and one that's going to benefit you and I and every American far more than I had ever even in my wildest dreams.
Can you name one macro indicator that's better off because of Trump?
Well, look at oil. Oil prices going down. And now you could say, I know Venezuela.
I don't know if I would consider that a macro indicator.
Well, I mean, the world oil market, Iran's about to topple, Parker. I mean, I would say probably in a month at most, they'll be toppled. If that's true, if we will have eliminated Venezuela and Iran kind of rogue actors
you just want
from the
regime
international
change?
No. I want American hegemony. I don't want to put in a pro-whatever government. I want to extract the resources to benefit the people of the United States.
There you go.
Every person.
So you want to steal from other countries. Okay. Do you agree with stealing from Canada?
I didn't think
Should we extract the character or the resources from Canada?
Well, I think it's about time to put it like that. I think Greenland is going to go first, though. Think about this, Parker. Just
you just think it's okay to steal?
Well, that's the history of the world, man.
Would it be okay for me to steal from you?
We're not independent countries, but on the international stage, there is no law because there is no overarching authority. You and I are both subject to the law of the United States.
Wait. Just because there isn't a law doesn't mean that it's not immoral. Do you agree?
That's true, yes.
So do you agree at least that it's immoral? for the United
I
States to
think that
use its position on the world stage in order to steal from other countries?
I don't think morality and international relations have any. There's no correlation there. They're two are
Yeah,
mutually
there is.
exclusive.
No,
It's
you
a
don't think
jungle.
there's any morality within international relations. So do you think what the Nazis did was wrong?
Well, what they did was wrong because it affected other humans
Wait,
like
wait,
that. This is
wait.
between.
Oh, now it's because it affected other humans, even though stealing does affect other humans. Even though that was only considerably led to them being held accountable because we created international law. Okay,
Take
so if you don't have
Greenland. There's like
international
10
law,
people there.
and you said that morality and international law have nothing to do with each other, right? I wasn't
No,
even
there
saying.
is no international law. There is functionally no verified, enforceable international law.
Wait, you say enforceable. Enforceable is different from there being international law. There are laws, right? That's true.
Yeah, there's agreements. I'd say agreements is probably a better term.
Yeah,
Law
but there's
implies that you have
also
someone who can
morals.
enforce it.
There's also morals.
Yes.
Do you agree that there's any morality on the world stage? Like in terms of your position? Like do you agree that world superpowers should act morally?
Should they? Of course. Do they?
Okay.
Never.
No, okay, that's not the question. So if they should act morally, then why are you advocating for stealing things from other countries?
Because in a world where no one acts morally and you try to act morally, you're dooming yourself from the get-go. It's empirical error. It's simply an empirical error. Anyone who tries to do that will lead people to their doom. If you operate in a jungle,
I just don't
like you're
accept
in a
that.
candy land. But history proves it,
no,
sir.
no. It's not that we're gonna like act like we're in a candy land. It's that we're just not going to steal things from other countries. We're just not going to go and annex other regions. We're not just going to go and take things because we have the ability to. We are going to use our military to be defensive, to maintain our allyships, right? To
That's no
provide
longer sufficient,
security
though.
for the world, right? In terms of the fact that, wait, listen, in terms of the fact that we can defend against certain international threats. But that doesn't mean that we are involved with everything. It doesn't mean that we should be toppling regimes and engaging in regime change all around the world. That doesn't mean we have to be involved in every little thing possible, right? I think it's absurd for Donald Trump to be trying to use his position to do that while simultaneously saying that he was the peace president and that there were no new wars under his administration. Seemingly, that's like contradictory.
But I don't think it is because, well, I understand why you're saying that. You're used to the Bush and the old neocon idea of a nation building, and which was expensive, disastrous, and caused untold lives. It was a hot mess. That's the nicest way you could say it. This is not going to be nation building. This is going to be extraction, and it's going told
No,
by
you just
people,
cut
and I
out.
can see it happening that the Shah's son, Mr. Pahlavi, has left. Sorry, can you hear me?
I hear you now, yeah.
Me?
Oh, you're cutting out now.
Did I cut out? Am I here?
Hello? I hear
Sorry.
you now. Go ahead.
I was going to say it. Sorry, I apologize for that. And in regards to Iran, the Shah's son, I'm sure you know the Shah. His son, Mr. Pahlavi, left Virginia. He's in Syria right now. Smart money says he's going to be installed very soon as the new leader of Iran, not to bring democracy to the country, but to bring an iron-fisted rule, which will bring order to that country and allow the United States to establish, and this is the big thing, Parker, this is something that no country's ever done, an effective, de facto, American energy hegemony over the earth. With Russia out of play, and with Russia
Okay, I'm
sitting with
sorry.
little they
This
have
is
to
the
China.
exact same argument that existed historically speaking. Because it wasn't to build democracy historically speaking. It was literally to extract resources historically, right? Where they literally would install military dictatorships so that they could literally just extract resources. And that's led to greater levels of destabilization that hasn't led to beneficial conditions, and it's immoral to do that, okay? You don't care about the morality. You don't care about stealing from other countries. Are you Christian?
Yes, I'm Christian.
You're Christian,
I'm
but then
agnostic, I
you're...
should say.
Okay, so you're agnostic or you're Christian? Which one?
I want to believe in Christianity, but I'm agnostic in the final analysis. I practice, but I have doubts.
Okay, if you want to be at least, then you want to abide by the morals, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so then
I don't
you
wanna
think
be a
stealing
monster.
is wrong.
Absolutely.
Okay, so
On a
then
human
why are you
level.
advocating for extraction and stealing?
Because countries are not people. In a world where every country is in it for
Our
themselves, if
countries
you
are
try to
made of
behave
people,
well-
do you agree?
That's true, absolutely, and they're anthropomorphic to that extent. But if you try to behave nice in a world of the jungle, then you're doomed, man. I mean, if we weren't extracting from other countries, they would be extracting from us. You cannot deny that. There is, I mean, if America, for example, God forbid, we had a disaster where we lost our military power, how long do you think it would take before other countries over here ruling us like it would be it'd be a terrible thing to imagine. So it better us rule them than them rule us. That's the rule of politics, as I heard it back in college, is do unto others before they do unto you.
I just don't see that to be a justifiable argument, because then you're going to think that it's just okay to start murdering people because there's a potentiality that someone's going to murder you.
There's a difference between having hegemony and being a brutal, murderous regime.
Well,
I
that's
don't think
exactly
Trump
what
is.
Trump's doing.
No, he's going to put a strong man in charge who's going to keep a lid on things. That doesn't imply a
No,
totalitarian
so when you,
ideology.
wait, that he literally is, though, right? He established the exact same regime in the context of Venezuela. How has he benefited the conditions for the Venezuelan people? He hasn't. He's just extracting things for the U.S. Again, not justifiable. You should build up this country by actually building up this country through legitimate means, not through stealing from other countries, because you're destroying our reputation around the world. Okay?
You're not going to get an argument from me.
We
except
want a
those
good
legitimate
reputation.
means
We
are
want good
impossible.
relationships with our allies. Donald Trump's destroying both.
We don't need. Well, first of all, we have no allies. Again, on the international stage,
We
we
do.
have friends of convenience.
That's
I
what
mean,
allies are.
at the end of the day, we're in it for ourselves, as is every state. That's just it's
But
the
that does not
truth of the
mean,
universe.
regardless of whether or not we're in it for ourselves, that does not mean that we can just steal from other countries. We can be in it for
Well, we
ourselves
can
and
now.
have
I mean,
good trading partners, because through the context of trade, we have mutually beneficial voluntary exchanges. So we're both in it for ourselves, yet we still both benefit. You're not understanding that you don't have to be so selfish.
I appreciate your point of view. I'm not going to argue with the morality of it. What I will say is that it's never happened before, and it's not likely to happen now. We have to be pragmatic. This is a real pragmatic thing, international relations. Trump is the ultimate pragmatist.
Yeah, you're
Look,
acting like
if
it's pragmatic just to steal from people. Come on. I think it's
it
preferable to
is,
not steal from people and to not engage in these particular types of imperialist actions, as when we do so, we have more ability to spend things and spend time on literally stuff that's happening here in this country. The politicians are so focused on countries around the world, they're not focused here at home. What's Donald Trump's healthcare plan? What do you think it is? He literally just came out with it recently. What do you think it is?
well, I don't know what it is. I can't make much sense of it. Again, but what is the solution? The solution is to raise the average American's income. Just give them money. Money is the one thing that can solve every problem.
How is
Look
that
at
any
Beverly
different than
Hills.
the ACA?
Well, because now we're going to be taking other people's money in order to fund ourselves. It's a
Is that
solution.
not
It's
exactly what the ACA is?
Well, no, I mean, we're going to be
So
giving
actually,
healthcare courtesy of
one part that
Iran.
he was referencing, the cost sharing aspect, was a part that existed through the ACA.
But
Okay, and
we're
he's
talking
just
about income
reestablishing
streams.
it. Okay, after he originally got rid of it in his first term.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is politics. It's changing deck chairs around because you want to put your name on it.
So there's
Like he put his name on the
okay,
building.
so he's like, the ACA is so atrocious, it's horrible, it's destroying this country, but let me just get rid of it real quick so I can slap
The
my name on it
TCA.
and then say
Yeah.
it's great and then say it's amazing and fantastic. Actually, it's the greatest
Good for
American
him.
healthcare plan you've ever seen. As soon as I put my name on it.
I know it's a simple gimmick, but it works. I mean, obviously it
Come
works.
on,
I mean,
this is
it's getting the
embarrassing.
base happy.
Embarrassing. What's an actual policy that he has for healthcare? None?
There is, there's functionally none. I mean, but there is never
Functionally
been an
none.
American.
Okay. So yeah, this is what we're doing. We're focusing on countries all around the world and extracting resources. We're not focused here on Americans and providing things for them in
When
terms of what they need.
Parker, when gas is $1 a gallon, if we can get to that point, then all these other problems are become much more
You know, I'm
solvable,
okay. I'm
whereas
totally
now they're
okay with the
insuperable.
fascist rapist in the Oval Office who literally is destroying the country as a whole just because of the fact that he's so mighty fantastic for this. He's so fantastic for it.
A
He just
dollar a
keeps
gallon
doing
gas.
it. $1 a gallon gas, actually, everybody. It's gonna be $1. Okay. And by the way, it's
That you
12
could-
cents
I-
lower on average since Trump got in office. It's embarrassing that that's the reason why you support Trump and you're literally willing to sell out the country. He's undermined our Constitution, our rule of law, our democratic values, and basically every core American value. Can you name a single core American value that Donald Trump upholds?
He's creating new values. The system's done, Parker.
Okay, so there is no core American value. Okay, so what are
The
these?
Republic is
What are the
the Republic
current
is
core
broken.
American values of this country?
What are the core success and heroism?
Success and heroism? Really?
Yes.
That's it? No rule
Ferocious
of law,
heroism, I
no
would say.
democracy, no constitutional
That was
rights.
part of it. America predates
Not anymore.
democracy, and it will live past democracy.
Oh,
The
you see what I
nation
mean?
goes through phases. I mean, no, it's true. Name one country that ends up with the political system that it began with. You cannot name one. People evolve. Countries, as you pointed out, are made of humans. Humans evolve.
Okay,
So it's natural.
that just because it's changed throughout history, it does not justify it being that way. This is a naturalistic fallacy. You're saying because it has been a certain way means it should be that way. That's what you're arguing.
Well, I'm saying it's unavoidable. It should has no
It's
place
not
in the argument. It
unavoidable.
will be.
Wait, so your argument's essentially that we couldn't have changed things throughout history.
On the macro level, no. I think we're subject to forces.
Oh
that we
wait,
cannot
but you just
greatly affect.
contradicted yourself because your whole argument was that it was predicated off of change.
No, it wasn't.
That we're
Right, how so?
constantly changing. Your whole argument here was that we're constantly
No, but we
changing,
have-
but then we
as
can't
countries-
change within this
As
respect.
country, well, Parker, you're being a bit disingenuous there.
I'm
As countries,
not.
we're
I'm
constantly
literally
changing.
using your
But
own
what can we
argument
do as
against you.
individuals? What can we do as individuals to change it? Not too much, unless you're a man like Trump. There are people who seem to come along in the history of the world. Maybe 10 people: Muhammad, Buddha, Christ, Caesar.
Stop this argument.
Maybe there's 10.
Here, stop right here. We're on a live right now in front of 7,500 people, okay? You have the ability to change things to a certain degree. Obviously more than you would have thought if you're just on a phone call yourself, okay? You have the ability to change things. If I thought with that same sort of mantra, I would have never been able to change people's minds to the tunes of thousands of people, tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people, and possibly even millions. You understand that if people thought what you think right now, you will not be able to influence society, and you're creating a self-fulfilling prophecy to do so.
No, I think that's a very gimmicky way out, a very Trumpian almost in a way out. It's a circular piece of logic.
No, it's not.
You can't affect. Even if you have 10
How is
million
that
people,
circular?
look at the people in Iran. There's 10 million people protesting. What are they
I
affecting?
asked you, how is it
Nothing.
circular?
So to believe that, I'm not trying to speak down to anybody, but if you believe you can change something on the macro level, like you just suggested, millions of people making the world a better place, it would have become a better place. There's never been any
Wait,
substantial.
there's never been
improvement of these
benefits
sorts
or
of
growth? So you're
a
really
bit of
arguing right
technology here
now
and there.
that millions of people have never come together to make things better?
It's a trade-off. What have we given up? We gave up morality to get democracy.
That's
You have
not
to give something-
necessarily
it's
true.
a zero-sum game. Fundamentally,
That's not necessarily true. Wait, by the way, so you don't think peaceful protest has ever led to better determinations or better conditions?
in the aggregate and long term, no.
Okay, I think that's embarrassing, right? I think it's obviously the case that voting has led to better conditions, whether it be in the context of healthcare, education, childcare, housing affordability, especially for countries all around the world. Okay, it's
You're
embarrassing that
looking at
you
it with
say
a very
that.
small lens.
No, you're not. No, I'm not. I'm looking at the actual real benefits. You said that you're pragmatic. It doesn't seem very pragmatic for you to not understand historical examples of the fact that things have been created better based upon democratic conditions, whether it be in Europe, whether it be in the United States, whether it be in Asia, whether it be in Africa, whether it be around the entire world. Conditions have been made better based upon peaceful protest. That's the reality. Okay? The idea that that's not true is literally just some fucking manufactured la la land that people want to live in because they want to act like they can't do anything so that they can be lazy. Genuinely. It is an argument so that you can be lazy and not involve yourself in the political system.
President Trump thinks in terms of centuries and millennium. You're looking at it in terms of a decade. It's
No,
now
I'm not.
you're right. If I grant you that you know all these things you say are true, they're true in the short term, but not in the long run. In the long
They are
run,
in
you'll
the long
find that
run.
history is cyclical, sir. It is not linear. You do not get to a better place. It is a cycle. The samsara, the Hindus call it, this turning of history. It's a whirlpool. You cannot get out of it. There is ultimately no progress. What there is items or actions you can do to
I have a
benefit your
question.
people. Yeah.
Has there been progress over the last 3,000 years?
In some areas, yes. We've declined in others.
Okay,
The
how?
family, first, look at the family.
How
The
have we
family
declined?
as it exists, as an institution, the family is on the rocks right now. There are very
So you think the
few-
family
and I don't
life
think-
is worse off now than what it was 3,000 years ago?
Yeah, I would say definitely.
There's
Is
no
bad as things
metrics
were
that
back
you
then.
have to justify that at all.
Well, you can. I have archaeology. You can look at people. as
Archaeology
bad
does
as
not
things were-
justify that. What were
But
what was
I
people's
mean,
average age? What was people's quality of life? What were the conditions that people dealt with on a daily basis? You're really comparing
they
3,000
might
years
surprise
ago
you.
to today. You cannot
There
do
was
that
high
because the
infant
level of
mortality.
technological advancement, the idea that we don't progress and that there's no meaningful progression is absurd. It's stupid. It genuinely
I didn't
makes no
say that.
fucking
I said
sense.
it's a
You say
zero-sum
in the
game.
long term. What do you mean? Do you mean millions of years? Because you have no basis
No,
for historical fact in that.
I mean in terms of centuries and millennia.
Okay, if you
So,
want to
well,
talk about in terms
take
of centuries and millennia, do you think over the past 300 years there's been progress?
progress in some areas, regress in others.
Okay,
It's not a
has it
one-sided
been
story.
net progress?
For the last few hundred years, probably not. You say the Enlightenment? What does
Wait,
the
so by the way,
Enlightenment
I
give
have a
us?
question. I have a question. Would you rather live 300 years ago or today?
Well, it's like heaven or hell. I take heaven for the climate, hell for the company. It's the same thing. There's things back then that were worth living
What the
for.
fuck are you talking about? I'm asking you the question. You yourself, right now, with your own thoughts and feelings, would you rather, right, go to 300 years ago and live there or live now?
Well, if Trump hadn't won, I would have said 300 years ago. But Trump he's the man of a century. He's the man of, he's one of the few
Are you a
people.
real person?
Absolutely.
Dude, if Trump didn't win, I'd rather live 300 years ago when literally it was 1726, by the way. 1726 was 300 years ago. There's no technology. You have to literally live off the fucking ground. There's barely civilization, specifically in the context of what you compare it to today, right? In terms
That's
of
awfully
technology, social
dismissive.
media. Wait, that's not
You know, if you,
dismissive. I said,
yes, if you
said
look at if you look at these
you're
skeletons, sir,
you're
they
going to
have
be
no
dishonest. You're going to be dishonest. I'm not saying there was no civilization. I said civilization as you see it today. So you're going to have to acclimate to a completely different type of society. You understand that, right? You have to acclimate to a society that has no technology, that doesn't have cars. You use fucking horse buggies in order to be able to get places. Okay? You don't have vaccines. You have to completely change the way that you have lived because of the fact that there's so many technological advances that exist today that didn't exist then. The idea that you said we haven't progressed is a complete slap in the face to every single person that has literally has had their life saved because of vaccines. Okay? It is
I said
objectively
progress in some
better.
areas, regress in others.
Okay, it's objectively net progress. Okay, I
In
don't
some
even know.
areas.
I don't even know in what ways we got worse under your view from 300 years ago. You want to
Take
go
the
back to a
family.
time where women didn't have rights. You want to go back to a time where black people were
See, that's
considered
a fallacy.
subhuman. You want to go
That's
back to a
fake. That's
time.
fake.
Wait, no, that's just not fake. That is fucking history, okay? And if you can
Women
acknowledge
held-
that that's history, then you are literally living in a world where you're completely fucking living with blinders, okay? You are not looking at what's in front of you. You are not acknowledging reality. You're not acknowledging history after you literally just tried to argue that the reason why I'm wrong is because I'm denying this cyclical aspect of history.
If you consider the fact that, for example, let's take health. You say that we have so much more health now. You're right. In some areas, medical technology has made great progress. There are functionally no cavities in old skeletons. Why? They didn't have the sugar. They lived healthier lives. The idea that people were like living in caves eating gray oatmeal a few
That's
hundred
not
years
even
ago.
what I just said.
You said it was
I
awful.
was
You
saying
said
there's not vaccines, right? They didn't have vaccines like we
That's
have
true.
today.
That's
they
true.
they don't have the scientific development like we do today. They don't have the
Yeah.
same types of conditions in terms of technology. You have no fucking AC, bro. You have no fucking electricity. You have no energy.
What are
You
the
don't have a
trade-offs,
phone.
though?
No social
You get
media.
community?
No transportation. You can't go in cars. Those don't
There was
exist
no
yet.
depression.
Okay.
There was no depression. There was very little.
There was
cancer.
no depression? What type of
No.
insane lunacy is this?
Life was
You
so
think that there
hard.
was no depression in the
Yeah, life was
1700s?
so hard, you
Get
had
a
to focus on
fucking
other
grip
things.
on reality. Get a grip. You think there was
Reality
no
is what you want
depression?
it to be,
Are you
Parker.
fucking serious? It just wasn't diagnosed because we didn't have the ability to diagnose it yet. What do you mean there was no depression? There absolutely was depression. If we took
seem to be
our
getting a bit
medical
worked
wait,
up.
stop, listen here, buddy. If we took our medical supplies, if we took our technology and we took it back then and we tried to diagnose anyone we possibly could with depression, I guarantee you there were higher rates of depression back then if we are going to relate to that, or similar levels of depression back then is what there is now.
Well, that's your supposition. We have functionally no record of that. The evidence
I know.
argues against.
So then
what
why
you're
did you
saying.
claim that there was none?
Because I
Just
have
be-
evidence from my point of view in this.
Okay,
regard.
wait.
You
So
don't.
if we have no record of it, that means that there was
on the
none?
contrary, we have
Wait,
longings
to
for
clarify.
hope.
If
We
there's
have
no
yearnings
record
of hope.
if there's no record of something, is that evidence that it doesn't exist?
Well, I'm giving you the opposite. I'm giving you the evidence that I have. We have people building cathedrals to God. We have people with thriving families. We have people devoted to the what you might say moral things. We have people. We have a
I don't.
world
I'm
that's
not
going.
religious, so I don't
Oh
think that's
well, then.
necessarily moral.
Well, when in Rome, right? You might want to get religious because it seems to be getting more religious these days.
Why?
Yeah. Well, when in Rome, you might like it. Anyway, look, the point
What?
is
Okay.
that I think fundamentally, President Trump, if I could just give you the TLDR, President Trump is a demigod. Hope you have a wonderful day.
You're trolling. What a
Not
troll,
at all.
dude. Wait, you think he's a demigod? Dude, stop. Dude, no way. He said that with a straight face, by the way. He had his camera on for the people on YouTube. He had his camera on, and he literally said that with a fucking straight face. Dude, like he wasn't trolling. Like, I was crazy for asking him. That's so unhinged. Kayla, by the way, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. I know, it's actually crazy.
Hey, you need help
Micah
with
as
your
well,
tie?
thank you for the $5. Dustin, thank you for the $7.50. As well as Gabby, thank you so much for the dollar, and Riley, thank you for the dollar as well. Yes, the costume is for a party later where we're like dressing up as like a certain person with a costume. I put the entire costume on Snapchat if people want to check it out. I'm having people guess. I'm gonna tell people near the end of the stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? But yeah, go. You can go look at Parker Get a Job on Snapchat, and you can see there. I posted the whole fit, and guess once you're there. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, you're eating I'm on my way to DC while you're eating Dean on your PC. I'm about to become the first neo.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as well as if you are on TikTok, tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Helps get it out to more people. It's absolutely free to do that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You, 19.
And do you support Donald Trump? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
Do you support Trump?
I voted for him. Can I say something real quick, just to kind of?
Hold up, before you do. With the information you have right now, and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I don't know, honestly. I don't know. At the time, I voted for him, thinking he was doing a good job. I don't like what ifs. You know what I mean? I can't go back and change my vote, and I'm not going to do the what if. But
Okay, if you're not going to do a what if, then genuinely, I'm not going to waste my time talking to you. To be totally honest with you, like, what ifs are totally relevant towards the beliefs you have and questioning whether or not you should think that they should be applicable otherwise. I'm just asking a basic question just to ensure what your position is. I don't know why people do that. It's actually one of my biggest pet peeves when people don't directly answer that question. I'm just trying to ensure that you should be on the live. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me, I'm 45.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yep, I do.
Okay, and why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, hold on. First, I want to say how that last dude ended that was crazy. He
Yeah,
said
that
he's
was.
a demi. That once I seen that, I said maybe this is why I get the treatment I get when I say I support Trump. I've never seen no shit like that in my life.
Oh, yeah, that was pretty unhinged. Actually, before you go into that real quick, I have a few people to thank real quick on YouTube real quick. Do give me one quick second.
Man.
Just a few people. Hissy Fix, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You have a great day as well. Cybertech, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Stamp, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hellspace, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Michael, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Cybertech, thank you so much for the $5. Rogue, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I feel like that's kind of similar to what we're debating right now, to be totally honest with you. Hellspace as well, thank you for the $4. Thank you. Carolyn, thank you so much for the $5. Rachel, thank you for the $5 as well. And then Amitalk, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Salty, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. And then Hope, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Alrighty, go ahead. Why do you support Trump?
So wait, hold on. So you're doing that on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
I used to be on YouTube, right? I used to average over 100,000 live views supporting Trump, literally. So I know when if people question you on that financial support, they've never done it. I've done it. I've been monetized, everything. They took me off because I supported Trump. Mind you, I don't swear on my platform, none of that. They removed me because people that don't support Trump kept reporting my live. And all I would do, so this is how I started, I'll be honest. I was
100,000
listening to
concurrent
like
views.
Bernie Sanders, right? I was listening to what Bernie and everybody was saying, and I'm like, hold up. You want the public to pay for elections because you feel like Elon Musk bought the election for Trump. So you want tax raises. This is what you're saying. So then I'm like, hold up, wait. All these things you're asking for the public to pay for Medicare. That means you want tax increase. So when you go into Trump's beginning, one of the first things he tried to do was remove all taxes for all households that make under $1 million a year. Not a single Democrat voted for that. Not a single one. So when people say, why do you support Trump? Don't listen to what they tell you. Listen to him himself. He talks about things like trust, LLCs. This is how you go about not paying taxes. If your company owns everything, you don't own nothing. But the Democrats don't tell you that, but that's what they do. So when the Democrats say that you're for low-income people, well, you say you come from households that were super poor, where you're a multi-millionaire. Why don't you teach us low-income people how to become a multi-millionaire the way you did? But they don't. Trump wants you to do what you're doing right now, to invest in yourself. Get a corporation, monetize you. Don't punch a clock working for somebody else. You'll never become a multimillionaire punching a clock working for another person. Sorry, I don't want to dominate the conversation. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're good. I don't think that he said he wanted to remove taxes on people when under 1 million. I think he said under 100,000. And I think that that in of itself is something that he couldn't do, revenue speaking. From the government perspective, if you got rid of that, you'd have to cut so much spending that you wouldn't be able to fathom that, especially because he's increased the military budget to 1.5 trillion, which obviously wouldn't be something that you can fund if you removed all taxes under 1 million. Secondly, if you're talking about tax raises, we're willing to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year. And the unique thing with Harris was that she wanted to keep all the tax cuts that the Republicans were asking for on income earners under $400,000 a year, and then just only raise taxes on income slightly over $400,000 a year on their income over 400K. And then for capital gains, it was a slight increase for over $1 million a year. So it went from 20% long-term capital gains over 1 million to 28%. That's what she was advocating for, which this would make the deficit better off. We wouldn't have as much debt comparative to like a Trump administration, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. Her campaign plans were $4 trillion less on a central estimate comparative to Trump's campaign plans.
But all right, so hold on. So you want to go to her real quick? All right, that's cool. So check it out. This is her problem. All right, when they did some WWE shit and they tag teamed her in and they took Biden out, he asked her a key question that everybody wanted to talk about that she sidestepped. He asked her about the files. She said, "What files? I don't know what you're talking about." She said it herself that she didn't know. That's how she lost that. Pack her up. Then when they seen what she did with her budget running against him, her own donors asked her, "What'd you do with all that money? You shouldn't have spent over $1 billion. Hold on." And she said she didn't know what happened to it. So they told her, "Hold up, so you want to be financially responsible for California, but you don't even know what the $1 billion you did with that we gave you to run? You didn't spend that much money on your campaign." She couldn't answer. Question for you. Did you see the clip, because I put it on my platform, of Kamala Harris on Jimmy Kimmel and him asking her straight directly about the files? Did you see what she said?
No, I didn't. Would you like to tell us?
So I do a lot of screen sharing, so you can actually look it up because this is recent. She says that they literally had to part ways with what the DOJ does and their intention. She made it clear that they had a vendetta. DOJ's job is to find criminals, arrest criminals, and save victims. She said that that's not what they wanted. They weren't in line with that. Their alignment was to dirty Trump. So they had to part ways with DOJ and everything that had to do with those files. This is out of her own mouth on live on Jimmy Kimmel. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that maybe there's a little extra context there that would be relevant towards understanding
There
it.
always is for some reason. It doesn't matter what we're
No,
talking
I
about. We
haven't
always
watched
need a
the
little
clip.
bit
I
more.
just said that I assume that there is, right? If there is an extra context, I'd love to see the clip. You could bring up the clip if you'd like. But the point that I would make in terms of this is that the files weren't even able to be released until 2024 at least, because of the fact that they were sealed. And there wasn't the same sort of push where they ran on this in terms of releasing it, like Trump. Whereas there wasn't the same push through the legislative branch. Whereas now, since there's the push to the legislative branch, all they have to do is follow the context of the law. And I think that the Democrats would have followed the law, whereas Trump, I don't see he is. Secondly, if you think that hiding the files is evidence of wrongdoing, well then why is Trump literally calling Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor because she wanted to release the Epstein files? Why is he currently breaking the law, not releasing the Epstein files, not giving the explanations for all the redactions? Wouldn't that be something to explain there? And again, if either side is like associated with this, or even protecting people who are associated with this, I would condemn either side.
So I got a couple. I'm gonna answer it, but I want to ask you a couple so it can get me to comprehend. So you know anything about the federal law? You know anything about federal law?
I know some stuff, very little. I'm not like a lawyer.
So now this is how you can tell when people don't know about federal law when they say that
Sure.
regurgitation. You know why? Because there's only one person. This is what makes judges so powerful. And the state level, no. A state level judge doesn't have this authority. But a federal level judge is the only person that can seal a file, is the only person that can unseal it when it comes to a federal judge. Nobody outside of that person can do it. No president, no congressman. But if you've never been involved with the federal law, I can say that to you and you won't even understand that that's wrong. But if you deal with, you go talk to a federal lawyer and ask a federal litigator. Be like, yo, if a federal judge seals a file, who can unseal that? Only the federal judge that sealed it. Nobody else can do that. Doesn't say all you got to do. This is what I tell people: do the shit yourself. Don't listen to what people tell you.
Here's my question: why were they able to release some of them then? Like, why did the Trump administration release some?
So, all right. So what I know about the criminal law is by dealing with it. You get what I mean? And what I know is, I don't know every intricate detail, but what I know is when it's at a federal level, only the judge could release them. Maybe the judge could edit the redacted or whatever, but it's only the person that did it. No outside. At the state level, yes. They could get superseded, yes. But at the federal level, no. They cannot get superseded.
But here, Congress clearly set up circumstances where they could release some of the files. They did release some of them. They just didn't release all of them.
So remember, when you're dealing with the federal level, they always have the ability to make up the rules as they go. It's always been like that. It doesn't matter who's the president.
So if they have the ability to make up the rules as they go, then the federal judge doesn't have to do it, and they can do it through Congress. They did it through Congress under Trump's administration, but didn't do that under the Biden-Harris administration. Secondly, if a federal judge can do it, that's not the jurisdiction under specifically Kamala Harris, right? So Kamala Harris doesn't have the ability to get federal judges to do that.
No. So when people say, why didn't Trump do it? This is why. You know what I mean? So when you're the one making the allegations, remember, he's defending. He's not on the offense. Because my argument is this. I like to deal with it as a realistic reality. If I'm Joe Biden, never mind what nobody telling me. If I'm Joe Biden, I'm going against Trump myself, right? And I got some Epstein files that's going to dirty your whole career. If I got Superman's kryptonite, why do I not use it before he wins whatever race against me? I destroy you. I destroy you at election. Not only do I destroy your future of ever being a politician, I destroy you financially, because nobody's going to financially support your hotels, any of your businesses, if we have this type of evidence on you. You know how us Americans are. You know we don't play with that little kid shit. You know that. So me personally, if I got all this shit on you and you're trying to run against me and I'm the president, bro, you know what I'm doing? I'm dropping a hammer on you immediately. Your whole political career is over. That's what we know. So now the first thing that comes to my mind is, if I'm President Biden, right, and there's ways that I might have backlash, right? So what I do, I got my son that's in the White House going crazy like Hulkamaniacs, doing drugs, all kinds
Oh, wait,
of shit.
hold up one second. You can't say any specific DRUG name. I'll have to kick you off because it's
Oh,
TikTok
sorry.
TOS. I'm just
No,
letting
no.
you know so that I don't have to kick you off, just so that we
Oh
can
no,
stay
a
on.
Hulkamaniac.
Continue.
That's what the fans were called for the WWE.
Oh no, I
at the
didn't say that you did it yet. I just had a feeling that you might
Oh no,
because
no,
of
I
the
know how, I'm a
conversation.
content creator. I
No,
do
go ahead.
content on TikTok. So I know how to talk around it, but I
For
try
sure.
to get it specific enough so you know who I'm talking about.
Okay, for sure. I
That's why
obviously
I'm
know.
not dropping names.
You can continue going. I just wanted to let you know that, so I didn't have to.
You got to be safe. Yeah, you got to protect your profile. You got to protect your platform. I get all that. Trust me. So now, if you have all these things set up, right, and you got this medical doctor that you gave a pardon to, normally pardons comes after you get convicted. But for some reason, you gave somebody a pardon that didn't even get arrested, right? So you got it all set up. So if you want to leak these files, you can blame it on said person and give him the pardon. Everything is set up for Biden to drop the files. And he got a perfect getaway, no repercussions. You end Trump's career. No Democrat ever has to worry about Trump in history because nobody's ever going to vote for that. But it doesn't happen. So you got the kryptonite. Why don't you use it? Never mind waiting for Trump to get in office and him do it. You have the power to destroy him so he never has the option to do it. You take it out of his hands. My bad. I don't want to dominate the conversation. I'm sorry.
You're good. So the reason why I think that this isn't something that happened in the manner that you're referencing, one is because I think that they did release some things they could. Like, for example, the flight logs. Do you remember when the Trumping on Epstein's flight logs released? Those are things expedited and released by the Biden administration. It's very likely that they just didn't have the capacity to. Okay, so that's really the issue. It's not that like they could have just, if they had it, they've seen all the files themselves already. They know exactly what's in it. There are hundreds of thousands of files, millions, I think, in terms of like the overall setup. There's lots of information. It's very unlikely that they had looked into every single aspect of these, especially given that they were sealed on like through 2024.
So look, now look, there's this video. I'm gonna tell you there's this dude. Is it all right if I give you the reference of the YouTube channel's name so you know who to look for?
Yeah.
Because there's this whole clip that I want you to watch. It's 12 minutes long. And at the end of the clip, there's a Democratic representative up there talking about how he put the video together. And the dude is talking about how Epstein was in direct contact with all these Democratic leaders back then. And he was watching them have these meetings. And this is all in the reports that he's talking about that he read. He said, do you know that at a certain point that Epstein was the one that was running our country? And this dude don't like Trump at all.
Okay.
He says, I'm not a Trump. I'm a Democratic. He is in Congress. And he said he's on camera saying this.
Okay. Who is this?
So the name of the channel is LV Nation. And the title of the video is Kamala loses it on Jimmy Kimmel's show when realized Trump was right about Epstein and Democrats. They put out new pictures of Bill Clinton in a pool with Maxwell. They put up pictures of other people there.
Wait, can I ask you a question?
I'm not gonna go into more names.
A picture with Clinton, or not Clinton, Clinton and Epstein together, with like the victims there with their faces redacted.
So everything is, all the victims
I have a question.
are blocked out. Their faces are blocked out.
I have a question. If there's a picture like that of someone, is that indicative of them doing something wrong?
Well, no. What they're showing is new pictures of them. So it looks like there's a lot more evidence that it looks like they're, like the way they do with technology, almost like they're putting it out a little bit at a time.
I'm just
It's
asking
like
you.
some weird shit. I can't explain it because I don't work for the law. I usually get arrested by the law.
I get it. So in terms of Bill Clinton, though, right, do you think that this is evidence of Bill Clinton doing wrong?
All right, so hold on. I got to word this correctly. So this is what makes me different as a content creator, because I've been convicted. So I understand that judging things too early is always a wrong thing. You always want to wait to get all your evidence. I don't want to be the first one. I want to be the one that's right. So on certain things, I try to, because they got pictures of him, and I don't know, because I don't have all the information.
So it's not evidence of him doing wrong under your view?
All I know is that it's him, Maxwell, and somebody with their face blotted out, which they say in all these pictures, the people that got their face blotted out are either minors or victims. Those are the only two pictures, and that's what they say in all
Yeah,
the pictures that they put out.
and you know there are
So,
pictures like that of Donald Trump with victims or minors, given that their faces are redacted.
well, they talk about when you go into them files and you go into the flight logs and you actually really go into it and you go into it yourself as an independent and you don't listen to what people are telling you, that the shit don't match up. Even Chris Tucker was on that. Chris Tucker said, "Yeah, I'd never been to his island. I was on his plane. He took me somewhere else. It was like a taxi."
I'm not
You know what I
referencing
mean?
the plane. I'm saying there are pictures
I'm sorry.
of Donald Trump with people whose faces are redacted that were in the Epstein files. Okay,
No, I
that were
did not know
released.
that.
Only the small parts of it. So if this is reason to believe that Bill Clinton is going to be involved or that this is evidence against Bill Clinton, well then wouldn't that be evidence against Trump?
Not if you go by what even Ghislaine Maxwell herself said. She said that he never did nothing. She was there.
Ghislaine
She said he was
Maxwell,
never
I don't think is
outside.
a wait. Ghislaine Maxwell, I don't think is a legitimate source here. The one person that can pardon her and get her out of the position she's in is Donald Trump. Okay, so that's quite literally an incredibly relevant thing.
So now check this out. Now, if you go back, the Biden administration offered her immunity. They told her, "We'll let you out of prison today. We will never go after you, none of your crimes, nothing, if you just tell us Trump was there." They offered her immunity. This is nationally they offered her, "I will let you out right now. You tell us Trump was there." She said he wasn't there. I'm not going to lie. Biden was president. They offered her freedom, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah, scratch your head. Think
Yeah,
about
I'm
it. If
asking you
Biden
for
is the
what's the
president, Trump
source.
isn't president. I'm sorry, go ahead.
What's the source?
What do you mean? They talk about it. They say it. It's all out there that they offered her immunity, but they just don't publicize this type of. They don't publicize
They didn't publish,
this
so there
side.
is no source for this. You just claimed
No,
it.
no, no. What I'm saying is they don't put it like, all right, prime example. They tell you that, he just kidnapped Venezuela's president. But when you talk to people in Venezuela, they say, no, he's not our president. He lost the election in 2020. He's holding us
2024.
prisoners. Donald Trump saved us. He liberated. Now
Really?
we have freedom.
He liberated us, yet he reinstated the same regime. The Maduro regime
they
is still in
reinstated
power.
what they had planned. That's all he did. He said, "This is what y'all wanted. Here, get this
What?
dictator out."
No, he didn't. He reestablished the vice president of the Maduro regime, therefore reinstating a dictator. He didn't put the person that was actually voted into the position of power. He didn't who actually rightfully won the election. He put the
I'm guessing
person
that's
into
probably
the
on its
position
way,
of
bro.
presidency that
That's probably on
literally
its
was
way.
the vice president of Nicolas Maduro.
That's probably on its way. You know what I mean? You got maybe he's giving them a little segue to take control of their own stuff. And here, fix it on your own.
Wait, so you're like we've completely
Well, wait,
liberated
go
the
back to what
Venezuelan
we were
people,
talking
but
about.
we
Wait,
kept the
'cause
same dictatorship in office.
Wait,
Like,
but we just jumped from one topic to another. We just jumped.
no,
Hold
we
on.
didn't.
That was the example.
I'm responding specifically to what you brought up with Venezuela.
No, but that was the example. What I'm trying to tell you is he liberates people, but they painted in a bad picture. That's what I'm trying to explain is that.
He didn't liberate
That's-
people. You're lying.
So now everybody over here says that, right? But when you cam up and you show the people in Venezuela, they look at Trump like he's a hero. The actual people that are on the street.
Venezuelan people definitely don't like
No,
Nicolas
I'm
Maduro.
not talking about the people
but
in
I
America.
don't think. Yeah, I'm referencing. Yeah, Venezuelan people definitely don't like Maduro, but I don't think that's evidence to say that they like the U.S. going in and stealing their oil, and that they like the U.S. reinstating the same
So hold on.
dictatorship.
Hold on, you're saying that wrong too. Because we're the one that gave them the ability to reach that oil. They didn't have the machines. Like, remember how you were talking to that other dude when he said that he was out of pocket? He would much rather live 300 years ago than now. I was like, yo, I'm thinking over here, are you crazy? People weren't even living to 50 back then. What is wrong with you? You got healthcare, you got cars, you got match. You can go get a haircut now. You can't do that 300 years ago. What are you talking about? Of course, now is the best time to be alive. This is a fact. But what we did was We gave them a way to get to that oil. They didn't have the mechanism. They didn't have the machine. That's our stuff that's down there. That's like if you be like, yo, I got oil in my backyard, but I don't have the tools to get to it. And I'm like, yo, I'm going to give you everything you need. You're going to get money. I just need this oil at a discount. And you were like, all right, cool. And then later on down the
No,
line,
they already have.
This is
That's not what's happening here.
People
That,
backtrack on the deal.
no, they're literally.
That's literally what happened, bro.
No.
How
Okay,
old
so
are you?
when
How
you
old are
say
you?
I'm 23 years old, but when you say backtrack
So,
on
yeah,
the deal,
we're talking about
you're
something
trying to
that
say
happened
because
before
they
you were
nationalized
born.
their oil, they backtracked on that deal. Okay,
We're
by the
talking
way,
about something that happened before you were born.
yeah, okay. And how old are you?
I'm 45. So
You're
I'm trying to tell you
45.
some of the
So
stuff that happened before we were born.
I mean, this happened when you were like 5 years old, right?
Probably a little bit older. This is, you know what I mean? All
No,
I'm saying is there's
you were
things
about
that
5 years
happen.
old.
So you know what I do? When I hear certain things, I'm like, hold up. I didn't know that we gave them money to get to this oil. Because I'm telling you, I got technology, bro. I'm a content creator. I'm not capping. I look this stuff up. I'm like, hold up. I don't go by what they tell me. So when I talk to people about like government shutdowns, they kept saying clean CR. I'm like, yo, what's a CR? Google. Oh, a clean resolution. Hold up.
Continuing resolution.
The Republicans offered that on September 15th. Let's just pay the bills the way we've been paying the bills. Don't take nothing away. Let's not add nothing. Democrats said no. We want to add
That's
150.
actually wait. No, so they didn't
Literally
want to
what
add.
happened
They
on
wanted to
September
continue.
15th.
They wanted to continue something that they've already been doing.
The Republicans said, Mike Johnson is on TV saying we want a clean CR. You guys ain't voted on
Yeah.
a clean CR.
Yeah, because what you're not taking into account is that they wanted to extend ACA subsidies that will reduce people's healthcare premiums, which, by the way, they've agreed to now. So they're going to instill these, right? That's one important thing to take into account. But it took them how long in a government shutdown of literally over a month?
I know. You know what I can say? You know what I like about this conversation? That we're actually speaking and we're not talking. Because I noticed for some reason, people always end up yelling at each other, swearing, some type of, it always gets weird. I don't understand why that is. Have you come across that a lot?
Sure. I come across people yelling a lot. But the point that at least I guess let's get us on the topic here. The point that I would make is that Donald Trump, he lies. He tries to say that he's liberated the Venezuelan people. He clearly didn't do that. He's tried to say that he would end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. He clearly didn't do that. He said he was the peace president, then has literally caused some of the most conflict of any modern president. For example, he's threatening to literally take over Greenland. They literally have, Europe has sent troops to Greenland because of the fact that he asked the military to draw up plans to invade Greenland, which is quite literally going to dissolve NATO. Right? So he's destroying our relationships with our allies. He's making us weaker on a global stage. And then while simultaneously doing that, thinks it's justified to engage in expansionist imperialism and literally try to steal from other countries.
All right, so stop, because you just said a whole lot. You went from Venezuela to Trump to Europe to Putin. So now because remember, these are a bunch of different topics you were addressing. So you actually got to give me the time to address every topic.
Of course.
Right?
Of course I'll
So
give you
now
time.
the Venezuela stuff, all right? CNN news broadcaster said it herself. She says it's amazing that everybody in Times Square is saying that Trump did wrong, but them same Venezuelan people, when they contact their relatives at home in Venezuela, they're celebrating Trump. So she said it's weird that the people in America don't like it, but this is what she said on live broadcast, that the Venezuelan people themselves are happy that Trump liberated them. Now, hold on. Trump, this is how you did it. This is how you did it. So now, hold on. Trump and Putin, this is how I like to settle that. I tell people, if you have two friends that you know, and you know they're beefing with each other, but you know them both, you like, nah, I could get them to squash the beef. I know them. But these are grown men you're talking about that own armies. Unlike our president, remember, Putin and all these other countries, they got to unalive stuff to get in these positions. In America, you got to be like the cleanest person to get the president. Over there, it's not like that. The way they live outside of America is not how we live. This is just a fact. The liberties that we have, all these countries are trying to wage an economic war on us. All of them. This is a tricky ass game of what we call, how you say, remember that game back in the day? They used to have the maps and it was like, you have the army guys That's literally what it is. It's everybody against us. We just got to pick the people that hate us the least. But all these countries hate us. Don't be fooled. Everybody hates us. Everybody hates our American liberties, because once you leave America, they don't care if you're black, they don't care if they're white, they don't care if you're Democrat, they don't care if you're Republican. All they smell is stinking American. That's it. That's all they like. All you Americans think you're better than everybody else. That's what all the countries outside of America think about us. This is just a fact. So when you say, oh, we think we can just take stuff, do you understand that the liberty you have came from us being the bullies in the world? We are, they try to docile us. No, if this is what I like to tell people. Look at all these countries like they're people. And America is the youngest nation, and we turned out to be the bullies. So we are not the suckers of the backyard. We are the bullies. That's how we got to where we are. Because back in the day, remember, we got invaded by like 8 different countries at one time. So these people have always been trying to invade us. Always. This is a long ass time ago. So now we are the bullies. This is just a fact. We are the bullies. Don't never forget that. All these liberties we have is because we bullied our way. That's like when you go into a yard and you take shit. Because that's what we've always done. That's how you got the internet. That's how you got your car. That's how you got the freedom to do all that. That's the reason why we got the freedom to do what we're doing right now. Because if not, these people would have been took us over. You see what's happening overseas? If these whole Muslims take everything over, all this freedom of speech, all that is gone. There's no such thing as freedom of speech in these Islamic nations. That's just a fact. All that, oh, I'm not religious. Remember what you said to that other dude? You're not religious? They throw people like you off of bridges, bro. I'm not capping. This is real facts. When was the last time you ever seen a funny looking Islamic dude? That shit don't exist. That purple hair shit, that shit don't exist, bro. They talk about it. They say it themselves. This is their rules. We go everywhere we preach Islam. If you don't take it, we go to war with you. That's literally their rules. Or you got to pay them taxes. So imagine they come to America, they take us over, now we got to pay them taxes. These are their rules. They say, you're shaking your head. No, this is literally what they say. They say it out their own mouths. And our job is to push the Islamic to everywhere. That's their job. They say, all you got to do is look it up yourself and look, you be like, damn, he's not lying. Because I didn't believe it. I said, man, you capping. I had to look it up. I was like, oh, shit. And they even call it a certain word that when they're not high in numbers, they act a certain way. And then when they grow in numbers, the whole mission, everything changes. It's called something. It's a whole route of action. They're real friendly when they're low in numbers, but when their numbers grow, that's when they become aggressive. And everything, that's when they want Sharia law. That's what's happening right now overseas. They're pressing that whole Sharia law. They got a whole bunch of Muslim governors over there. You know that them people were over there in Christmas time, knocking down Christmas trees and shit, because they don't rock with any religion else. The way you see how Christians, how you have freedom of speech, you can
think you've
practice
said more
whatever
than
you
me.
believe.
I think
Like
you've
you
said a
can
lot
believe
more
whatever
than
you
me.
want or you don't, or even people like you that you don't want to believe. You have the freedom. Well, under that, there's no freedom. There's no freedom. Everything changes. Everything changes. The way you freedom of life, because remember, a lot of these social media sites don't exist over there. You know why? Because that freedom doesn't exist. That liberty does not exist. What we take for granted here, then people wish they had. My bad. I'll get off the stage if I'm.
No. You don't have to get off the stage here. There's just a few things I want to address. The one claim in terms of liberated Venezuela. Again, clearly they didn't liberate Venezuela. They reinstated the same dictatorship. That's not liberating the country. Getting rid of Maduro doesn't mean that they got rid of the administration that Maduro was upholding. That literally is going to uphold the exact same ideology as Maduro. So that there's a few things there. And then in terms of you have to be quote-unquote clean in order to get to president, Trump's definitely not. He was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will. 26 plus people have accused him of sexual misconduct.
Like violent crimes, bro.
I mean, that's a violent offense.
No. I mean like unaliving shit, like violence, like literally. Like
raping a woman is violence.
No. I'm talking about unaliving groups of people.
I don't think that's the only aspect of violence. I think SA is a violence, obviously.
No,
And
no, no. That's not what I'm saying. Being an
you
SA
said you
in,
have to be
in
clean to be
another
president.
country.
That's just not
No, no, no.
true.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if you're a SA-er in another country, that's not gonna get you leadership. You gotta unalive shit over there to become a leader. That's how
Okay.
you. That's how you rise
Okay,
in the
can I make
ranks.
my points and then you can
I'm
respond?
sorry. No, no, no. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay. So one, that's just not necessarily true in a bunch of other countries around the world. I don't see any good reason to say that like you have to like literally murder people in order to be in the positions you are. I'd ask specifically like what countries. We can get into that here in a minute. You say they hate American liberties. The U.S. is not the most free country in the world. According to the Human Freedom Index, we rank way lower than a bunch of other countries, according to the Cato Institute. And I can tell you the exact setup right now if you would like to hear like where we rank on the world stage. We're nowhere
Well,
near
if you
the
think
top.
your audience would, then yeah. If you know your audience, if you think your audience would want to hear that, then of course, that's your audience, bro. They come first. Come on, man. I know how this
Yeah,
thing goes.
I'm asking you, but the U.S. is at 17 in the world.
17? Hey,
Yes.
wait. So who's the top 5?
The top 5? I got you. Switzerland, New Zealand, Denmark, Luxembourg, and Ireland.
Damn, in those orders?
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of them. You know what's crazy about them locations? A lot of them allow women to get married at a very young age. Very young
What
age.
countries?
Even Denmark. You got like
Okay.
so.
What age
there's
is the
this
youngest
thing
you can
where-
get married in Denmark?
So look, there's this thing where it shows you all the countries and all their ages. There's a thing. I was like, what the hell? I've done it. So I streamed it so people can see it. That's how I know this stuff.
18 is the
Because I
legal
didn't
age
believe
for
it.
marriage in Denmark.
You should do the whole world. Then it'll show you the flags and the numbers. I think one is like 9. Awesome, crazy shit.
I don't know what you're saying. What are you referencing? What's your source?
No, that's what I'm telling you. You can even type it into YouTube. They will show you the flags of every country and the ages.
Okay,
You
I
can type it in.
understand. I looked it up right now and it says 18.
Nah.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, that's true. But I'm going to continue. Also, yeah. Also, I don't think that being a bully is going to help us out. I think that upholding our allyships is incredibly important. Now, we can try to engage in, say, certain policies that could be used as threats in some circumstances, like even the tariffs, for example. I have no issue with that using against our adversaries. But I do have an issue with that when we're talking about our allies, when we're talking about countries that we've built these sort of relations with, where we can just negotiate. There's really no reason why we would have to utilize those threats in the first place. And for example, if you're to threaten your friend when you're trying to negotiate with them, it's less likely to lead to beneficial negotiation than if you are to just peacefully negotiate with them. Because again, they're your friend. Oh my God.
What if they taxing you 100%?
That wasn't happening.
Yeah, it was. They admitted that they were. They admitted. They said
they weren't taxing
and
us
it's
at 100%.
business. But it's like when you're doing business with somebody who doesn't understand. So they get it. They like, yeah. He says, this is what I think, honestly. I think between congressmen, mayors, and governors, politicians all the way. I think to run the country, that needs to be a businessman. Because what you're doing with other nations is conducting, what you just talked about is a business deal. Negotiating tariffs, and those are business deals. That's not politicking. These are different things.
Actually, it's economics.
What you just said is business.
So no, it's not a business. It's economics. Okay, so we need an economics.
Which is business, brother. That's money.
No, it's not. Economics is different than just saying running a business. Running a business has different
No.
types
I said it is business, not running a business.
Okay. It's a bit distinct, right? And the reason why it's distinct is because the benefits for a certain business are very different than the benefits from an entire country as a whole, right? So we have to take into account the effects from an entire country or what's going to have on an entire economy, which Trump clearly isn't taking into effect. I also wanted to address other points you brought up. I don't know when we were invaded by 8 countries. And then you said Muslims were taking over. There's no good evidence to believe that. There's no good evidence to believe that Muslims are particularly intentionally trying to take over the West. There's no argument on that at all. I'd love to hear it.
No. Not particularly the West. Their mission is to take over everything. They say it, that their mission is to, all right. So you know how they tell you
I
certain
don't think all
religions
Muslims say that.
So you know how certain religions they go out knocking door to door, and they that at a larger scale. So if they get to a country where there is Muslims, they don't really want to go there. They prioritize the countries that's not Muslim ran. They say this themselves, that this is part of how they spread their word.
Okay,
This is
so
part of how they do it. Look, bro, shout out them gifts you getting on your screen, bro. I've been seeing mad hands. You don't shout that out.
Cinderella, by the way, think of the galaxy. I don't do it in the middle of the conversation with everyone. I'm trying to be. You want me to? I'll say thank you to people.
Oh no. So you know how I look at it? I look at it like this. I don't care what you're doing. If people are financially supporting you, I feel like you need to appreciate the financial support over the conversation. That's just, I don't know, maybe that's just how I am, but
For me, it depends on the person. If there's someone being annoying and they're not listening to me, I'll totally talk over them and do that. But for a typical conversation, I'm not going to do that. It just depends on the person. I didn't feel like it was warranted in this conversation.
see, I see, yo, that shit. See, when I see this, I don't get mad. I say, you can actually do it. It's doable. When I see, I was like, it's doable. You just got to pick the right way and format, because you don't even like Trump. So I know I just got to get the right crowd. It's doable. I congratulate you, yo. I'm happy for your success, bro. I ain't gonna lie, man.
Thank you, man.
Lie. But go ahead, man. You can get me off. I'll be back on. I'm pretty sure you got other people waiting. I'll be, look at them galaxies.
Curse the
yo,
galaxy.
salute.
Thank you. Oh, I mean, I have. We can keep going. I
Smile,
typically.
man. Come on, bro. You completing shit. Smile.
You've been on for I think 38 minutes so far. I typically keep people up for about an hour, so at least. So we have plenty of time to go through. By the way, thank you for the corgi.
Right.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah,
Alrighty.
smile. There you go. Enjoying some, man. You alive. Act like you alive. Don't act like a fucking robot, man. Enjoy
You think I'm acting
man.
like a robot?
No, all right, my bad. I'm not trying to insult you at all. That's not what I'm doing at all.
Okay.
I mean,
Oh
at all.
well. There's a few things. So I want to go through. I will thank some people and then we can go on to that. Gene, by the way, thank you so much for the $10. By the way, thank you so much. I'm not gonna say. I'll tell you what I'm dressed up as near the end of the stream. Sarah, by the way, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Have a great day as well. Gene, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I know, right? Thank you so much. Chelsea as well. Thank you for the $1. Tom, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $4. Thank you. Kay, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'll definitely make sure to ask about that. Tom, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Emily, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, Emily. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Emily in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. They said, heads up that Pam Bondi said, or issued a letter saying that no judge has the ability to force them to release the files, essentially because there are no repercussions built into the Epstein Files Transparency Act for not doing so. Okay, so they're literally just claiming that they're not gonna, they have no issue with violating the law. That's a big issue. Tom, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Chelsea, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Heidi, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Rebecca, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Rachel, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. I heard that. I'll have to ask. Kayla, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. And then Micah, thank you so much for the $5. There are a few people that have asked about the 88 in your name. For some reason, they're saying it's a dog whistle. I'm assuming that you're probably not doing that, to be totally honest with you. They're saying it's like a dog whistle for Nazis. 88, but I'm assuming that you're not doing that.
8 is the number of money, bro.
Yeah, well, I didn't assume that you were doing that, because I've never seen that before. But
I had never even
it could
heard
also
of
mean
what
like
you
you're
just
born in '88. It could mean plenty of other things. So
Nah, 8 is the number of money, bro.
yeah, okay. Well,
8 is literally the number of money. So 88, you know what I mean?
yeah.
But it's
All right.
not,
Well,
so I'm a real positive person, even with people I don't agree with. I don't, because I don't feel like, this is how I feel, right? I can't go at it with someone over someone I've never even met before. You know what I mean? Like I grew up a different way. Like I grew up around where people get shot every day. You know what I mean? That's where I grew up at. So when people talk there and I see the way people get all up crazy, I'm like, yo, I don't understand how you can get so emotionally moved over people you never even probably met, over someone that you don't even know. So in other words, like I'm gonna argue with you over a president I've never even met. You know what I mean? And
Well,
why would
I can tell you why, because I like genuinely, I've got moved by things that have happened on the stream for things that obviously haven't impacted my life directly, because of the fact that I care about this country, I want what's best for people, and I have empathy, and a lot of care for people. So obviously things have definitely, like, there are definitely people that have made me emotional based upon things they've said on my live stream, just because I've talked to people that have such wild beliefs. I mean, when people are straight up defending pedophilia, like, that gets me. Like, that really gets to me emotionally speaking. So I've literally had people come up on my live stream and do that. So there are certain circumstances. I think it just depends on the circumstance. Obviously, I think for many people, it's when people have very absurd worldviews, which is, I mean, very likely to happen right now. There's very extreme politics right now. I'd love for the country to unify more, come to the middle, and come to the center more in terms of, like, you know, certain things. And when I say come to the center, I don't mean ideologically speaking. I mean center, like, come together. Like, that's what I meant.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
Like, 'cause I'm not necessarily ideologically, like, super center or anything, but, like, I guess, like, there's a few things. Let's move on to, like, some of the broader things in terms of policy for Trump. Like,
Oh, wait, just to rebuttal
Go
that
ahead.
sex assault shit. I think there should only be one punishment for every dude. Take off that whole sexual part. I think that should be immediately. You get convicted of that, take that whole body part away from you. That should be your punishment.
Would you ever vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Nah.
No? Well, Trump was. Look up Trump liable SA,
Nah,
AP
because
News.
all that was fake news. They all came out and said that it was, all that stuff was fake. You
Nope.
can tell. So the whole story behind, so now check, I got a question. If you got a woman that lied to you about having sex with someone, would you ever trust her again? Would you ever trust her
Yes.
again? Yes or no? You would trust a woman that told you, that cheated on you? You would trust her again?
I think that you can trust on certain claims and not others. I think it makes sense.
Because once you proven to a liar,
Do you see
now
this?
I gotta question everything you say.
And by the way, sure, if you're saying someone's a liar, you're going to question what they're saying, sure. But that doesn't mean you can't trust anything that they say. The cheaters, for example, can still make accurate determinations in some circumstances, although it might be indicative of the fact that you could question what they're saying in some circumstances, depending on what they say. This is an AP News article saying jury finds Trump liable for sexual abuse, awards accuser $5 million.
So all the broadcastings that you're using as a reference source are all the people that were found by a judge within the last however many weeks to show that they were lying. That's why they got to pay him over almost $500 million because they lied.
Nope, she
Hey,
never
all
lied.
these people-
Actually, no, she got paid, right? It was
No,
literally
I'm
forced.
talking
Donald Trump was
about
forced.
AP. I'm talking about AP, who you just used as the source. Them, NBC, sorry, not NBC, CNN. I think it was like 5 of them that they all lost the lawsuit and they got to pay Trump almost $500 million.
Oh, no,
majority
that's
of
not
the
true.
stuff that they put out was lies.
That's not
The
true.
information they
That's
put
not
out is
true with
not
AP
true.
News. That's not true with AP News. I think you're trying to think about something with BBC and the January 6th situation, which was just them editing 2 clips together. That's all it was.
So
But
remember, there's certain
let me
things I'm
clarify.
not gonna
With
talk
this,
about. I don't know everything about
with
it.
this on the AP News was not a part of that. Now, for this particular situation, I can show you the court documents. Okay, there are court documents that indicate this. They're not lying about the fact that this is a legitimate case.
So she did a civil lawsuit and not a criminal case.
Yeah, because of the fact of that statute of limitations have been passed, which means regardless of the amount of evidence, they couldn't try them in a criminal court.
So when you live a certain lifestyle, you understand that only a certain, so check it out. In the criminal law, I'm gonna give you an example. There's something in my state called the Alfred Doctrine. That means that they have enough evidence to convict you even if you didn't do it. So you're not admitting to guilt. You're admitting that they have enough evidence to convict you. So there's 2 different things. If I could set you up in a way to make it look like you did something and have the proof to make it look like you did something, I paint you in a picture where you can't fight it, this is why it's civil.
No, the reason why it was in civil, again, is because of statute of limitations, because it's been too many years since the events
What's that mean?
happened.
That means it went on so long that she didn't go after. Why didn't she go after him the day it happened?
I'll tell you, because for many victims, it takes decades to come out because many people don't believe them because they are harassed for coming out because they're not believed. because it's hard to hold the abuser accountable in the first place. So obviously, if you see the person who has abused you get into a position of power like the presidency, obviously that's going to increase or incentivize you to come out and talk about that, so that you can reduce them from being in that position in the first place, because the fact that that's happened to you. But for many victims, it does take decades to come out. Hell, I know people in my own life, it took them decades to come out because of the fact that it was very harmful to them, and because of the type of culture that we believe in for people believing things.
So I've never heard of no shit like that. Where I'm from, you get them type of people out the way. Those are the type of people that you don't want around. It doesn't matter what's happening. And all I do know is when you got a person that's trying to put poor people like me onto information that I never heard before, they don't want people like that talking. Because he started talking about stuff that I never even thought of. And that's a lot of us people in the ghettos, we don't know nothing about taxes. The majority of us figured it out when we graduated high school and got a job, and we didn't even know our parents got income taxes. We never knew about none of that stuff. The moment Trump started talking about Trump trust and LLCs and all that, he's not talking to billionaires. Billionaires been doing that. They already know that information. He's giving that to people like us, low income people. That's information for us. What are you talking about? That's all stuff that he wants us for that. Because if you would, like right here, what you doing right now, if you put this under a corporation and your corporation is under a trust, and whatever you get paid goes to that trust, you don't own stuff. Your trust now and a lot of these people, they could do tax write-off with a lot of your donations. That's all tax codes that Trump tells you to go figure out and make it work for you. This is what he wants you to do. Because what he tells you is that all these immigrants that are coming from these other countries, they're going to take advantages of all these American programs that are set up that should be getting prioritized by us Americans. But since we don't know about that, these foreigners come in here knowing that. That's why they come in here and within a year, they already have a gas station. They already have this, and we're still trying to figure it out. But if he don't talk, this is how he became public enemy number one. Because he gave out all their secrets. Because they all talk about how they were poor. They all talk about how they were poor, how their parents were poor. But you're a multimillionaire. Why don't you talk about how you became a multimillionaire and teach the people that you allegedly represent and us low-income people? Why don't you tell us how you became a multimillionaire? Because I've never heard of a high school course on how to become a Democrat. Not in my state. And I'm in a Democratic state. That course don't exist in my state. I never seen that. They don't teach you about taxes. They don't teach you about none of that in my school. I didn't learn any of that. Everything that Donald Trump is talking about, now if you have the higher education, that if you're a social media influencer, you can actually trust an LLC that, and if you learn these bank codes, you can actually get a business loan for your LLC media corporation and get new technology, get a new laptop, get a new whatever under the business loan under your corporation. This is what Trump wants you to do. They don't talk to you. You could be a backyard mechanic and LLC that thing and put it under a trust. Create a business account. Learn these codes. Learn how these banks move so you could become a wealthier American. This is what he's talking about when he says making it great again. Because these foreigners, they're taking advantage of these programs because they know about them. This is what he talks about. But with them, they say, no, Trump, we don't want to hear that. We want to hear about why you didn't end the war in 24 hours. Never mind that they got two grown-ass men that own armies, that he admits that he thought it was going to be easier, and it's not as easy as he thought. He's being honest about this shit. He's like, I thought it'd be easier because I know them. But evidently, it's not.
Which is exactly what the Democrats said. Now, if you want to reference...
Oh, wait, and now Maduro, you know that Biden he upped the bounty on Maduro $25 million.
Okay.
So Biden and Obama wanted Maduro out of there too. Let's not act like that wasn't happening.
No one's disputing that. Now, if we want to talk about Trump, you said Trump was looking out for low-income individuals. He's trying to make them better off.
I think he's trying to look out for all Americans, not just low income.
How about we get rid of those loopholes that allow for billionaires and millionaires to make more money at the expense of...
He didn't make those.
I'm not saying he made those, but I'm saying that he can advocate against those but he doesn't advocate against those because it benefits him and his rich buddies, right? His tax policies also disproportionately reduce taxes on rich Americans, and they do raise taxes on income or they raise taxes on individuals for who specifically weren't paying into income tax. Those that make less than the standard deduction, they are paying money in terms of tariffs because the prices are increased in terms of their consumer products, whereas they wouldn't have been paying that money through income tax because of the standard deduction. So it is actually a tax on everyone, whereas the tax he had prior, most of the revenue comes from rich and wealthy Americans. So really what's happening here is he's shifting the burden of taxation from those that are disproportionately higher income to those that are disproportionately lower income, because lower income individuals spend a greater proportion of their income on cost of living, necessities, right, and consumer products. So again, that's why I think that we should have progressive tax structures such as the corporate income tax structure that we can set up as progressive. So the more money you make, the more you pay into the system. And then same thing with the income tax. And that actually creates an incentive for employers to put money into their businesses, reinvest, and give money to their employees, because otherwise they would have been taxed on it. So that's why top marginal tax rates being higher actually is really, really good for incentivizing wage growth. And then social
Okay.
programs going to immigrants. I definitely think that immigrants aren't coming to our country and taking social programs to some absurd extent that natural-born U.S. citizens are not. It is the case that immigrants take it or do so at a very similar rate to natural-born U.S. citizens. And if anything, they have a higher labor force participation rate, meaning that they're going to be paying into the system more than they would be taking out of it, because they have a lower on average age. One thing to take into account is that our population is getting older on average because the fact that we've had a lower birth rate for the past 50 years or so, which means a greater portion of our population will be older on Social Security and Medicare for a longer period of time because of increasing life expectancy due to technological advances. So obviously we need younger people into our country to a greater extent. That's why I think immigration is good. Now, I would love to incentivize people to go through the legal immigration process to a greater extent by making the legal process go quicker. But I also think that takes it. One thing I think that also takes into account is for people who are already in the country undocumented, who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, is by giving them a pathway to citizenship where they can be vetted and go through a legal process, but they don't have to leave the country. Because if you don't provide them that, then they have an incentive to stay in the country undocumented without identifying themselves to authorities. So this is just the best way to incentivize legal pathway to citizenship in the long run for people going through the legal process and for people who are already in the country undocumented.
Okay, so now you said a lot, and just give me enough time, and I got it all. But this is easy work. This is easy work, bro. You sure you don't want to shout nobody out before I get going? Because this is easy work, bro.
I'll thank some people real quick. I got you. Benjamin, thank you so much for the $5, by the way. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Emily, thank you so much for the $15. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Having some W's for Emily in the comment section. Thank you very much.
W's for Emily.
Rachel, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Tom, thank you for the $4. Chloe, thank you for the $5. Thank you. As well as B, thank you for the $2. I am. Jean as well, thank you for the $10. Sarah, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Chris, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Tasneem, thank you so much. Really appreciate the. Oh, I just saw it now. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. I just read now. I apologize. Heidi, thank you for the $10. And then Beauty Boutique, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you. I have some people to thank on YouTube real quick, and then we can move on to the conversation. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen as always. Beyond, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Seb and Nick, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Laugh and Leslie, thank you for the 10 as well. Feisty, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Kira, thank you for the $2. Jewel, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Anna, thank you for the $5. Jeannie, thank you for the $5 as well. MOK, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Nicholas, thank you for the $10. Darren, thank you for the $10 as well. Nicholas, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Melody, thank you for the £5. I really appreciate it. Heather, thank you for the $5. Oh, he got removed for. You got a flag for uncomfortable. If you have the, I know you probably didn't. It's TikTok. It does this every once in a while. You're welcome to come up another day, or if you have your second account, you can do that. I do have to go on to the next person because it will limit the push of my stream right now, though.
I'm sorry. No. Go ahead. Do what you do, man. Wish you the best success, man. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you. Oh, you're welcome back on a different day. We can finish our conversation then. You're welcome back then. Let's go on to the next individual. Quote, unquote, CAWD. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They are totally serious. But thank you very much. I really appreciate it. They said, take a stance that you care about helping those with less. Why do you support a Silverstone-fed criminal who grifts and steals from the poor to feed the rich? Totally agree. That would be a totally great question to ask. Kevin, as well, thank you for the $12. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I agree. I think that we're literally respected less with Donald Trump. I can't believe there's so many people that think we're respected more. Kylie, thank you so much for the Kylie. Thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. Alrighty, let's get the next person up here. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Let's get the next person up here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. We have another 2 hours and 10 or 20 minutes or so left on the live, everyone. We have another 2 hours and 20 minutes. I have a substance warning. It should go away here in 10 minutes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
Because he doesn't let LGBTQ people
I have a
say
question. What state do you
to
live
tell
in?
someone to be gay. That's why I support
What
him.
state do you live in?
And he says abortion
Hey.
is murder.
What
And he's
state?
not a felon.
You said what?
He's not a felon.
He is a felon, but what state do you live in?
Texas.
What time is it? He's looking it up. Let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen for the 3,200 people here on YouTube. Hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. I'd really appreciate it. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. I'd really appreciate it. Abigail, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Abigail, with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Abigail in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Abigail. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. By the way, everyone, if you're curious about my outfit, you can go check on Snapchat. Parker Get a Job. I put my full outfit there. I was gonna let people like guess what the outfit is. If you want to guess, you can go over to Parker Get a Job on Snapchat and guess there just by sending a story reply on the story that I posted. If you want to, and I'll tell people at the end of the stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25, man.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, I don't support him.
All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. X-Files, thank you so much. Really appreciate the hand heart. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 29.
Do you support Trump?
I'm trying to figure out what's up with that knot, bro. You gotta fix that knot.
Hey. One, I'm bad at doing them, but two, it's actually kind of a part of the costume, okay? It's kind of a part of the costume, okay? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for? Thank you for the hand heart, by the way.
Then I'll suck your dick, bro.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 28. I'm from Europe. Can I guess?
I'm sorry. We are just looking for people who live in the United States. Do appreciate you very much, though. Let's go on the next individual. Sue, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
And what's your birth year?
2006.
Okay, what state do you live in?
Wisconsin.
And what time is it?
103.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
So I'm open to like changing my mind about it, but I just did it because I kind of like wanted to have things cheaper.
Okay. What did Trump do to make things cheaper?
Well, currently I think the gas price is near me around like 241, 243. So I thought he would bring down the gas prices, and that's what he's done. So I'm pretty happy about that.
Okay. What did Trump do to bring down the gas prices?
I think he has a good relationship with OPEC, and I also think he's put in different measures into the economy to better it, which I'm not really super informed on.
Okay, so if you don't know them, I don't know how you'd be pointing towards that and saying that he did better for this. Secondly, I also do think that in terms of gas prices, you can't point to anything in terms of that. Oh, it's about 12 cents lower than what it was last year, alongside the fact that we've seen prices go up across the board. So how do you feel about that?
Wait, are you just reading it off the comments? Because last year I think it was about $3. Now it's like $2.40, I think.
You said, am I reading off the comments? No.
Yeah, because everyone
N-
in the comments saying 12 cents down.
yeah, because that's what I say.
Oh, okay.
And because what's in the on the Energy Information Administration.
Okay. I don't really know what else. That was, well, I guess the one thing I've been, I feel like a lot of liberals are like against like free speech, and I feel like you saw last weekend, like a guy was like insulting Trump, which was pretty funny, and I don't think Trump didn't want him punished. Like he did flip him off, which was like pretty unprofessional. I don't know if you saw that, and I think like Detroit or something. But I like how he didn't want him like arrested, because I feel like a lot of people want.
I like
people,
how
like,
he didn't want
punished
him
for-
arrested is not like a argument, because can you name one policy the Democrats influenced to get passed that was actually going to lead to that to a greater extent? Like people being
Well, no, 'cause
arrested?
well, I saw a guy that was like called the N-word like a week ago, and which I mean I don't call people the N-word. Like I don't think you should, but also I don't think you should get arrested for it. And I
No
don't know if
one
it's
got
true.
arrested for that.
I saw a video that the guy got arrested.
Okay. They didn't get arrested just for saying that. Maybe it was for something else. Okay. And also, currently Trump's in office, so if they got arrested, then I don't know why you wouldn't be blaming Trump.
Yeah, but he doesn't just control everything in the country.
You were just trying to blame Dems for that. You literally just
yeah,
tried
what-
to blame the Dems for that. Like, seriously.
Yeah, that was the Dems that did it. What are you saying?
So the Dems control everything?
No.
Okay, so how
I
did the
said those
Dems control
people- I
that?
said the Dems got him arrested.
How?
Because they were complaining about it.
How
Actually,
okay.
that doesn't really make
How
any
so?
sense.
Yeah, that makes no
that
sense at
doesn't
all.
really make.
Okay. If you think that you want to care about, like, obviously, free speech, then how do you feel about the fact that Donald Trump passed an executive order to put people in a prison for a year for burning the American flag? How do you feel that Donald Trump specifically has, his administration has actively said that they want to get rid of people's green cards who specifically speak up for Palestine? I mean, that's
bullshit.
quite literally against free speech, right?
No, yeah, I agree.
Okay, so if that's quite literally against free speech, can you give any example of Biden's administration going against free speech? If not, it seems like Trump's worse for that.
So I didn't get this from. I saw one of your one of the YouTube videos with you debating that one guy. I don't remember his name. Which I didn't get it from that video, but I feel like the Biden administration did try to silence a lot of reporters and try to ban a lot of reporters for speaking out against them and being like pro-Trump.
Okay, in what way?
And I saw that brought
Like
up
who?
on one of the YouTube videos you did.
That no one
think-
ever gave a justification for it. Otherwise, I would be able to point to it.
So would you agree with that though? Banning like reporters?
Are you trying to reference the what is it? People, what do people claim? People claim because the Biden administration, the vaccines. Oh, that's what it is. Is it that because of the vaccines?
Yeah.
Okay,
the
with Facebook?
vaccines.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that has nothing to do with free speech, because of the fact
Well,
that
and-
it wasn't the government restricting them from saying this. It's literally just the government saying, "Yo, could you please do this?" Not like any enforcement, but hey, we would just recommend you to do this. The government can have recommendations. That's not against free speech.
Yeah, that's true. Well, what was I going to say? Well, I like platforms that are. I kind of like the platforms that are like right wing based, not just because they're right wing, just because like they're big on free speech, like X and like Kick, because they don't ban people for
They
having
do
certain
ban people.
opinions.
They still do ban people. They also like literally don't pay liberals. You know that, right?
Do they?
Like,
Is that
Dean has a
true?
huge platform there and doesn't get paid at all.
On
Whereas
Kick?
right-wing accounts will get significantly less viewership, and they get paid. So explain to me why they do that.
Were you sure? On Kick
Yeah.
or X?
What do you mean, am I sure? Dude, he's one of my best friends. Yes. On X.
Are you sure it's because of, like, or does he not
The fact
meet
that
a
he's
certain
liberal? Yeah.
criteria?
What is the other explanation? He gets more viewership than most people on X.
I guess I don't agree with that, if that's true. I guess I can look more into it.
Okay.
I don't know.
Alrighty.
That sounds a little questionable.
Okay. So if it sounds questionable, then I guess what is the reason why you support Trump then?
Well, I mean, the gas prices are lower, though. You gotta admit.
Okay. You say gas prices are lower. What has Trump done to lower the gas prices? I've already asked you this question. You had no response.
I did
Would you
say
like to
he has a
provide
good
something new?
You never talked about his relationship with OPEC, though, which is good.
Okay, but there's no extra deal done with OPEC recently. If anything, in the past, he has increased prices by decreasing supply with OPEC. He literally got OPEC to cut supply, which increased prices. Okay, so
That could be true.
his negotiations with OPEC have only increased prices, not decreased them. What do you think is better with OPEC?
I mean, I'm not really gonna give like a big statement on here because I don't really know that much about OPEC.
Okay, so I don't know why you brought it up then.
Well, you kind of proved me wrong. I said I was open. Changed my mind. I feel like you're quite high IQ, so I'm not really saying I'm gonna win.
Okay. Well, is there anything else you want to talk about or add, or tell us why you support
I
Trump?
guess
Or
one more thing is I'm kind of excited for the UFC White House that Trump's doing.
okay, is that like a reason to support him, or is that just something you're excited for?
Well, yeah,
Again?
because I'm a big UFC fan, so
So it's
I'm
a reason to
excited
vote for
that.
him? Are you serious?
Well, it's entertaining.
Okay,
For me.
we're asking for like policy or things that better the country. Do you care more about entertainment or things that better the country?
Well, entertainment can benefit the country.
You're gonna make me cry.
That's one of the reasons why the U.S. is the best country, or one
Okay.
of the best countries.
Yeah, one of the best countries. So not the best country, one of the best.
Yeah. What about it?
Okay. I was just
It
saying.
is one of the best.
So you don't think it is the best? Okay. Can you say
No,
anything
probably
Trump has
not.
made better?
I mean, ICE is not looking too good. Can probably agree.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. So you said ICE is not looking good. So then what has he done good?
you kind of proved me wrong on the gas prices. So, what is? Oh no, I know good. This isn't exact. This isn't. Well, I guess this is technically MAGA, but I like what they're doing with the food pyramid, and they're thinking of changing the school lunches, making those better. That's good.
So exactly what Michelle Obama was doing?
Well, did she actually do anything about it though? 'Cause the
Yeah.
school lunches now are
And people got
trash.
mad at her for it.
But what did she do? I guess I know she tried or made.
You were
had an
literally in
impact.
school when she did this. You don't remember?
Oh, is she the reason why they're so trash?
Oh my God. No. No. Just making them
then
more
what did she-
healthy.
How are they healthy?
More healthy. In terms of nutrients, in terms of calories.
Dude, do you know what the school lunches are? They're actually trash. They have like cheese chompers every other week.
Yeah, I don't
We
dispute
got
you.
pizza, the cookies.
Yeah, and if you want
the
to,
Salisbury steak trash.
if you want to make things better, well then I don't know why you support Trump. He's not going to make things better for healthiness, right? And
No,
also, do
'cause
you think
Trump-
cutting free school lunch and breakfast for children is going to be beneficial for them?
Nope.
Okay, well that's what he did. The big beautiful bill does
No,
that.
I'm saying the health, like what's on the lunch meals. like making it healthier. That's what
Yeah.
I was saying.
What has Trump done to make it healthier?
Yeah, he's changing the food. Not really. The FDA changed the food pyramid, which could have a big impact on what's served at school lunches.
Like, do you even know the distinctions?
Yeah. So the whole grains in the food pyramid were lowered. The amount of whole grains, vegetables were bumped up. I'm pretty sure. A
Whole-
bigger emphasis on protein.
Okay, so
Yeah.
literally not much.
Said
You said bigger
Yeah, but it's
emphasis
still
on
better.
vegetables?
yeah.
Okay.
And protein though too.
Okay. None of that is like evidence to vote for them. Especially when they're cutting
Oh,
access to this.
Kids are going to be healthier. How is that not something to
You're
vote on?
laughing. You literally know this is not good evidence or good reason to support Trump. Can you give me
Do you not care? Do you not care about kids being healthy?
Oh, I don't? Really? You guys are cutting 420
You just said you don't.
You are
care
cutting
about it.
420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month. It sounds
No,
like you're
I'm
the
not
one that doesn't care
debating.
about children's health.
No. Don't straw man. This is
I'm
what
not
I'm
straw
trying to
manning
say.
you. That's literally exactly what happened.
I'm talking about how healthy the lunches are, not like how much they're getting.
Yeah, whether or not they're getting them in the first place is relevant.
No, I know it is, but
Do you agree children are less healthy? Do you agree children are less healthy if we do not provide them food and instead they have to starve?
Can you say it again? Sorry.
Yeah, do you think kids are less healthy if they have to starve?
Yeah.
Okay, so then you probably shouldn't support Trump then, because his big beautiful bill cuts 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every month.
Yeah, but they're gonna be healthier though.
You said
school
they're gonna be
lunches.
healthier.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, you have no reason to believe that. Reducing access to food stamps literally makes them less healthy. So I think that's just incredibly dishonest of you to say that
Well, no,
when it's literally not true.
Well, food stamps can I feel like a lot of people use food stamps.
A lot of
RFK
people
wants-
use food stamps, okay? And that's not evidence that they don't need them. That's evidence that they do need them.
Yeah, but you need good food though, not trash.
And
Not
people are
some
able
boy
to
slop.
is food over better than no food?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so then obviously you want them to have food, right? So getting rid of their food access is not the best way to help them out, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then concede. You don't support Trump anymore.
Yeah, I guess I don't.
Oh, okay.
But I will say I think he's done some good things.
Like?
I feel like you got it.
Bro, now
I
you're just
feel
going to repeat the same thing. Like?
I said the gas prices and the food.
Oh
pyramid.
my God, bro. The food prices
No,
have gone up.
I-
Gas prices, right? Again, we've already gone over this. You couldn't even mention what he did to make gas prices better off. Would you like to address that again, or do you just want to keep repeating the same talking point and then don't address the reason why it's wrong?
Yeah, I'll probably do that because I don't really know what to say.
You're just not going to address what I'm saying is wrong, or what you're saying is wrong.
Well, I was just saying what I thought he did good.
Okay, but you couldn't really mention how so, or like what
You
is the
didn't- you
justification
didn't
for
really-
that?
You didn't really say anything about the food pyramid.
I literally did.
Kind of sound like you agreed.
No, I literally said that the food pyramid it doesn't actually benefit the set of conditions overall. It's kind of just a recommendation. Okay.
Yeah, that's good though. We need good recommendations from the government.
Okay, you're saying you need good recommendations from the government.
Yeah.
But again,
Yeah.
all right, I think the recommendations, one, were fine prior. And then two, I don't think that they were made so much greater by the Trump administration. And then three, I would like to also address the fact that overall, this is harming children to a greater extent, right? If we're taking into account the entire effect of the Trump administration.
Oh yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so if it's harming them, if we take into account the entire effect of the Trump administration, then why are you saying that it's a benefit? the Trump
No, I
administration.
was just saying individually the food pyramid was a benefit, but I guess overall with
So-
food for kids, it's bad.
Okay, so overall it's worse.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then you don't support Trump anymore, or you just don't care about that, and something else is a reason
No,
why you support
yeah,
Trump?
no, I don't really support him anymore, but I'm still excited for UFC White House though.
Okay, so like if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Kamala.
Oh, base.
But I feel
All
like
right,
she
I'm
kinda-
glad that we changed your mind. Let's go on to the next person. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let's get this next person up here. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
And if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Honestly, I actually joined this because I could vote last year. I didn't vote because I not too deep into politics. I just know if I would lean towards one side, I would pick probably Trump.
Okay, so you didn't vote,
why did
but if you could go back in time, you would vote for Trump, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I
why?
want to know why you voted. Just because, where I'm from, that's everyone just kind of votes for him. All my friends.
So just because your friends voted for him? So there's no policy reason, no genuine reason, just your friends voted for him?
I mean, kind of. I don't really I kind of joined this so I could hear your standpoint on why
Okay.
you voted for
Would you still vote for him
why
if
would
you
you
found
vote
out
for
that he was held civilly
Just 'cause,
liable of
I
sexual
don't
abuse?
know. Hello.
Hello? Would you still vote for him if you found out that he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse?
I mean, probably not.
Okay. Well, look up Trump
Why are
libel
these,
essay.
is there,
Go ahead.
what is it? Sorry.
Look up
Not
Trump
sorry.
libel essay, AP News. And you can see a unanimous decision of 9 people indicated that Donald Trump sexually abused Eugene Carroll.
But is it factual?
Yes.
And I'm not arguing that it is factual, it's something that can be proven as a fact.
Yeah.
Okay. 'cause,
That's why
if
a
I get into,
unanimous decision
the
of 9
politics-
people on a jury indicated this to be true.
Okay. So what was your reasoning on voting for Kamala?
Well, because Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. 2, because his policies are targeted towards helping rich and wealthy Americans rather than the middle class, whereas Kamala Harris's plans were targeted towards benefiting families, people with children, people who need to buy houses, and those in need. Donald Trump had no health care plan, no child care plan, no housing affordability plan. So it's really just based upon what's going to be beneficial for the average American.
Okay, my question is, and this is not me being sarcastic, but if the left is so much better and they want things to be more affordable and whatnot, why did the prices go up so badly when Biden was in office?
Yeah, because of global inflation. That was not because of the Biden-Harris administration. That happened all around the world because of supply chain effects relating to the pandemic.
Can you dumb that down? I really don't know that much about
Yeah.
politics. I'm
So
on here to,
there were
really learn.
supply chain issues during the pandemic because of the fact that whenever a business is shut down during the pandemic, because of the fact that we had to go on lockdowns to a greater extent, it took time for them to come back. Because some of
So
them
the
shut
same
down
thing
and
due
stopped
to
being in
the
business anymore. And then whenever demand increased because people started going back out again, right, the prices started increasing.
Okay, so it's more towards people would blame the pandemic instead of Biden, right?
Yeah, it's the pandemic's fault, right? It's not Biden's fault for inflation.
Okay. Well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, given that you do know that now and that it wasn't the Biden's fault, then why do you still think Trump is preferable?
I mean, I'm for things like guns and stuff like that, just because from my standpoint, I mean, let's be honest here, you'll never get guns out of America. There's too many now at this point to actually ever get them out. I mean, that's never gonna change no matter who's in office. But like, I prefer to have somebody that would like support that, because at the end of the day, I guess like there is people like Trump that like, I mean, I would use a gun to defend myself. If I like was old enough now to carry one, I would, just because of like the way the world is. And it's like, I think if it's used properly, that's something I feel like we should have.
You said if you're old enough. How old are you again?
I'm 19. In the state I live, you have to be
Oh, okay.
21 to carry one.
Okay. So, no one's getting rid of your Second Amendment. Can you name one policy
I
the
know.
Democrats support that would get rid of your Second Amendment?
Well, no, it's just like a lot of you guys are all, like I said, I don't know that much about like politics, but you guys make it seem like you want like guns taken away.
No,
Like I
not
said, too,
across
like,
the board. We want more common sense gun control regulation when it makes sense to save children's lives, but we're not advocating to completely get rid of your Second Amendment.
my thing is like, what about like you guys preach for that, but like a lot of the school shootings are done by people that are like of like the LGBTQ plus, or I don't know, like that.
Proportionally, it's less likely to happen comparative to people who are not a part of the community.
What do you mean?
Yeah, proportionally, the LGBTQ plus community is less likely to commit those particular actions than people who are not a part of the community.
But like the most recent like gun violence we've had is done by people.
Nope,
part
it's
of-
it's done mostly by white men who are straight and not trans.
So then why are we not like, why have I never really heard much about like that?
Why haven't you heard much about that?
Like-
Because it's a narrative
Like
about the
even whenever,
LGBTQ plus community. Like literally, people just decided to like start lying about trans people. Like there's no evidence at all to indicate that trans people,
and I'm
for
not
example,
just saying like, I'm not just trans people. Like I mean,
you were
I'm
saying the
not
LGBTQ plus community. This has mainly been said about trans people.
okay, but I'm like, I mean, the most recent one I heard about was like Charlie Kirk, and that was done by what?
Literally by a white dude. That's not trans.
But what about the text messages that were found?
Okay, and
So it was very obvious that he was part of the left side. I'm not. I mean, I shouldn't have said LGBTQ. I mean,
Okay.
that kind of.
well, I think what's a little bit dishonest here is for you to point to one thing where there's someone who is slightly liberal, right? And then you're going to blame that on liberals as a whole instead of looking at January 6th. What were people doing on January 6th? A bunch of straight white men doing that. Right? Are we gonna blame straight white men for that? No. People only do this when it comes specifically to individuals that are not straight white men, and it's really weird. Why do we do this? Like, why are we generalizing an entire group of people? Is really my question here.
I just said that I shouldn't have said that. I mean, I just told you I shouldn't have said the LGBTQ. Like,
Oh, okay.
You said I shouldn't have. Yeah. What I'm
All right.
saying is like the left side. Like I've heard that they're the ones that, like this may not be factual. I'm just saying what I've heard is they're mostly the people committing like the harsh crimes with the guns. So if you guys don't want them, then why are you guys the ones using them incorrectly?
So
That seems like hypocritical. That's also
wait,
too,
what
like,
are we
the
using
thing with,
incorrectly? Repeat that one more time.
like you all say you're against them, but then you use like guns incorrectly. Like you're using them for violence. Like
I
that's
don't
the-
advocate
I mean,
using them for violence. Like,
you may not, but like it's like thrown all over like social media, and I've been on like both sides, obviously.
okay,
like,
how am I held accountable for that?
Did I just say you were?
You kind of are, right? You're trying to say it's somehow hypocritical for me or something like that.
I said for the left side.
Yeah.
I'm not saying everyone.
Yeah, I'm on the left side. Are you held accountable for everything done by the right side?
No, I'm saying. You
Okay,
left
so then
side,
why am I
like,
held
you-
accountable for everything done by the left side?
I don't know why you're getting so mad. I'm saying.
I'm
you
not
were
mad.
part
I'm
of
just
that side.
asking you. What? When did I get
You seem
mad?
mad. You seem mad.
I seem mad. Okay.
Yeah, you were raising your voice, so you just seem really mad. But what I'm saying is like, I don't know. Sorry, you kind of threw me off there. I thought I was making you mad. I'm being genuine. Like I don't know that much about politics. I'm just telling you my standpoint and like what I've noticed.
Okay.
I'm also like a Christian, obviously, so I feel like, I like how they're telling me to grow up and read. I'm sitting here. I'm trying to learn, guys. Sorry.
Okay.
Huh?
Well, I guess
Give me
what else
like
do you want to say? What are the other reasons why you support
give me like
Trump?
a few months, and I'll get back on here and tell you why. I guess I wouldn't say I support. I mean, sure I support him, but like I wouldn't vote. That's why I didn't vote last year, is because I really don't support either side that much. But I
Okay.
thought coming on here you'd tell me a few things to maybe help me pick, but it didn't really happen.
Well, you said you wouldn't vote for Trump if he were held civilly liable of sexual abuse. I told you literally he was.
Yeah, but I also wouldn't vote for Kamala.
Okay, but it would get you to not support Trump, right then?
I mean, yeah, but I also wouldn't like technically support Kamala.
Yeah, and I mean, I would love to convince you of that, but if you wouldn't support Trump, I guess it's the point of the live here. So I would recommend keep watching. Like, I'll give you reasons why Democrats are preferable, but really you do nothing by not voting. I'm just gonna be totally honest with you.
I mean, my thing is, it's just like neither side's good enough for me to have like an actual like. I don't know.
Would you prefer people to have health care, child care, education, less children to be starving in school systems because they're cut off of free school lunch and breakfast?
Where I'm from, we all have free school lunch, so like.
So you don't care about kids in other states or something?
Did I say that?
Well, you said where we are, we have this, and I'm asking you, what about all of these children that are going to lose access to it? Okay, regardless of whether or not it's right next to you, you care about it, correct?
I mean, sure. I think, yeah, I guess I do.
Okay, so then why do you support Trump, given that you hear that he literally would undermine people's children's access to free school lunch and breakfast?
Did I not just say I like don't really support either side? I know.
Why wouldn't you vote against him? I apologize. Why wouldn't you vote against him if you know that if you do not vote against him, that children are going to lose access to free school lunch and breakfast?
Well, I think your vote, it does matter, and it plays like a big part, right? If I can't fully commit myself to Trump, and I also can't fully commit myself to Kamala, why would I even vote for either? Because my vote is important.
Okay.
And if I can't, like, you know what I'm saying? If I can't agree with either one fully with everything in me, like, I'm not.
You don't have to agree with them fully to support them. Like I think this is a misnomer that people are looking for in politics. The idea that you could agree with someone on literally everything is ridiculous, right? Everyone you're gonna have some slight disagreement on.
Well, no, because like, I don't agree with Trump because most of my friends, they are like gay, they are part of whatever, you know. So it's like he obviously is against that, so I'm not gonna.
So if he's worse for them, then why would you want to support the person?
Because there's something.
Or why would you not want to support either person? Why wouldn't you want to be for Kamala Harris if she's going to be preferable for your friends?
Because there's some things she doesn't do good.
Okay, so just disagreeing with her on some things is not reason to believe that she's not net better. She's still a net positive comparative to Trump, correct?
I mean, yeah, but if it's just like one thing that I actually like that she does, then okay. But like,
if she's a net positive, then you should vote.
No, because there's a lot of things that she does I don't agree with.
Okay.
And the same like with Trump.
Okay, could you name one of them before I go into the next person?
I mean, she makes it with Kamala.
Yeah, just name one of them before I go into the next person.
I don't really know that much about her. I just know that the left is typically like for things like that, like LGBTQ. So that's one thing I will agree with them on.
Okay, what's one thing you disagree with them on?
I just told you I don't know. Like, I'm not really on the left.
You're side. Like, I disagree with them, but then I don't know why I disagree with them. Is what you're saying?
Well, I mean, because I've never. That's the only thing I've seen them known for, really.
Is something you agree with. So you don't know a single thing that you disagree with them on.
I mean, I don't agree that a lot of them like want some immigration to come in. Like, that's one thing. Like, I'm not against immigration because there's things like the H-2A program that are good for America that we need to have. And I don't agree with Trump on that because he's like taking that away. But like, you know, like, I don't think all immigrants should be in America.
That's not what they're claiming either. They still want to criminalize undocumented entry. They just want to prioritize undocumented immigrants that have committed violent crimes, bad crimes, and whatnot, alongside the fact they want to make the legal process go quicker.
I also like I don't agree with like the violent way of like handling it. And I know like the right does it too sometimes, but like
What
it's been shown more that you
Harris
guys have
doesn't support
violent.
any violence. What violence does Harris support?
It may not be her, but like the way you guys make it seem is
Wait,
like
so then your issue is not Harris. Your issue is people that support Harris.
I guess that's why I couldn't fully support her as
Harris is
part of
because
it.
of not her, but other people.
I mean, I don't want to be part of a group that is like acts the way that some of you guys do.
Okay,
Like I see
so
more
it's
of
the
what
you
you
don't want to be a
guys.
part of a group that acts a certain way. So it's not an ideological belief or what's better for the country. It's that you just don't want to be in a certain group.
I mean, I feel like you guys kind of have destroyed. Like I'm from an area. Well, I used to live in an area where you guys completely destroyed it with like protests and like, it was had a bunch of like historical things, and you guys came in and just like completely like wiped it out and ruined a lot of like
You guys,
companies
bro.
and
Okay,
it,
so
it was you all. It was part of your all's group. I mean, just how
I mean,
like
do you
I
not
guess
remember what the January 6 rioters did to the Capitol?
I mean that's why I was getting there, but
So
also
you're
like
you know what?
we
You're
didn't
just like
completely
you're just like
destroy
because
a
in it
historical.
someone a part of this group, right, did something you disagree with, you can't support anyone in the group.
No, I can
Wait, so for
support some.
example, if you were gonna pick a team for class to be a part of, this team has all your friends on it, but has one person on it that you don't like. Or
Well,
another
then,
side just has a bunch of people you don't like. Which would you prefer
well,
to go
some of
to?
my.
Or would you just not play?
I mean, I would pick a side, but like
So
you
you'd
can't
pick the
really
side
say
with
it
your
like
friends,
that.
right?
Well, some of my friends are LGBTQ and they're Trump supporters, so it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Tell them to join my live.
no, I mean, they have careers that they can't join your live and publicly speak about that.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, like, I can't do like the violence and the destroying stuff that like I feel like a lot of you guys
We
do.
disagree with the violence. We don't agree with it.
Then why is it that like you guys? I see videos all the time.
Why
And
is it
it's
the
just
left
straight
commits
violence.
violence if there's people on the left that disagree with committing violence?
I mean, you're sitting here saying they don't do violence, but I saw physically.
I never
like,
said they
in
don't
front of
do. I never said there aren't people on the left that have done violence. I just said that you shouldn't blame everyone on the left for some people on the left that have committed violence. Also, most
not
people are
saying
not committing
everyone.
violence. Okay, it's a very small portion of people overall.
It was a big portion of people that destroyed the area I used to live in. So,
Okay, a small portion of overall liberals. Do you agree?
I mean, sure. I mean,
Okay,
there was
there we go.
riots.
So then this whole argument doesn't make any sense to hold us accountable and say that you don't want to be a liberal because there are some liberals that have done things you disagree with.
I mean,
Under your position, you essentially wouldn't hold any ideological position because there are some members of that position, ideologically speaking, that have done things you disagree with. Like this is just such an absurd position. You can't hold any worldview then.
I guess not.
Okay. All right. Was there anything else you want to say before I go on to the next person?
No, I guess thanks. I'll watch and see if I actually learned anything.
All right, for sure. Appreciate you coming up. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. AK Shay, thank you so much. I really appreciate the dollar. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me make sure to catch up on YouTube real quick. I'm fully caught up on Venmo and PayPal. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the pile as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Jolish, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. They said the Mormon fit is sick. Crazy. Thank you so much, though. I really appreciate it. MG Lola, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $17. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Apparently. W. Xavier, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. MG Lola again with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know it's really important for children to get access to that. Laughing Leslie, again, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Mildly Terrible, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Because of the fact that it's people who can vote here in the U.S. Alongside Kayla, thank you for the $5. Sue, thank you for the $2. Again, thank you. Moody, thank you for the $2. And then Jolshi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. That's so crazy. Everyone's saying I look like I'm about to knock on their door and tell them to support the Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Do you support Trump?
Hello, can you hear me? I
Hello?
do, yes.
Okay, are you driving?
Yes, I can, hold on.
Just make sure to come on later. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, dude. Make sure to come on later whenever you're not driving. It is TikTok TOS. I apologize. I do really apologize. By the way, everyone, if you want to see the whole fit to be able to guess what costume it is, make sure to go to my Snapchat. Parker, get a job on Snapchat. You can take a guess there on the message replies. Chris, by the way, thank you for the $3.50 for loving the tie, Parker. Thank you very much. Trav, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's go on the next individual here real quick. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We have an hour and 40 minutes minimum left on the live stream, everyone. Hour and 40 minutes minimum left on the live stream. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
27.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And what's your birth year?
1999.
And what state do you live in?
California.
Okay. What time is it?
It is 20 to 12.
Okay. And can you name 3 cities in California?
No.
No. Can you name the capital of California?
No, I'm in next to Santa Anita Racecourse.
Can you name 2 states that border California?
No, I've just recently moved here, mate.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't believe you. I do apologize if you actually do live here. But the fact that you couldn't mention the capital, 3 cities, or any states that border California is definitely a reason to believe that you probably don't live here. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
I'm kind of in the middle.
Okay, like if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would probably honestly say Trump.
Okay. Alrighty. I have a few people to thank, and then we can move on to the conversation. Paisley, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $7. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Scott, thank you for the $4. Thank you so much. Victoria, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Valkyrie, thank you for the $10. Thank you. And Erica, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's amazing. I'm so glad that you got involved. Thank you, Erica. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Erica in the comment section. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I just think that the first time when he was president, I just think he did more than what Kamala and Joe Biden did.
Kamala? Why so?
I just think as soon as Joe Biden got elected, like the gas prices went up, stuff like that.
Okay, so you said as soon as Donald Trump got elected, the gas prices went down. Okay. One, that's not true. It took months. Like, it just this last month was lower. The prior month, it wasn't. It was the same price.
Bro, where I live, the gas prices went down when Trump was in office, bro. I promise you. Like,
Okay.
I don't know where you live.
I
don't know where
agree
you
now
live,
gas
but-
prices have gone down, but they only recently just went down. So it hasn't been the whole administration, first of all. Secondly,
when Joe, can I talk real quick? When
Go
Joe
ahead.
Biden was president, where I live, I don't know where you live. I'm from Ohio, but the gas prices shot straight up when Joe Biden was president.
yes, I understand. But that was related to the Russia-Ukraine situation and related to global inflation. Has nothing to do with what the Biden administration did.
I mean, you just said that the gas prices went down and Trump's in office right now. So how does that make sense?
Okay, what did Trump do to cause the gas prices to go down?
I don't, dude, I'm 19 years old. I don't have a clue, but like when as soon as he got president, it went down. That's not a coincidence.
It is, because of the fact that, one,
How's that a
actually,
coincidence?
sorry, let me clarify. It didn't go down right away. This is so annoying. I've repeated this already. It took about almost a year to go down, okay, in terms of the prices overall. In November, for example, the year prior, it was 301. In November, it was 301, okay? So it's gone down 12 cents in the past year in December. But prior to that, it was the same price, and in some months actually was higher than what it was a year prior. Okay, that's one thing to take into account. Secondly, we can also look at the fact that we can't point to anything Biden or Trump did to cause the prices to go up or cause the prices to go down. And then alongside the fact that if you want to use this reasoning, then you blame Trump for the 14.8% unemployment that happened under his first administration, correct?
Yep.
You do?
No, I thought you were like still talking. I was like letting you talk.
So you don't blame Biden or Trump for the 14.8% unemployment, correct?
I mean, I don't know like what we're talking about now.
Okay, so I'm essentially just trying to say that just because it happens under administration does not mean it's caused by said administration. So there was 14.8% unemployment under Trump's first administration. Does that mean that Trump caused that inflation just because it happened under his, or not inflation, unemployment, just because it happened under his administration?
I mean, I guess not. You're just going to use that to say Joe Biden's not the cause of the gas prices, I guess, but...
Okay, so I obviously am using it to say that Trump is not the cause of the gas prices unless you can give an indication of that.
I already told you like where I lived when he was president the first time. The gas prices were like cheap as it gets. As soon as Joe Biden got elected, it shot straight up like $2 more.
I get it. Is there anything else you have to say other than just gas prices have gone down? Because genuinely, like, dude, do you have the ability to use your brain and think? Like, I'm serious. Do you have the ability to think?
I mean, you want to talk about another topic? Is that what you're saying? Because Joe Biden led a bunch of...
We can talk about a different topic. I'm just asking, do you have the ability to think? Because you aren't indicating anything that Trump did to cause the gas prices to go down. Would you like to try or no?
I mean, I thought you already agreed that. I thought we already like agreed to that.
Agreed to what?
Like you agreed that as soon as Joe Biden got elected, that the gas prices went up. Did you not?
I do agree that under Biden's administration, that gas prices did go up after Biden became president. What was the explanation for that?
Wait, so how does that have nothing to do with Joe Biden? That was, what did you say it was? Because of one of the wars?
Because of Russia-Ukraine situation, which led to us getting less Russian oil. Trump signed a deal with OPEC to cut oil production, alongside the fact that we also saw supply chain issues relating to the pandemic. Trump's son-in-law also sold our largest refinery to Saudi Arabia. Do you have a response, or are you just going to sit here in silence?
Nah, man, I mean, I don't got nothing else to say. I already made you agree, so that's all I needed to do.
You made me agree that prices went up under Biden, of course. That doesn't mean that it was caused by Biden. That just means that the prices went up under Biden. Wow, dude, I genuinely think that guy was so stupid. One of the dumbest people I've ever talked to, genuinely. Genuinely. That is so unbelievable. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me?
Yeah.
43.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And what state do you live in?
I live in Canada.
Okay. So here's my question.
And I see the dumb look on your face, and you're like, oh, what? But Trump is fucking Canada. And no, Trump is making his country great. I wish my prime minister would do exactly what he's doing by getting rid of the illegal, criminal people that are out destroying your country, robbing from your country, making your country more and more looking like a third world country. And then you have your white liberal women out there screaming for their lives. You guys are ridiculous. You're ridiculous for even having this podcast and being on TikTok and trying to bring down your people. Why don't you raise your flag and be proud that you live in a country that's actually free for anybody that does it the right way?
Okay. One, Trump literally, his administration wanted to remove people's green cards and legal residency in this country just because they spoke about Palestine,
Okay, so
which violates the first...
crime,
Can I please finish?
If you commit a crime and you...
Okay, I understand your name is Angry Canadian, but just give us a second. Sir, calm down. I'm trying to ask you a very simple question. If you'd like to respond to said question, that would be mighty fantastic. Did you hear my question, sir? You want to unmute your mic and tell me if you heard my question, sir?
I never asked you a question. I'm calling you an idiot because everything that
I
you do
understand.
online, every time I see you online, you're bringing down your country. You're
How?
bringing down the people that are fighting for your country. Except for those white liberal
How?
women that are screaming in the streets, shaving their heads bald, and leaving
Hey.
their kids
Hey,
behind.
dude. Hey, dude. Can you tell me how am I making the country worse?
By doing exactly what you're doing, by criticizing the people that are out fighting for your country.
You mean using
Yesterday,
my
I saw
First
you
Amendment right?
criticizing
And by the
ICE. I
way,
saw you
criticizing people fighting for the country? I'm criticizing Trump for his methods
no,
of
well, you were
being president.
criticizing ICE. You were
Yeah.
criticizing ICE
Yes, I
for
am.
doing their job. I'm over here in a country where we have millions of undocumented people committing crimes. We see it all the time in our news. We see it all, and matter of fact, we don't see it all the time now. Because our CBC is starting to cut feeds where it shows that illegal immigrants are doing what they're doing. Now we have our prime minister going down to communist China to make a deal because my prime minister wouldn't stop the fentanyl going over into
Oh,
your
you
country.
can't say that. I have to kick you anyway, so. L to you. L to you. He doesn't even get to finish. Hey, well, I just want to let you know, you literally just advocated for a guy who wants to annex your country, by the way, just letting you know. Secondly, he's literally destroyed the relations with your country because of the fact that he's advocating to annex your country. You also said you want to promote freedom. Did you know that Canada has more freedom than the United States, according to the Human Freedom Index? Okay, you're literally advocating to reduce your freedom, dude. And you just don't know it. Sophia, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for Here's Money dealing with the angry Canadian. Samantha, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. You might be right. Ashley, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Alexis, thank you so much for the $2. Happy Saturday. Sophia, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course. Of course. Valkyrie, thank you for the $10. You may be right. AK Shay, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I definitely will. I definitely will. Chris, thank you for the $3.50. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you, by the way?
I'm 27. How's it going, Parker?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would probably go for Trump, yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. Taylor, thank you for the $2, by the way. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely crazy. Thank you so much. Sophie as well, thank you for the $2. Thank you. You may be right. You may be right. As well as I have some people to thank on YouTube real quick, and then we can go on to the conversation. Libby, by the way, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I should be handing those out today, honestly. Endo, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lizzie, thank you for the €6. Thank you. Emmy, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Hi from Finland. Thank you. Six, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm not really looking forward to doing I typically just do people on the right. Eat Eyes, thank you so much. Really appreciate the 10. Natty, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Sue, thank you for the $2 as well. Paisley, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you. And then Tyler, thank you for the $25. Is it happy Saturday? Go Niners. I'm rooting for my Broncos today. They start at 1:30. I'm excited to see that.
Nice.
Alrighty.
I'm also a Broncos fan. From Clayton.
You do support Donald Trump? Why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah. I just support Trump because he's our president. So I'm not very good with politics, but one of the reasons why I just came up here is just my point of view is whoever the president is, I know there's a lot of things we could disagree with, a lot of things that they do, and there's a lot of things that, we could agree with and disagree. But regardless, I think we should always support our president, whether it be a Democrat or a Republican. That's just my point of view. Like, why do you not support Trump? Besides, like, stuff that he's done, is there something that
Let me clarify. You would vote for him, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what we're talking about is voting, not just the quote-unquote support you have for every president. I'm saying you would vote for him, so why would you vote for him?
I just think personally that the Republican Party, their morals are a little bit more towards the Christianity than the Democratic Party is. However, even if Kamala would have won, I still would have supported her as my president, or Biden. I did support Biden when he was president. But that would be, and again, I didn't vote. If I can go back in time, I did not vote. But now that if I was given the choice, I have to vote, it would be the Republican Party. Just for the simple fact
you don't
that
have to vote, but you can vote for either Trump or Kamala. Would you still vote for Trump?
If I didn't have to vote, I probably just wouldn't vote.
Okay. Alrighty, well, I'm going to go on to the next person because you seriously wouldn't vote in that context, but I do appreciate you coming up. Hopefully I can convince you over time in terms of these views. I definitely don't think that Christianity aligns more with Trump, and you can hear my arguments for that coming up with future people. But since you wouldn't actually vote for Donald Trump, and it's just like because you said you would be forced to, I am going to go on to the next person here real quick. And, if I can't find someone, make sure to send a guest request back, and I might continue with you, but... Otherwise, if I can find someone else, I will debate them. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 43.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Still Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Broadly speaking, I think he, on geopolitics, has been significantly better than either Obama or Biden or Kamala would have been. There's several moves he's made, overseas that I got to hand it to him that have been chaotic, but they've gotten results, and they're results that I like, particularly in the Middle East, particularly with regards to China. I'm not crazy about going and kidnapping a fake president from Venezuela. I'm calling him fake because he lost 2 elections in a row. International community pretty much verified it.
Mm-hmm.
So. But we still did it. I'm not crazy about it, but I understand why.
Okay, a few things I have here. I don't think that what Trump's done better from a foreign policy standpoint is better. I think that we should be focusing more of our money here at home rather than focusing it on military bases all around the world. I also don't think that he's doing better in terms of conditions with our allies. I mean, he's threatening war with NATO right now by saying that he wants to invade Greenland and take over Greenland. Quite literally... They have sent troops there, so it would start a war. And he also asked his military to draw up plans to invade, which I obviously think is absurd and ridiculous. And I think that in of itself is reason to believe that he's such a threat to foreign policy around the world that you clearly shouldn't support him. But I guess I wonder why you do.
Well, for one thing, the whole reason that Russia was able to invade Ukraine in the first place is because, aside from Poland, arguably, nobody was really taking their defense seriously. Pretty much everybody, I mean, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but entirely too many countries were not spending 2% of their GDP on defense. And I love Ukraine, and I every day I wish them success. But the bottom line is that Ukraine is just they're not a strategic ally for us, and this is really Europe's problem. And because of what Trump has threatened to do, all of a sudden everybody's spending the money they ought to have been spending all along on their defense, and they're taking, a firmer hand with Russia in dealing with Ukraine, which is frankly what needed to happen. That's what needs to happen. So, I'm not crazy about not giving direct aid to Ukraine, but I mean, again, this really, if Ukraine is going to win, this has got to be Europe's problem. They need to take care of this. They really do.
So I do think that this is a NATO thing. I think that Ukraine should have been a part of NATO in the first place. I think that the Budapest Memorandum is the reason why this happened in the first place. So I think that they should have been in NATO, and this would have prevented that from happening. And then I do think that they've been actually doing 2% under Biden since Ukraine. Yeah, since the invasion of Ukraine.
Well, Ukraine kind of kick-started this. You're absolutely right about the Budapest Memorandum. It was a total strategic, blunder on everybody's part because you didn't put Ukraine in NATO, but then you said that you would eventually. So
it doesn't say they would eventually put them in NATO. It just says that we would protect them on the condition.
I forget the exact.
But I mean, if they joined NATO, there would be no risk of an invasion.
I know, and it was a strategic blunder. Yes, I agree.
But then also not NATO existing is also a threat to Europe to a greater extent. So if you just keep NATO in place, you're fine. But Trump is trying to threaten NATO. And this whole 5% GDP thing is crazy. All right. We do not need 5% of our GDP on the military. It's crazy. $1.5 trillion is way too much.
I mean, it depends, reasonable people can come to different conclusions. I'll just say that. I mean, Poland was spending 5%, well before all the recent, stuff in, recent years. I mean, just ask the Polish what they, how far they can trust the Russians, which is nowhere, absolutely nowhere. So, but I mean, with Venezuela, the reason I broadly do support, I mean, I'm not crazy about the Maduro kidnapping, but I do support it for the simple reason that, I mean, the average inflation in Venezuela going back 50 years is like 3,500%. I mean, now it's usually in the triple digits, but then it had a couple of hyperinflation marks. But the point is that that country was an utter disaster, and if the United States doesn't step in, somebody else is going to step in and sink their claws and steal their oil. Countries like China or Russia or some other geopolitical foe. Something had to be done. Like Venezuela has all this oil. It's got the largest single reserve on the planet. Something has to give. Otherwise, a geopolitical enemy comes in and takes it, and that's what Trump has done. So again, the method is crude, but the results are there. So I have to agree with it.
They didn't do regime change. They kept the same regime in office.
Yeah, it is. If I'm Trump, I don't understand why he's not just simply calling for an election and basically making any candidates basically beg to be, the U.S.'s best buddy. That's what I would do. I really don't understand why he's not doing that, to be honest.
Okay.
I mean, again, Maduro lost 2 elections in a row. He was not a legitimate leader. So have an election.
I think Trump tried to do the same thing as Maduro.
Do what?
He just failed. Trump tried to do the same thing as Maduro. He just failed. Okay, Trump tried to send false slates of electors to Electoral College, got Trump votes when he didn't win, to try to steal the 2020 election when he lost, and he failed. He tried to get Mike Pence to certify false slates of electors rather than the real electors, and Mike Pence said he would always put the Constitution over Donald Trump.
Yeah. And that would be another instance where I don't agree with everything Trump does. But broadly speaking, what he's about and the results that he's getting, I kind of agree with it. So it's for me, my support of Trump is less about Trump himself and me just running away from a lot of things the left stands for. Just being brutally honest.
Oh my God, I didn't hear this before, but you sound kind of similar to JD Vance.
I mean, yeah, that's fine. I don't know if was that supposed to be some kind of.
It wasn't supposed to be like a diss or anything. I just heard it, and I didn't notice it prior, but now I notice it, and I'm like, holy shit, I can't unhear it.
Well, I mean, I do get. I mean, like JD's got stuff on the record that was clearly anti-Trump. There's no getting around that. But and in many ways, I think that actually does fit, with where I am. It's just
whale diving. Thank you.
Certain things that the left stands for, I just can't do. I can't go with it. I'm sorry.
Like what?
Okay, so number one, I'm sorry. If you're born male, you can't be a female. I'm sorry. That's just the way it is. And the left is just like determined to leave the door open to this. I mean, they try to play this will we, won't we? And I'm sorry. I mean, how many more times does our women's national soccer team need to lose to a group of under 15 boys before we realize that there is a significant difference between men and women?
Can you name one trans person that's dominating women's sports?
That's it. The point is it a physical advantage or not to be male or female? That's
now,
question.
after multiple years of HRT, I don't think that same sort of biological advantage is unfair, right? At that certain point, after multiple years of HRT. Secondly, we're not claiming that people can go from being biologically male, to being biologically female. No one's claiming that, right? The claim is that trans women are women and trans men are men. And the way that we use men and women, the concepts, those are socially determined, right? These are not biologically constructed. Okay, so
that's what you're claiming, and I reject that claim.
What do you mean?
I reject the claim that trans women are women and trans men are men. They're not.
Okay, you can claim that. You just don't use that definition. But in the way that we're using the term, it makes sense.
Yeah, well, I understand that. Look, I completely understand. People can have their own definitions. People can choose to be contrary, and that's fine. I don't go along with that. And as long as the left stands for that, I just can't stand. I'm not going to support that.
What, you mean you just disagree with a claim? This isn't even relevant to policy.
But that's the
that makes no sense to base your entire position off something that is irrelevant to policy.
Yeah, how is it? Can trans women play in women's sports? That's a policy decision that the government has to make.
But the federal government doesn't make that determination. That's a local and state determination.
Okay, well then local and state governments make that position.
Yeah, so then we're talking about federal government right now.
It all
you can't stand with Democrats from a federal standpoint that, one, didn't even establish a position on sports, and two, don't have an effect on it.
Are you denying that Joe Biden tried to rewrite Title IX so that it fit with the definition of gender that you just described?
How did that affect things? And I don't.
Said it very specifically that it was expanding Title IX to include trans women. That's what he did.
Yeah, but like, how did that affect things?
It affects it affects how Title IX is run in our country. And
I understand that Title IX has changed, but how does that affect things in a manner in which you disagree with?
Because trans women are not women and they do not belong in women's sports. And I cannot support a president.
I
who
don't even
changed
think
Title
that allows them in women's sports.
I mean that I don't agree with it changing Title IX. That's all I'm saying, dude.
Okay, but like, what did that meaningfully change? Because if it's not sports, then what is it?
I mean, that was the Title IX is a sports clause. That's what it's for.
Okay, so you're saying that it allowed for trans people to play in sports, whereas prior they weren't allowed?
I mean, why else are we changing this?
Well, I would have to see. I don't know the certain context of what was changed fully.
I mean, I will freely admit that I'm assuming that made some kind of meaningful, policy change within women's sports. Okay, I'm not going to claim that
I don't know why you'd assume was okay, but I don't know why it would have some broader standpoint, but I think that's a state and local thing. And even so, right, there are not enough trans people playing. None that you could even mention are dominating to even care about it. None of these things impact you. None of these things have any relevance in your life. And the fact that you care more about these things than access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, you happen to disagree with us on a descriptive claim using a certain definition. Like, seriously, where are your priorities at? Are your priorities with, like, what's going to benefit the average American? Or the fact that you have, like, one slight disagreement with someone, and therefore you have one slight disagreement with someone, that means you have to, like, literally destroy everything?
I'm sorry, but if the left is going to gaslight me into thinking that women can be men and men can be women, that really
We're not gaslighting you. Wait, that's dishonest. We're not claiming that. We're not claiming that trans women are biologically female. That's not what we're saying. When you're using the term men and women there, you're equivocating. Why do people do this all the time? We're not saying men can be women. No one's making that statement. Not a single person has ever fucking said that. Genuinely, who said this?
Okay, but I disagree with what you said specifically. Trans women are not.
You can disagree with me. Now that's such a meaningless disagreement when we're talking about the overall of politics as a whole. Okay, you slightly disagree with me on a topic, therefore you're not willing to agree with me on any other topic. Like what? You're not willing to side with me on any other political topic at all?
You asked me for another topic. This was another topic.
No, I asked for why do you support Donald Trump over Kamala Harris? And you're saying that it's somehow related to trans people, which Kamala Harris never even talked about.
Yeah. It doesn't
like
matter.
This is a critique I have of Kamala Harris, that she never defended trans people.
But that was still nevertheless, I mean, again, you make that Title IX change, I'm sorry, that means that you stand for this. And
I do stand for trans people, absolutely.
Okay.
And for some reason, people are so fucking obsessed with hating on trans people for no reason. Trans people make up less than 1% of the population.
Whoa. Where did I say that I hate trans people?
I'm saying people are hating on trans people.
Okay,
I never even necessarily claimed that you are. But I do think that a lot of the root of why people specifically care about sports does have to do with their hate for trans people.
I don't
not necessarily claiming that about you, but about people in general.
It's not the same as disagreement. That's my only point. Hate is not the same as disagreement.
Then why is this disagreement so relevant to you that you're willing to overlook all of the horrible, terrible, atrocious things that Donald Trump's done himself?
I don't.
You do. You still will vote for him.
I just told you I'm running away from the left more than I'm running towards Trump.
Okay, so would you vote for Trump, though?
Yes.
So you run away from the left because of the fact that we think trans women are women, but you don't run away from Trump even though he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, even though he literally bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He sexualized his daughter on countless occasions, saying his daughter's voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive, saying he had sex in common with his daughter, saying he had a Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass, and saying he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. So quite literally, we can point to countless things Donald Trump has done that are absolutely disgusting, abhorrent, and things that you should actually not support him over. But you literally say that you can't be associated with my side simply because I think that trans women are women and trans men are men.
There's more than that. Do you want to list some other things? I'll
go ahead.
List some other issues. Okay, so again, I fully support Trump's dismantling of DEI programs and dismantling of funding of DEI programs. I believe they've gone too far. I believe that it's just turned into basically one giant anti-white male complex, and that's not productive. It's not good. Not good for the country at all.
Okay, name one DEI program that he got rid of that you think is good to get rid of.
I do not think it is a good thing for administrations to have racial quotas in their hiring practices.
He didn't get rid of that. That didn't exist.
So DEI programs were not promoting the hiring of people.
There were
based
not
on their
racial
race.
quotas in DEI programs, okay, that were
Are you
supported by the
seriously
federal
making that
government. Name one single DEI program that Trump got rid of in terms of racial quotas.
That you're saying the DEI programs that were at universities did not have any racial quotas.
Okay, so now you're saying at university. So by the way, this was the Supreme
Yes, I
Court that
said he
did
was
this. This has
removing
nothing to do with
funding.
Trump.
He was removing funding from many universities who were actively promoting DEI.
No, it's not because of their DEI. It's because of the pro-Palestinian speech.
Yes, and I
So
fully
you're
support Donald Trump's
anti-free
stance on
speech.
Israel, too. No, I'm not anti. When did I say that?
Because he quite literally was trying to get rid of their ability to engage in free speech on campus.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was. He was
No,
going after these universities for their being okay with pro-Palestinian speech.
Yes, if you say
Yes.
if you are a professor hating on Jewish students and hating on people.
This
who
is not
support
hating
the
on Jewish
state.
students. You mean disliking
that
what
is
the
a
state of Israel has done? Oh my God.
That you and I both know that many professors have gone way beyond just simply disliking what the
Name the professor and name what they said.
dude. Why do I?
No, I'm
have to
serious.
name
If
names?
you're going to say they should be kicked out of their jobs, if you're saying that they should be restricted from going here in terms of their school, you have to have a justification for why that's happening. If you don't have a single person you could say that this is applicable to, then I would just be like, this is just a talking point. What's your argument here?
It's not, dude. I've watched it, man. I can't,
Name a single
look,
professor and name what they said.
I don't know what you think this is proving. It's not proving anything.
Okay, so you can't name a single professor that said anything about Palestine that you would consider condemnable. Secondly,
Sure. Okay.
and reason to literally get rid of them from being a professor or literally limit them from being going to a certain university. Secondly, you didn't mention a single DEI program. You mentioned something that was not even relevant to DEI.
Who was the professor at Harvard who was sacked after refusing to name very obviously anti-Semitic language, anti-Semitic?
You tell me.
For Pete's sake, I forget the lady's name. I really do. It's been a little too long. I'll own it. I forgot the lady's name. All right, I just straight up forgot.
I've
Black
looked it up.
lady,
I don't see it.
The Harvard president who was called before Elisa Stefanik and refused to call globalize the Intifada, refused to call that anti-Semitic when it clearly is.
Okay. Okay. What?
When you say globalize the Intifada, that is clearly anti-Semitic, and there are entirely too many professors out there, particularly in academia, that will not condemn it as anti-Semitic.
Okay. Now, wait. To clarify, not claiming something is anti-Semitic, is that reason to be kicked out? Isn't that still free speech?
No. Okay. Now it's time to put you to the test. What does globalize the Intifada mean?
Well, I think that people are going to have different types of definitions for that, but I'm asking you very specifically. Wait, hold up. Is that evidence, is that reason to believe that because people are saying this, that they should be kicked out of a university?
Yes. If you can't
Okay, hold up. So, let me clarify. You think that people should be kicked out of universities for anti-Semitism? Do you think they should be kicked out of universities for misogyny and racism?
You literally can't kill all the Jews. You can't call that anti-Semitic. Are you serious?
Wait, I don't think that every single person that was claiming kill all the Jews.
That is what globalize the Intifada means. It means
no. You could say it's microaggressive because of the fact that it's for many people. They're not intentionally saying that when they say this, but the common phrase is associated with that. So you could say it's microaggressive, but you could not say that people are intentionally calling for the extermination of all Jewish people.
That is exactly what that phrase means.
That's not what many people are trying or intending to say in that circumstance. So you could say it's microaggressive because the fact that there are associations with this particular term in terms of this, but it's not intentional, right, for people to be claiming this, right, about ending or exterminating Jewish people. That's not their intention when they claim that.
I can absolutely understand how a garden variety person or a college student would not know what that means, but for a university president to not understand that globalize the Intifada means kill all the Jews is just insanely negligent.
Wait, so by the way, to clarify, the Trump administration is trying to kick out pro-Palestinian activists who are students. Okay, what professor are you referencing, or the president? You're referencing the president?
Yeah, well, she was also a tenured professor at Harvard, so she meets your criteria.
What was her name?
I told you I forgot the poor lady's name. I am sorry.
So,
about
sorry,
that.
what were you saying was applicable to them then?
They were a tenure. They in addition to being the president of Harvard, she was also a tenure professor at the same time. So she is a tenure professor and would meet the criteria if I could just remember the lady's name.
Okay, let's look this up. Claudine Claudine Gay, is that who it is?
I think that is correct. Yes, I think I need to. I mean, again, I'm just on a phone, so I can't jump out of the app and check it. But her testimony before Representative Stefanik, who I'm no fan of, was just absolutely insane. It was I could not believe what I was hearing. That she was refusing to call obviously anti-Semitic language anti-Semitic. It was frankly disgusting.
Okay. Now, I would have to see if they were claiming that it wasn't anti-Semitism or something like that. This is so frustrating that anti-Semitism is viewed this way, but you don't do the same thing with misogyny and racism. Like, genuinely. Like, if someone were... Wait,
no, how do you know that?
To clarify,
how do you know that?
Do you think that people should be kicked out of universities for engaging in misogyny and racism?
Yes, broadly speaking.
Yes? You think broadly speaking they should?
Yeah, if you are showing...
Then there's going to be a hell of a lot of people that are going to be kicked out of these schools for engaging in misogyny and racism.
Okay, who?
I guarantee you don't actually apply that.
I think that in 2026, if you're trying to tell me there are tons of racists and misogynists in universities,
yes,
that's comically inaccurate.
Well, I'm confused. You're the one that was claiming it about anti-Semitism, but apparently you can't apply that to any other prejudice.
Well, then turn your standard around. Name me a professor who said something misogynistic, and I'll tell them that he or her need to lose their job. Go for it. I will call out misogyny and racism anywhere I find it.
I don't know off the top of my head like a professor that I'm going to say is applicable to this. I'm just saying that it is applicable to many. By the way, I wasn't asking you for a person who was claiming anti-Semitism. I was asking you for a person that specifically was involved in these particular actions that then was being attacked by the Trump administration, right? That's what I was asking you for.
Yeah.
And by the way, they're not asking for a person in the position of presidency. Everyone, they're asking for like someone in a university.
A president isn't part of a university. Again, she's a tenure professor. Okay. Hey, look, you're absolutely right that racism.
These aren't reasons to kick people out of university. But can I clarify the broader thing? This didn't even reference DEI. What was your relevance with name the DEI program?
I don't know specific DEI programs, and I'm not going to posture and pretend like I do.
Okay, if you don't know a certain DEI program, how can you claim that Trump ending DEI programs was a good thing? You don't even know what DEI program you're referencing.
Dude, is it okay to hire someone based on their race or their gender or their sexuality?
That is not what DEI is. DEI is about interviewing people. It's about extending the interview pool. That's what DEI is mainly about.
I have no problem with extending the interview pool, but at the same time, just because you have two people with similar resumes and we don't have enough black people, that's not a reason to then say let's hire the black people.
No, it's not. It's not a hiring practice. It's not a hiring practice. It's an interview practice.
It is, dude. Are you honestly going to sit there and tell me the DEI programs do not promote that exact situation? Are you really?
You tell me a single fucking DEI program. Go ahead and look it up. Tell me a single fucking DEI program. I'm serious. This is just a talking point by Republicans.
Based on fact, dude.
What fact? You couldn't even mention a single one.
So?
Affirmative action, by the way, has been shot down by the Supreme Court.
Yes, it has, and for good reason.
Okay, so when people are referencing they support DEIA, we are not saying we want racial quotas for hiring. That's not what we're saying.
Yeah. Let me back up for a second. The reason I don't support affirmative action is because it does not go far enough. So affirmative action is a band-aid solution. If a university does not have enough black students with high enough test scores, we need to, as a society, do the hard work. Are we failing our black students? Are black American students not getting a fair shot? And if they're not, we got to go into those schools. We got to fund them properly. We need to give them proper instructors. We got to give them proper resources. That's the hard way and the right way to deal with the problem.
I mean, I don't dispute you there.
Yeah.
And then also the DEI I'm referencing in terms of expanding interview pools. I think those are the two ways that you can address this.
Yes,
What you just said is literally DEI. I just want to let you know.
Is affirmative action. The problem with it is it's like we're going to miseducate Black American students, and then once they're already behind and getting worse test scores, then we're just going to artificially put them into a university that they otherwise wouldn't qualify
So
for.
I actually don't even disagree with you here, right? Like,
know.
I don't disagree with you that we need to address things from the first place, and the fact that there is a lack of education given to people specifically who are Black in this country because of historical disadvantages. So all you're acknowledging is that because of historical disadvantages, we need to do certain things in order to be able to create more equity, which is literally DEIA.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is again, the prescription that the left is providing is my problem. I think that what the policy prescriptions to deal with the problem, I don't agree with, and that's why
you didn't disagree with my policy prescriptions.
Which one?
The interview pools and then the increasing access to education from the very beginning.
Yeah, well, interview pools, obviously, the issue sometimes is that we just simply, it's like when we see the pool of candidates and we see that the best candidates are consistently too high a percentage of certain races or certain ethnic backgrounds, we have to do the hard work and say, hey, are other people, other races, other ethnic backgrounds, other religions, are people being held back? We have to do that hard work. It's not enough to just simply scream racism and then start, artificially putting people into places that they don't have the credentials for.
Wait, no one's advocating for that. We're not advocating for putting people into areas they don't have credentials for.
Ivy League schools weren't admitting Black students with an SAT score 400
You're
points below
referencing,
their
dude,
peers.
you keep referencing affirmative action. No one here is advocating for affirmative action. That's been shot down by the Supreme Court.
You say that? Are you saying that people on the left are not screaming about that and trying to bring?
And by the way, that wasn't even federal policy, by the way.
I know but it is. The only reason this changes because all of a sudden, the government goes, "Hey, we're going to pull your funding if you don't stop discriminating against people." And just
no, what you're talking about in terms of the pulling funding is fucking literally the anti-Semitism claims, dude. You're conflating two separate things.
I'm just saying that I can't support the left if they're going to just say affirmative action. It's not.
Dude, none of us are saying that. We're not saying that. Where are you getting this from?
Then I'm very glad we agree on that issue. Then. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Well, in terms of DIA, you can't even reference anything Trump's gone after to get rid of. There's literally been nothing. Now, if you want to reference like broader topics, I have a question. Okay. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Oh yeah, obviously. I mean,
such as?
If he just starts shooting people, sure.
So if he started murdering people, like maybe off the coast of Venezuela,
if he pulled out a gun and just started shooting people left and right, I'm like, I'd stop supporting him pretty dang quick.
So off the coast of Venezuela, Donald Trump has been murdering people with no evidence given to Congress that they had DRUGS in the first place. Okay, there's even been a situation where there was a shipwrecked boat. And the law literally states that you're supposed to detain them in that circumstance, and they decided to literally do a second strike and murder them.
Yeah, I have read those stories. I'm not going to pretend to know enough. Based on the stories, based on the picture you're painting, yeah, I would not support that, and I definitely think he should be held accountable for that. But again, I don't claim to know that situation well enough to really comment on it.
Okay, so to clarify, given that you do hear this, would you say that you wouldn't vote for Trump anymore?
Not based on that one thing.
Okay, so then what is something Trump could do?
I would not rescind my support based on that one thing. No.
What about if he were held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will?
He was not civilly held liable for putting his penis inside her. That was not part of the.
No, I'm saying if he were held liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, would you stop supporting him?
I would very strongly consider it. Yes, that I take grape very seriously. Yes.
Okay. Well, that did happen. He was held liable for forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
No, he was not. No,
yes, he was. You want to bet?
CBS got sued for making that exact claim, and they lost.
No, they didn't. You're misunderstanding.
Yeah.
So he was held liable for sexual abuse. Do you want to bet on that?
No, he was held civilly liable for slander. He was not held civilly liable for penetrating her.
You want to bet?
Fact. Look it up. Go look it up.
Do you want to bet?
Yeah.
Okay, how much?
I'll give you $100 to the charity of your choice.
Okay. All right. Perfect. Yeah, I'll show you on the screen right now. Trump liable for sexual abuse. He was held liable for literally forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will, and it was for defamation and for sexual abuse, by the way.
Well, hold on a sec. Did they find that he put his penis in her?
Forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will does not entail that it has to be the male member. His fingers being used to forcefully penetrate her vagina against her will is still rape. So do you see this? Jury finds Trump liable for sexual abuse, awards accuser $5 million.
Did they say he put his penis inside her? Yes or no?
Wait, I clarified.
Yes or no?
Right?
Okay,
Him
well,
using his fingers is still rape.
That was the bet. The bet was that he didn't rape her, and you did not
Wait,
prove it.
wait. I specifically said forceful penetration of a.
Lost.
Do you want me to play back the audio? I said forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will. That's what I said.
No, that's what you said. What
and
I
you said
was,
slander.
Did he put his penis in her? I used those words very specifically.
And I explicitly said using your fingers is still rape.
Okay, and I did not agree to that.
What? You don't think that's rape?
I did not. I used my words very.
Do you think forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will with your fingers is rape?
It's not the same thing. Man.
You don't think that's rape?
It is indeed sexual abuse, but I specifically
is that rape?
The language that I had.
Is it rape?
And do we really?
Is it rape? Yes or no?
Do we really want to go back and look what that
hey dude, is it rape?
Yeah, no, it's sexual abuse.
Okay, so to clarify, if someone uses a inanimate object to forcefully penetrate someone against their will, is that rape?
No.
No. So if someone used a broom to forcefully penetrate you against your will, you think that wouldn't be rape?
You can call it sexual assault. You can call it sexual abuse.
I'm sorry, that is absurd. If someone used a broom to forcefully penetrate you against your will, you wouldn't consider that rape?
It's not, dude.
You wouldn't consider that rape?
It's not this. It's not what I described verbatim. No, it's not.
That clearly is rape.
It's
okay?
So bad.
And I just want to clarify, the judge themselves said that Donald Trump in fact raped E. Jean Carroll. Because again, just because they didn't know whether or not he used his male member or his fingers is not evidence that it's not rape. And even so, that should be reason why you still shouldn't support him. Regardless of whether or not it was fingers or a male member, this is a reason why you should not support him. Okay? Okay? It is absurd that you overlook that he fucking raped a woman. Okay? It is absurd. 26 plus people have accused him of sexual misconduct. You must think every single one of them are lying. You must think that the jury is all lying in order to say that Donald Trump is not guilty.
That Trump raped. Go print an article that Trump raped. That you will be sued tomorrow and you'll lose millions of dollars. Go ahead and do it.
Wait, repeat one more time.
You won't do it. Go write an article and post it in a major publication that says that Trump raped that woman. Go ahead.
Trump raped E. Jean Carroll. 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 I can say that, and so could E. Jean Carroll. E. Jean Carroll said that, and then Donald Trump appealed it and tried to sue her back for. Listen to what I'm saying right now. Listen. Donald Trump sued E. Jean Carroll for calling him a rapist. She won that lawsuit because she proved that he was a rapist, and then the judge said that Donald Trump in fact raped E. Jean Carroll, okay? It is absolutely true, and I can say it. I'm not going to get sued. You want to know why I'm not going to get sued? Because it's factual. Trump did rape E. Jean Carroll, and that's been determined by a civil court. I just said it a million times in front of a platform of literally almost 12,000 people on YouTube and TikTok. Donald J. Trump raped E. Jean Carroll. That's a fact, okay?
Thus proving that people.
The civil court indicated that to be true. Try to sue me.
I don't need to sue you. Trump can sue you.
He's not going to sue me. He can't sue me. He'd fucking lose. Sue me. I dare you, Trump. Sue me.
Mm-hmm. I mean, here's the issue. I can agree that was a terrible event, but this is my message to the left. What does it say about the left when so many people on the right willingly acknowledge that that's awful, and yet they still don't? You
willingly acknowledge it was awful, yet you still vote for him? What are you talking about? You were trying to say it wasn't rape. What are you saying? You were trying to demean it and say it wasn't as bad as what I'm saying because you said it wasn't rape. Because you think forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will isn't rape so long as they didn't use a male member.
I'm sorry.
It's absurd.
Eugene Carroll is not a reliable witness.
I have a question. Do you think women can rape other women?
mean, if they're really good question, actually. Well, you think women can have penises, so I guess yes.
Do you think? No, I'm asking you based upon your own notion. Do you think women can rape other women?
You think women can have penises?
Can you answer my fucking questions without trying to pivot?
Yeah, how about you answer mine? How about that?
How about you answer my question, and then I'll answer any question you have, dumbass. Answer the fucking question.
If women can have penises, yes. If not, no.
Can you answer the fucking question? Can women
did.
rape other women? Yes or no?
If they don't have penises, no, they can't.
Can
rape
people
other
who are
women.
biologically female rape people who are biologically female?
No.
No? You don't think people who are biologically female can rape people who are biologically female?
No.
You don't think that's possible? You think that's never happened before in history?
Mm-hmm.
You're a disgusting
feel like
fuck.
a rough
Genuinely a
buddy.
disgusting fuck. Thank you for the dinosaur. You literally just disputed every single time that a person who's biologically female has raped another individual that's biologically female. You also dispute every single time someone who's biologically female raped someone who's biologically male. Because you don't believe that because they didn't fucking use a male member to forcefully penetrate a woman's vagina against her will, you believe that then that it's not rape.
Yeah. And this
So
is the
you believe
problem,
there are no
like,
women that have raped men.
Words can't have exact meanings with you guys. They just can't.
What do you mean?
And
Then
that's
tell
the
us the exact meaning. Be specific.
Yeah. Rape is when you put your penis in another woman against her will.
So
That's
to
what
clarify, women can't rape men under your view.
That's an interesting point. I guess they, yeah, actually, so it has to be intercourse where the penis enters the vagina. And if you do that against the man's will, then yeah, I guess that would be.
Okay, how about this? Could an adult woman rape an adult or a child that's a girl?
Can an adult woman rape a
Child
girl?
that's a girl?
No, because that's
No?
dependent on vagina.
No, you think that's impossible?
How do you do grape with vagina via vagina? How does that work?
Any forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will is rape.
Mm-hmm.
It's unconsensual.
What are you trying to prove? I don't even.
What am I trying to
is
prove? That you have to literally try to change the verbiage that we're using to try and demean the fact that Donald Trump raped Eugene Carroll. You're trying to say that I'm going to get sued, which I'm not going to. I've been saying this for fucking how long now, and he hasn't sued me. Trump is a fucking rapist. Donald Trump raped Eugene Carroll. I'll say it every fucking day of the damn week. Donald Trump is a rapist. The judge said it himself, and you can't sit here and acknowledge that. You said that forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will isn't rape so long as it's not a male member that's used. If it's the fucking fingers, apparently to you it's not rape. Again, say it wasn't rape. Say it was just sexual abuse. Under your context then. That's still atrocious, right? And still a reason to not support Trump, correct?
Yes, and you know, and
So why do you still support Trump even though that happened?
Trump is such an awful human being, but the left stands for so many awful things. I can't support it. I just don't.
What's so awful that I stand for that is comparable to Donald Trump literally being held civilly liable of sexually abusing Eugene Carroll? Tell me, what is fucking at all comparable?
How about this? Thinking it's okay for 1 million unborn people to be murdered every day.
Okay, so abortion. So you're willing to overlook someone being sexually assaulted because of the fact that you're pro-life. Let me ask you this question: you're also willing to overlook Donald Trump murdering people off the coast of Venezuela, with absolutely no evidence given to Congress that they had DRUGS in the first place?
I fully admit that I do not know that situation enough. It certainly sounds terrible and deserves full investigation. That's all I can.
He did get flagged for harassment and bullying. I do have to go on to the next person, everybody. Do give me a minute. Let's go on to the next individual. I do have some people to thank in the meantime. And for the 9,000 people here on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. For the 3,700 people here on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Brienne, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Of course, I'll always stand with essay victims. Thank you so much. Susan, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Joseph as well. Thank you for the $34. Thank you so much, Joseph. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Andrea, thank you so much for the $5. Katie, thank you for the $5. Of course, I always will. Tom, thank you so much for the $4. Thank you. Benjamin, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Benjamin in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I totally agree. I don't know why they try and change the terms and definitions in order to literally try and defend Donald Trump's atrocious actions. It's honestly disgusting. Honestly disgusting. Thank you so much, Benjamin. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Benjamin in the comment section? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 18, by the way.
I agree,
Okay.
Benjamin. It's great. Absolutely. Now, you're 18. Do you support Donald Trump?
No. Absolutely
Okay.
no.
Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Thank you for the dinosaur chair. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Amber, thank you for the $15. By the way, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. And base Amber, that's a great example. Spencer as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you. Oh yes, I know. It was students, and they were asking them to condemn. That's the whole conversation. What it was about. Emily, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
I
Sorry,
accidentally
sorry.
added you back. Emily, again, thank you for the $25. Tammy, thank you for the $1. Thank you as well. Thank you for the $1 twice. Meg, thank you so much for the $10. Kelsey, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. Of course, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Literally, though, of course. Thank you so much, Kelsey. Benjamin, thank you for the $10. Lady, thank you so much for the Galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you. Amanda, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Baze, thank you very much. Candace, thank you so much for the $8 on PayPal. Thank you. Brienne, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10, of course. Thank you. Kyle, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I should have, but thank you very much. Amanda, thank you for the $5 as well. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. I do have some people to thank on YouTube, but let's get the next person up here before I do. If you're on TikTok, again, keep tapping that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Evan, by the way, thank you for the $5. I did so on Christmas, actually. Dominique, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1 as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up, man?
How old are you?
Oh, I'm 18. I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Nah, but I think you should. I lost.
Amber, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, as always. Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Sophia, thank you so much for the $2. Taylor, thank you for the $2 as well. Again, thank you. And Alspice, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Don't worry. Thank you so much. I have to clarify before, Alice. I really appreciate you very much, though. John, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate it. Put some W's for John in the comment section right now. Thank you. Charlie as well. Thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
I did not mean to do this. I'm sorry.
You're good. Don't worry. Lake Lady, again, thank you for the manifesting. Thank you. I got banned for guest violation for youth, sexual, and physical abuse. What, for 10 minutes? Yeah, for 10 minutes. Well, we just lost 9,000 people over on the TikTok stream. Hopefully some people join the YouTube. Let me thank some people on the YouTube, I guess, while we're waiting for the TikTok to come back. TikTok is down. John, by the way, thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. DJ, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I know, right? Ant-Man, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you so much. They said happy birthday, Parker. It's not my birthday, but thank you very much. Give some W's for Ant-Man in the comment section for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. W's for Ant-Man in the comment section. DJ, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you for the $5 as well. OG K-Pop Stan, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. And DJ again with the $10. Sue, thank you for the $5. Democracy Dies Darkness, thank you for the $5. Let me let the TikTok know that I got taken down for 10 minutes. Let me let the TikTok know that I got taken down for 10 minutes. Hey everyone, I just got banned for 10 minutes here on the TikTok stream. I'll be back literally here in 10 more minutes and we'll continue debating here today. Make sure to come join us on Parker Get a Job on the YouTube if you'd like to. Also, you can make sure to literally take a guess on what my costume is on my Snapchat. Fuck. I didn't get the full message. Hey everyone, I just got banned for 10 minutes here on the TikTok stream. I'm going to be on the YouTube stream until I get back on the TikTok stream. We got banned for 10 minutes for some random guest violation. It's super weird. So for the 9,000 people that were here with us concurrently on the TikTok stream, make sure to come join back us on YouTube, or I'll be back on the TikTok here in a few minutes. Also, you can make sure to check out and guess what costume I have on right now that I'm going to be going to my friend's birthday party later. Literally on my Snapchat, Parker Get a Job if you want to go guess that on my story. Alrighty, let me put that on my story here on TikTok. I'm so sad that I lost the account there. That's really annoying. Thank you everyone for all the gifts. I really appreciate it. DJ, thank you so much. Amrushing, thank you so much for the $20. Jim, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Chiseled Squidward, thank you so much for the $10. Democracy Dies in Darkness as always. Thank you. DJ, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Sue, thank you so much for the $2. Zach, thank you for the $2. I have a few people to thank over on PayPal as well. Andreas, thank you so much for the €10. Thank you. Kelly, thank you for the $10. Miriam, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Miriam in the comment section right now? And that's actually so funny. Thank you so much, Miriam. Seriously, though. Joanna as well. Thank you for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Joanna. I really appreciate the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate. I'll always stand with SA victims. Thank you very much, Joanna. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Kaylee, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I did see that, actually. Thank you so much. Rala as well. Thank you for the $20, $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Brianna, thank you for the $2. I hope so. I wish they were, at least. And then Ethan, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. And Cassie, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it, Cassie. Can we get some W's for Cassie in the comment section as well? Thank you very much. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. I'd really appreciate it for the 4,300 people here, especially if you're here while I'm going to be, while we're waiting for the TikTok to come back. Make sure to hit that thumbs up. I think right now, let me see how many likes we currently have. Let me see real quick. Kate, by the way, thank you so much for the $1. I will tell everyone. I actually have a plan to tell everyone. I was just going to tell them near the end of the stream. I guess we're kind of getting near the end of the stream, but I wanted people to go over to Snapchat to guess, because I just genuinely wanted to see if people got it, so that I know that like when I go that like whether or not people actually do like see my costume. Like that's kind of like what I was looking for, and for people to go to my Snapchat. By the way, everyone, we're only banned for another 6 more minutes, so we'll be right back in 6 minutes on the TikTok stream and the debates. So. Just give it a quick second. Hit that thumbs up if you're here on YouTube. We have 1,700 likes right now. Let's try to get to 2,000 here real quick. I would really appreciate if we get 3,000. I mean, we have 4,300 people here. I think we could, honestly, if we really tried. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. And for the people telling me, saying in chat, yes, I absolutely do not know how to tie a tie. To be totally honest, I don't. But it is actually kind of associated with the outfit. And you guys will get it once I tell you guys later. Benjamin, thank you for the $25 for today. Is my daughter's birthday? Oh my gosh. Happy birthday to your daughter, Benjamin. Happy birthday to your daughter. Hope she has a fantastic day. Let her know I said happy birthday if she knows who I am, of course. Oh, of course. Thank you so much, Benjamin. I think that's so important. That's honestly something that I always think about all the time. I think that's a great thing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I appreciate you noticing that. Thank you very much. John, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Hypatia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I've been really working on my patience. As well as Nobody. Thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. Of course, thank you so much. I always will. I literally always will. It means the world to me that everyone notices it. And also, I genuinely, like, I think it's super important. The fact that we have a rapist in our Oval Office is genuinely such a concerning thing. And that's why I talk about it all the time. A lot of people get, especially historically, have got mad at me for how much I brought it up. Just because, like, they're like, oh, Parker, you should talk about other things. You talk about the essay too much. Like, honestly, I've gotten like a decent amount of people being like, Parker, you talk about this too much. I think I don't. I think people don't talk about it enough. And I think that the reason why people have that response is because people don't talk about it enough in our society. Didn't see anything on Snapchat. Well, it's Parker Get a Job on Snapchat. It's actually my, you can find it on my story. Here it is. It's my literal story. I show the outfit. Here's the whole outfit. I'll actually show you, but I would recommend to go check my Snapchat out. Here's the whole outfit. I do a bunch of behind the scenes stuff on Snapchat all the time now, but here's the whole outfit. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? I'll let y'all know. A lot of people are saying a few different things. I'm seeing some people say I'm a Mormon. Some people are saying I'm Jim Halpert. Some people are saying that I'm a professional grifter. That's crazy. Some people are saying I'm SpongeBob. Some people are saying I'm young Sheldon. Some people are saying I am Kib from Napoleon Dynamite. Dilbert. Light Yagami. That's a good one, by the way. Let me know. Seriously, let me know. I'm literally reading them off right now. Charlie from Always Sunny. That's what another person said. By the way, we have 3 more minutes until we get back on the TikTok account, just letting everyone know. Stanley from SpongeBob? That's funny. Has anyone guessed right? Yes, people have guessed right. XD3, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Is there any way I can get you on the phone even though I'm not a Trump supporter? To be totally honest with you, there really isn't a way that you can. To be totally honest with you. I do apologize. If you have any messages, though, you can always send me messages over Venmo. Like, you don't even have to send, like, a lot or anything. You can literally send, like, a cent or, like, $1 and then just attach multiple messages to the same one. And you can tell me anything you need to there. That's the best place for me to see. Otherwise, you can see, what's it called? You can, or I might even see it on Snapchat because I am checking Snapchat as of right now. Someone said I'm a nerdy kid, an American grifter. Tucker Carlson is crazy. Dwight Schrute. You know I had to do it to them meme. That's funny. Nick from Zootopia. Or Harry Potter. Okay. Peyton, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Peyton. I really appreciate it. Good some W's for Peyton in the comment section right now for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Peyton. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Genuinely. Oh, thank you so much. That is so kind of you, Peyton. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, that's so amazing. How long have you been watching? Let me know. Let me know how long you've been watching. You said you've been watching for a very long time. I'm always curious to see. Actually, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Could you address the child hunger issue in West Virginia when Republicans talk shit about blue states? I totally agree. Absolutely. That's an important thing. I could have brought that up earlier, especially because most of the situations where people are going to be losing their access to food stamps, especially the children, are in the red states. The blue states, they keep up the funding. Andreas, thank you for the $3 for Are You Sweeney from Ned's Declassified School, a survival guide. Oh my gosh, I loved that show as a kid. Someone said I'd say Tucker with those shorts. Chainsaw Man, someone from Harry Potter. The shorts are throwing me off. I will say the shorts are a little bit different than what they would be in expectation. Richard, thank you for the cent. Can it be used responsibly? Yes. I totally think so. That might be an edgy take from me. But yeah, do give it a second, everyone. We're gonna get this get onto the TikTok here in a second. We have to wait one more minute. One more minute. Looks like it's about to happen right now. Does Parker play video games? Yes, I do. I've actually been playing the Nintendo Switch here recently. I got a Nintendo Switch 2 because I was borrowing one, and then my mom actually got me a Pokemon game for Christmas, so I decided just to get one. And instead of just borrowing it, and then like my girlfriend's sister could use the borrowed one because it was a one that they had in the family. So I've been playing that a bunch. I literally have almost beat the whole game. I think it's Pokemon ZA. I'm like through like the whole game. I just got to rank A. So I've been grinding that. I played a little bit of Red Dead Redemption recently because I got that a long time ago. I played the full game and like when it came out. Someone said Phil on his first date, maybe? That's crazy. Alrighty. DN, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Yeah, literally. Definitely not in that last few years' eyes. I could have brought that up. That's a good idea. I could have brought that up. D3 again, thank you so much for the $10. What happened? I got banned. It was a guest violation for some random thing. I apologize, everyone. I don't know why that happened. For the people here on YouTube, again, keep hitting that thumbs up. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. It means a lot. I think right now we're currently at about 2,000 likes. All you have to do is click out of the chat, and you just click that thumbs up real quick. I know there's like the hearts thing. You don't click on the hearts. You click on out of the chat, and then there's like a thumbs up that you have to click on. And if you click that thumbs up, it really helps send it out to more people. I think we're literally at 2,000 likes right now. So I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty. Alrighty. And by the way, everyone, Pamela, thank you so much for the Galaxy. Thank you. I think here pretty soon I'll tell people what I am dressed up as. Someone's already guessed it right. I do want to say that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do, insofar as his views on abortion, I guess you could say.
Okay, and like if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump, just
Okay.
because I think this issue is pretty. It's a pretty big deal. So, I know I don't support him on literally probably anything else, but I'm open to changing my mind.
Okay, why do you support Trump then?
Yeah, just because of I think abortion is probably a top 2 issue of our lifetime. So, yeah, I guess that's a good starting point. I just think like the pro-choice argument isn't very compelling in terms of its conclusions. So I guess if you could convince me of maybe like the pro-choice view or maybe your view, that might be a good starting point, or however you want to take it.
Yeah, I have a good starting point. I've had a few people argue this so far on my live stream. So, forgive me, I'm gonna take a different approach with you. I'm just gonna see how far you go. You think that abortion's murder? Okay. You think that it should be illegal to get access to abortion? Okay. How far are you willing to take that position? Would you vote for Donald Trump if he were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
So yeah, I know Eugene Carroll. That situation is disgusting. So it would for me, it would be like a utility calculus, right? So like, I'm not like a strict utilitarian. I think more of like utility matters to me, but I think I'm more of like a particularist in terms of moral propositions. But so I don't think I would make like a universal statement in terms of the moral actions of a given situation. But yeah, no, that situation is disgusting. That's definitely a notch in the belt of not kind of voting for him. But I think, as my intuition tells me, that what I consider murder of babies kind of outweighs or supersedes, I should say, all of that.
Okay, so you would still vote for him if he were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Okay. Would you vote for him if he were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child?
Yeah, it would be like the same sort of utility calculus.
Oh, okay. So if he sexually abused children, you'd still vote for him? Like if you knew for a fact that he raped children in the Epstein files, you'd still vote for him?
Yeah, it would still be the same like utility calculus. Just like I could say to you, like if Kamala Harris were, if she was...
I have a good thing for you. If Kamala Harris raped children, I wouldn't vote for her.
Who'd you vote for?
I wouldn't vote.
But okay, so my point there is just to say that if there are 2 options, you'd obviously pick the one that you'd see as less morally reprehensible, correct?
Yeah, and if you're saying that rapist is true on both sides, well, then it wouldn't be a relevant distinction. And even so, that's like something I wouldn't even want to vote on, right? Genuinely. Like, if both sides are, right, you want to do as much as you can to get them out of there, right? And I think that we did so when Joe Biden literally had cognitive decline, okay? So why can't you guys do that when your side's a rapist, right? Like, you have to draw, you have to, the issue here is you have to draw some red lines. You don't draw any. He could have literally sex trafficked children with Epstein in the Epstein files. You'd still vote for him. He could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue. You'd still vote for him.
I don't think that's fair. I think I do draw lines. I
Where?
just said that.
Where? Tell me one. Tell me one line.
The line would be the murder of babies.
Okay, so if he purposefully himself murdered a baby, would you still vote for him?
Would the utility calculus work out such that he'd murder less babies than abortion?
There you go. Yes. Wait, actually, how about this? Let's say he murdered 1 less babies than abortion did. Would you still vote for him? Like himself, he personally did it. Yeah.
No. Okay. Well, I'm not a strict utilitarian, as I said, so there's going to be some threshold to where I flip sides.
Oh, if there's going to be some threshold where you flip, where it doesn't make sense, well then why couldn't that threshold be established when they rape a woman?
Well, what do you mean? Why can't it be?
Yeah, why can't it be at too much when they rape a woman?
Well, I would just say in that situation, the lives of millions of babies outweighs the one.
Okay. So if Donald Trump slaughtered 5 children, would you still vote for him?
And in this hypothetical, the other side is murdering millions? Yeah, I'd vote for the 5.
You know the reality of the matter is that abortion still increased after Roe versus Wade was overturned.
Yeah, that's
so you're not saving millions of lives by doing this. Secondly, Trump.
Actually,
go ahead.
That's very true. No, that is very true, and that's what I'm saying. Like, so if I were to pick one candidate that would go all the way to pro-life, it would be Trump, right?
Yeah, but the point is the distinction between them is not even that large in terms of the amount of abortions that occur.
Yeah, I know, but the only way to get the outcome that I desire would be on the side of Trump, right?
And when I say not that large, I mean in comparison to the amount of people that are dying due to Donald Trump's military action, due to the fact that Donald Trump's destroying our relationships with our allies, due to Donald Trump's global policies, especially in terms of like our soft power and the money that we were sending to countries around the world, especially some foreign aid that literally people have died because we weren't providing.
Yeah, I don't support that. But like, so for your view, right? In terms of abortion, what's your position on abortion? Are you like, I haven't heard.
I'm pro-choice, so I think that it's not murder prior to sentience.
So do you take that distinction for all sentient beings on Earth, or just humans?
I think I have another conjunction that makes human sentient life more valuable, but I do value other sentient beings, and I would like our society over time, through technological advances, to produce meat that doesn't rely on the killing of animals.
Okay, we can circle back to that, but so insofar as the human aspect, so you value sentient human life. Is there any other kind of like trait there that you would value, or would just be sentient life?
I mean, there are other traits that I value. That's the condition. The condition is past or present and future subjective experience.
Okay, past, present, and future. So you're saying, if it was present, if it had sentience in the past, then you'd value their future sentience. Is that what you're saying there?
No, it's essentially saying that you have to meet the condition of past or present and future subjective experience in order to be granted the value of personhood.
Okay. So like a dead body, for example. I'm not sure what words I'm allowed to say on TikTok. So
They're not granted the value of personhood, but that doesn't mean that they have no value and you can just do whatever you want to a dead body.
But so you're allowed to, like, abortion. Like, I don't want to get into the details on TikTok with TOS.
Like, were you about to ask me if necrophilia was okay? Like, was that what the argument you were about to ask me?
Under your view, is it?
No.
But it doesn't meet your.
It's not cellularly speaking alive either. So under your view, does it apply? Like, what?
No,
dude, that's such a ridiculous argument.
I'm not a universalist. I'm not a generalist, so it wouldn't apply to my view. But I'm assuming you are.
I'm
right?
not a generalist. I'm a particularist.
What? You're a particularist?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. So in the particulars.
What? Did you not expect that I was a particularist? Did you think I was a generalist? When did you ever hear that I was a generalist?
I haven't heard much of your, like, I've done some listening. I've never heard you say that you're a particularist, but if you are, that's completely fine.
It just doesn't come up very often.
Okay, so what is it about the particulars in the case of a dead body that makes it grotesque, but murdering of like the non-sentient baby, like ripping its brain out, wouldn't be grotesque under your view?
I don't think it has a brain, and plenty of times where you have sentience. But like why do I not value it prior to? I think that bodily autonomy is relevant to this. So I don't think that you could just do whatever you want to. Like, for example, if there was a born baby in which there's literally non-sentient, right? I don't think you can do whatever you want, right? Again, the idea is that the only reason it's okay to do so is because it's necessary to maintain the internal bodily autonomy of the individual.
Sorry, can you repeat that? You cut out a little bit.
It's because it's necessary to maintain the internal bodily autonomy of the individual.
Yeah, it's necessary to maintain.
Yeah, so it's another conjunction of, like, there has to just be non-sentient life plus an argument for, like, internal bodily autonomy.
Okay. And then
Does that make
going
sense?
back to it does. So then going back to the particulars, because you're saying you're a particularist. I don't know if you're memeing. But judging by your face, it looked like you were memeing a bit. But if you want to go down that route, we definitely can. Are you memeing?
What was I memeing on?
Being a particularist.
No, I am a particularist. Well, why would that be a meme?
Well, no, you were laughing, so I didn't know if you were saying, like, why did you think I was a generalist? Like, it looked like you were just kind of like playing it up a little bit. That's all I'm saying.
I was laughing because of the assumption that I was a generalist.
Okay. So in the particulars of the case of abortion, you don't find it grotesque what they do. So it's like kind of like ripping limbs, you know, vacuum sucking out like brains of babies. Because even if it's not sentient, doesn't mean it's not like it doesn't have a brain. It would just mean that the baby's not doesn't have a subjective experience, but it can still have a brain. Like, just
Do you think
maybe
that's
not
how
physically.
most abortions are conducted?
I'm not sure if most are. That's not. I'm not making the
It's
empirical
definitely
claim.
not. Most are
Okay,
through the
that's
pill.
fine, but it does happen though, right?
Sure.
And you wouldn't subject, like, you wouldn't say that's morally grotesque under your view.
Not if it's required to terminate the pregnancy.
Right. So under your particulars there, you don't see that as grotesque. So like a baby in a womb getting its like limbs kind of like chopped off and brain sucked out, you don't see a problem in necrophilia. So I'm just asking for the distinction in the particulars there.
I told you. It was the conjunction.
Say that. So sorry. Say the conjunction again. The distinction. I'm not understanding.
Yeah, the conjunction was the it's non-sentient life, and that there's a maintaining for internal bodily autonomy.
So okay, so non-sentient life. They're both non-sentient, the dead body and the baby. So that wouldn't be a distinction. That would just be the category error.
Oh, you're asking about necrophilia. I apologize. What was the
No, I'm asking for
particulars with
both.
that?
I'm asking for both.
Both.
I'm asking you for the distinction.
So I provided
between
it for
both,
one
because-
for the necrophilia, right? That's because I place values on human bodies.
But they're both human bodies. That would also just be a category error.
It's the conjunction, the human body plus the internal bodily autonomy.
Oh, so the human bodily autonomy. You're saying that the main driving factor there would be one is violating bodily autonomy and one is not.
Yeah.
Okay. So if we surmise a hypothetical where there was like a random living being hooked up to a machine, and wait, sorry, what is that hypothetical? Because you're saying that one is valuable because it's the bodily autonomy. That's what draws the distinction between the two. Actually, no. That's fine. I'm fine with that view. I don't think if I'm being intellectually honest, like I'm not going to try and pivot into something I don't see a problem with.
Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
No, I don't.
Okay. So then, like, I guess my point is that you're going to respond to this with it's cellular life plus future subjective experience. I just why do we start it with cellular life rather than subjective experience if we're going to end it with subjective experience? I don't understand why people do that.
No, I do think it is a little bit it is a little bit messy there. I think the only reason why people would value the cellular life is because of the potentiality. Wouldn't
they value, but they don't just value potential alone, right? It's cellular life plus potential. So why is it that? Why do we care about cellular life in the past but subjective experience in the future rather than cellular life in the past and cellular life in the future, or subjective experience in the past and subjective experience in the future? Does that make sense?
It does make sense. I think the distinction there would just be solely on the fact of the baby would have future capabilities on its own of like producing and experiencing sentient life, whereas in the brain dead situation it would never occur.
So if sentient life is what's valuable. Okay, so if sentient life is what's valuable, why don't you value it until it's sentient?
Why don't I value it? I do.
Yeah, why instead don't you just not value it until sentience?
No, it's a piece of the puzzle. But I wouldn't say it's the universal principle there. But it is a piece of the puzzle. Like I do value sentience, of course.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, if in the conjunction it's past cellular life plus future subjective experience, and then the other one for mine is past or present subjective experience and future subjective experience. I'm using subjective experience on both sides. And you're saying past cellular life is valuable or present cellular life is valuable, but you don't value future cellular life within the conjunction. So do you see what I mean? Why you're using two separate qualities and the timelines on said qualities, and that if you're doing so, you're essentially arguing that one aspect of that timeline is not valuable when it's still in play with cellular life, but you are not doing that with sentient life. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I could see that a bit. I think it's more of just like an intuition play. Like I'm not sure what it is about the abortion that.
Okay, so then here's my point. So if the reason why you're pro-life is just intuition, why don't you just have the intuition that you agree with me? Seriously, dude. Like, I feel like that agrees with your intuitions probably more. Like, in saying that, like, people should be able to get access to an abortion. Plus, right, there still should be value placed on human beings. Like, I feel like you get both of the things that you want there to ensure people's bodily autonomy and to ensure the value that you place upon human beings to a sufficient level, while simultaneously being able to, like do those at the same time. Right. Whereas I feel like if you hold to your view, you lose out on a lot of people's bodily autonomy in circumstances where you'd probably think it should be the case. Or you think that people need to go to prison when they shouldn't necessarily go to prison. Like, we could bring up situations with IVF. Like, you literally have to think that IVF should be banned.
I think I'm not sure what like the medical.
Can I tell you why?
What happens with an IVF?
Because it's you're muted right now. I can't hear you. You swept out of the app. It's because you discard many zygotes and embryos as a part of the process.
Yeah, so I'm not sure when. So when after implantation does the IVF kind of take care of the?
No. IVF is prior to implantation.
So it would be is that before conception? I'm sorry, I don't know the medical.
IVF is how you cause conception out of the womb, or not out of the womb, out of the person's body.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I don't disagree with you on a lot of your points there. I guess the only thing, so what I will say is, so if we're not talking about your view specifically, which I know that's the whole point of this, but I think the whole kind of pro-choice platform, I know you say you're a particularist, but I don't think most people, especially in the audience, even care about that kind of stuff or any kind of like philosophy jargon. I think they kind of like make moral principles based on, what is the pro-choice platform? Like,
I think people generally go on rules. And yes. I think this is how people think. People think like this. Okay? I apply a general rule, and there is a certain threshold when this general rule isn't going to apply. That's it. Like, so it's similar to a thought process of, have you ever heard of threshold deontology?
Yeah, that's like moderate deontology, same thing, I think.
Yeah, you have certain deontic rules, and then those rules are superseded by certain thresholds. Right, of consequences and utility.
Yeah.
So that's essentially how people think about things. And like, one thing I would say for most people, like, you can boil it down to very basic things. Like in the context of relationships, treat people the way you want to be treated. In most circumstances, unless really good reason to believe otherwise. That can apply in practically almost every single circumstance. So morality for most people, I would just give it for a typical basis. If you don't care to go into the whole depths of every single thing and hypothetically think about every single different type of moral thought process, think about it that way. Super easy.
Yeah, I think I agree there. I guess the only other thing I would say, you kind of mentioned it briefly. Like, I think the pro-choice argument runs counter to a lot of the vegan talking points. I'm not a vegan myself, but
I don't think pro-choice or pro-life makes your view any different on veganism.
I think it can, absolutely. I think it
Not
depends
at all.
on who holds the view.
Not at all. I think there's no distinction at all.
I think it's going to be hard to hold a pro-choice position that also is a consistent anti-vegan position.
I'm going to be totally honest with you. It's hard to hold any position consistently without being close to being vegan in some way. I'm not saying vegan in a principled circumstance. I have my issues with how we define things, like, in terms of that. But morally speaking, I think that it's difficult to hold any position outside of that. I don't know what your point is there. Like, I think that's true for pro-lifers and for pro-choicers.
I think it's easier as a pro-lifer to hold a pro-vegan stance, even though that's like against everything.
No, definitely not.
You don't think valuing life at a cellular level, regardless of sentience, is more in line?
No, because then what are you going to value, plants?
Well, no, like there'd be.
Oh, so why do you not value plants?
No, I just said there'd be.
They're cellularly life, though.
Because on the left, they don't. I don't think most people care about sentience. They care about bodily autonomy.
Wait. Okay. Well, I mean, you could care about bodily autonomy and still be vegan.
I know, but I'm saying on the left, it's harder to hold a consistent position. Because on the right, even if you say, "Oh, you have to value plants," it's like, okay, I'll value plants. I don't, but I'm
Then you
just
can't
saying.
eat plants to survive?
No, I'm saying as a consistent principle.
Or
As a
you have to eat the
principle.
necessary level of plants to survive. So if you
Let's just-
eat anything
let me
above the
run-
necessary level of caloric intake, you're doing something immoral,
How does that follow?
which is every single one of us. Well, because think of it this way. You're going to require plants on top of the necessary level of caloric intake, which is unnecessary for your survival.
Yeah, but how does that map back onto eating animals? That eating animals will still be worse.
Well, I mean, I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing that. But the point I'm making is that if you view it in terms of cellular life as valuable, and you're saying that it's an issue under the pro-life perspective in terms of a pro-sentience perspective, just because you value human sentient life more than you value non-human sentient life, well, then the same thing would be true with human cellular life. If you value human cellular life, but you don't value non-human cellular life at the same level that you value human cellular life, you have that same issue. Okay?
No,
That's why there's no distinction whether or not you're pro-choice or pro-life based upon the pro-sentience or the pro-life view, right? That is any different, right?
Well,
in
I
terms of that
dispute
respect with
most
addressing
people-
veganism.
Yeah, I mean, I dispute the fact that most people on the left probably take the pro-sentience view. It's perfectly fine if they do. That's probably that's the stronger position to hold. But aside from that, if you are taking a pro-sentience view, but you're disregarding animals from that in whatever conjunction you named earlier, I think it's going to be very, very, very difficult to hold that view consistently with veganism. If
How?
you're saying that, it's
Wait,
also
I'm not.
difficult
I'm
to
not. Wait, by the way. Oh, consistently with veganism. So
Yes.
if you want to be vegan,
No, if you want to be anti-vegan,
you're not making sense.
vegan, for example. Or do
And
you
by the
hold,
way,
like,
like
a
I mean, I don't
vegan-
even think you'd want to be like anti-vegan. Like Keels, thank you so much for pushing the galaxy. I'm not like anti-vegan.
say
I have
anti-vegan,
I
I
have
just mean-
slight disagreements with vegan like belief systems, right? In terms of like the principles established with it, but I really like vegans, and I'm very sympathetic to vegan ethics.
When I say anti-vegan, I don't mean like a carnivore. I just mean like buying the products. That's all I mean.
Oh,
Like
okay.
just
Well,
not a vegan.
well, by the way, you can technically be vegan and still buy those products. You can be morally vegan and still buy those products, and you haven't transitioned yet. There's actually a hell of a lot of people out there that have vegan ethics that simply are trying to change their diet, or they don't care enough to change their diet. That's just the reality. And
Yeah, I mean,
some people could dispute
don't
whether or not they're
really-
vegan, but like they still hold those moral ethics and they still do consume those products. Now, for me, I view it as sort of a thing like we as a society will be able to produce things that taste the same, look the same, smell the same as meat, but don't require the same sort of processes that we would consider unethical, of course, in order to be able to produce it. And we're already getting that to some degree. I mean, we're not there completely yet, but there's already things out there that are very similar. Like, for example, I have the Impossible nuggets all the time. So whenever I want to eat like fucking chicken nuggets at home or something, or I want to go out and do something like that, I just have that.
Yeah.
And that works for me.
Yeah.
And now it doesn't work across the board for me. Like I still have a lot of meat and dairy as a part of my diet. And that's something I want to change over time, like genuinely as a person. But I mean, it is difficult for me to do based upon obviously my dietary preferences.
Do you think it's immoral what you're doing?
I'm sympathetic to that. Yeah.
But I don't. Does that mean you think it's immoral? Sorry, I don't mean to press there unnecessarily. If that's what you're saying.
I would be okay with saying yes. Yeah.
Okay, so you think it is immoral to buy meat products?
Yeah.
And dairy.
Yeah, I probably would. But like that doesn't mean I have stopped yet. I still technically do, but do I think in the general scheme of things? Yeah, I probably do. To be totally honest with you. Now I still do have contentions with like the ideology of veganism because like there are issues with it in terms of the necessary level of caloric intake. Because essentially, we still rely on crop farming that leads to crop deaths, whether it be of rodents and other types of animals, to be able to continue farming. So we technically still have issues with unnecessary animal suffering that exists, and I think the best way that we get rid of that is again the technological advances then allow for us to produce things that taste exactly the same as dairy, meat, and eggs and whatnot, and we don't have to use the same process.
You sorry. You said
Actually,
you have,
I myself don't have an issue with eggs as long as we're not like forcefully like inseminating the animals.
Yeah, well,
And-
that's definitely what happens.
Yeah, I know that's why again
You just mean, like,
viewed from a
ideally.
we from a broader context can acknowledge this. There's no distinction between this in terms of pro-life versus pro-choice on this, by the way. Again, I don't think there's any distinction, and I think it's a hard problem for everyone to deal with, and I don't think it's talked about enough, honestly. But genuinely, like, there's so many things in our society right now that are needed to be focused on, that this is one of the things to talk about. But like, obviously, I do think that it's not even thought about. I didn't think about this until I started doing these debates, and I started questioning it from this perspective. I went through my whole life without thinking anything differently about that.
And by that, you mean like animal products?
Yeah, and I think there's also a lot of cognitive dissonance with it, and I think that I also experienced that.
Yeah, I'm curious. Like, I'm not sure if you've ever kind of polled your chat, but I'm curious if most of them would agree with you there, thinking that buying meat products is immoral.
Yeah.
I'm curious what that outcome would be. But
yeah. I mean, there's probably a lot of people that disagree. I mean, I don't know. The point I'm making here is that again, we can have disagreements like this, right, and whatnot. That's separate from the whole argument of politics, though, because like there's no distinction based upon either side.
I mean, I guess we can hash that out. Like, I do think it's harder to. I'm not convinced that it's just as easy to be pro-choice and align with vegan ethics than it is to be pro-life. Just by the nature.
I think there's literally no distinction.
Sorry, my dog's barking. If you hear that in the background.
Wait, because if you're pro sentience, then you could just value sentience and then also value animals. Or not.
But I don't think
and
that's
also
what the
if you
pro-choice
say you're pro-choice and you want to be pro-sentience and you want to value humans more than non-humans, I think that even vegans do this, by the way. Then you do it. All it is another conjunction: human plus sentience. And why do we value humans more than non-humans? Well, I do think it's because we meet a certain threshold of rationality, where we then grant a bit of more value to every member of the species that's sentient. So a lot of these things can get convoluted, and we're getting off topic. Let me bring us back to the topic, because I have a lot of hyper-specific things here.
If you want to bring it back to the topic, yeah, I guess the only thing I would say is I guess I could try and make a compelling argument. I'd have to go back and think of it. Like, I'm not interested in really like ad hoc argumentation, but
here's my point. You can't make a compelling enough argument to base your whole position here on it. Because I think that, like, I think that you are too certain in your position on this at all, like, overall, when in reality, like, I think these things are very complex, right? I think it's very complex in terms of people's access to abortion. And it's not just their cellular life, therefore it's valuable and we should restrict access there, right? Even so, like, think about it in this way. What do you really care about a zygote? Like a single cell organism at conception. Is that a person to you? Do you really think that's a person? Do you really care about it like me?
I think my intuition tells me yes, but again,
really? Okay,
I'm
so
open to...
let me question your intuition there. You know Batman the Joker?
Yeah.
Okay. The Joker kidnapped you and a few other people, okay? He has a pit of acid, a vat of acid, okay? And he's going to either put one newborn baby into this vat of acid or two zygotes into this vat of acid. You get to choose, and you're at gunpoint, okay? Who would you choose?
I would choose the zygotes.
You would choose the zygotes, okay? Let's suppose that it was 100,000 zygotes and one newborn baby. What would you pick?
Yeah, I'm not sure where the line would be. It's a good question. I mean, it could be 100,000. It could be.
I'm not even looking for a very specific line. I'm just trying to acknowledge that you probably still, in that circumstance, would still pick the newborn baby, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could still pick the baby, but that doesn't really speak to the value of the zygote. It doesn't.
It does. It does. Want to know why it does speak to it, at least to some degree? Because it demonstrates you value a newborn baby at least 100,000 times more than a zygote. At least 100 times more. 100,000 times.
Yeah. I mean, that's not inconsistent, though.
Not necessarily, but it gets you to at least reflect for a second, okay? Not only do you value them 100,000 times less than a zygote, or a zygote 100,000 times less than a newborn baby, but also in comparison of a sentient pregnant individual and a zygote, Why wouldn't you say that someone should be able to get access to an abortion if, again, it's 100,000 times less valuable?
Well, I guess the answer there would be the fact that I'm not choosing between the mother getting put in a vat of acid and choosing between the baby. It would just be choosing between the baby and like what other factor it would be.
Wait, so no, in this circumstance, there's a conflict of values. Okay, you want someone to have control over their own body, but you also want to maintain the value for the cellular life of the organism. That's seemingly what you're trying to prioritize here. You're saying which one should be prioritized. And essentially what I'm arguing is that, well, even if you do have value for the cellular organism, you have so much more value for the sentient individual that you care so much more about the desires and the bodily autonomy for them than you do care about the cellular life. Therefore, you should prioritize the pregnant individual that has experiences over the non-sentient embryo or zygote that, if you had an abortion, would never have an experience ever. So it's mainly about priorities here, not necessarily only just value, right? It's also priorities.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sympathetic to that, but I just don't. Yeah, if the argument is to value the, or what? No, you didn't say value. You said prioritize. If the argument is to prioritize a woman's, whatever you want to call it, I don't want to cast judgment on
bodily autonomy.
Okay, sure. We can say bodily autonomy for 8-9 months over the death of something that I deem valuable, whether or not you see that as valuable or not, but on my view and anyone else who holds the view, I would say that the life, quote unquote, is more of a priority in that case than bodily autonomy for 8 months. That would be the argument.
So the cellular life is more of a priority than the sentient life, even though the sentient life is over 100,000 times more valuable?
It's over 100,000 times more valuable in terms of like if I was choosing between the death of one, but not in terms of like the convenience of one over the death of one, if that makes sense.
Okay. Next question. Would you rather give up $100,000 or 2 zygotes die?
I mean, that's like I mean, I don't know if I'd give up $100,000 for a lot.
For 2 people?
For 2 people.
Would you give it up for 2?
That would ruin me. So it's like it's essentially choosing me over 2 zygotes. So it would just go back to the same question. It's just going to.
How about this? How about $10,000?
It would ruin me. I'm like I have nothing.
Okay, how about $1,000?
I would give up $1,000
to save 2 lives.
Of course.
Okay, what about 5,000?
This is the same question. You're just asking me to draw a line. I'm not sure where the line is, but
sure. Essentially, what I'm trying to say is that there's a certain level of obligation that you're going to be like, okay, maybe that's too much in terms of an obligation, right? There's also, right, going to be a certain amount where you're going to be like, okay, even though I would, if it were smaller, say that they should have to fulfill this obligation, because it's so large in terms of the obligation, I don't think that they should have to fulfill it. I think that could be applied here during pregnancy, because there are medical complications and risks that can come from pregnancy, right? People can die from pregnancy, right? There can be situations that harm people's psychological and physiological conditions in terms of their health, right? Obviously, that is going to be a risk taken into account in the context of a pregnancy. If you have an abortion, they're never going to have an experience. It's not going to affect any person. So what do you value in this circumstance? Are all of those things associated with pregnancy, and not even take into account people being forced to go through a pregnancy and the effects that can have on their psychological health as well? Not only that, but you're saying that you care about the cellular life more than all of those things. So I guess what would convince you of a prioritization in this context over a cellular life? Is it nothing? Is there no level of obligation? Say pregnancy lasted 5 years and the health risks 3 times. Would you still say that people have that obligation? For a cellular human life?
No, that's a pretty compelling argument. I guess I would say I could concede that point. I don't have an argument. I don't think the obligation for 5 years is worth the 100,000 X gap in value. So I could concede that.
Okay.
What I would say though, so like going back to your view, if you're taking the pro-sentience view, when does
sentience come into play? Is that like an 8-week or 24-week kind of
It's
thing?
20 through 24 weeks in the womb.
23, and then what do you advocate for, like a ban after that, or how would you reconcile that?
Well, I technically think that no lethal abortions really are happening after that point in elective circumstances. So I think that a ban after that point would only be restricting people who need it because of medical complications and risks and things like that, where it wouldn't make sense to ban it after that point. Does that make sense?
It does.
Just because I don't think it's going to be happening in enough circumstances. But suppose, how about this? Suppose you could create a law that had perfect exceptions in place, right? To ensure that everyone who medically needed it in the circumstances they need to after that point could get access to it. Then I would be totally okay with it if it's only for elective circumstances after that point. But the reality of the matter is that obviously I think that there are so many issues with establishing those exceptions after that point that it becomes too problematic. But yeah, if you could totally 100% set it up where it's only elective individuals and it would never restrict people from like situations where they medically need it from being able to get access to it, then I would be okay with that particular law. Does that make sense?
It does. And then so I'm assuming you'd also grant the fact that if it were the case that someone were doing it after your sentience points, 23, 24 weeks, if someone were to do that and it was not a threat to the mother or anything like that, you consider that a pretty like evil thing to do.
For someone to get a lethal abortion after sentience in an elective circumstance, when you are just about to hit viability or at viability already and you can do labor without the death of the fetus, yeah.
Okay.
That would be immoral, yeah.
And I'm assuming you know that there are some people on the pro-choice that I'm not going to attribute that to any of your positions. I know it's not your position, but it is the position. I'm sure even some people in the chat that think up until it exits the womb. I think even like Sam Cedar takes this position, like until it's outside of the womb.
Like it's not immoral.
Yeah.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I definitely think that doesn't make sense, and I don't think that a lot of people in chat hold that position or anything. I will be serious. I used to hold that position before I understood. I thought it was just like, oh, it should always be legal. There should be no restrictions. I don't have any views on the morality of it, mainly because I didn't know about it. But there were also times where I did, right? Like I did have a position against it, right? I guess like it's a little bit confusing, abortion in general. So I do think that if someone had a conversation, they wouldn't hold to that position if they were questioned on it and they were given explanations for other positions. I feel like for a lot of people, they wouldn't hold that position.
Okay. No, that's fair. I don't really have any other arguments to run. Maybe in the future, if you allow me to come up, I can run some other kind of arguments, but I don't like any kind of ad hoc or anything like that. So,
all right. Appreciate you going up.
I appreciate your time. And I know I see some people in chat like going off, like, oh, get this guy out of here, blah, blah, blah. It's like Parker Daniel changed 90% of my worldview in this conversation. It's like you probably should give some grace to people. But anyways, that's not a shot at Parker, obviously. But just people in chat, like, just maybe be a little more patient. But that's all.
All right. Appreciate you coming up.
All right.
Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Amy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Yeah, it does depend on the way that you define it. I typically don't define it as like a way of living. I define it more as like a moral belief, but it just depends. Like a moral philosophy. Amanda, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. I do think that's a good question to ask, actually. Lucas, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Maya, thank you for the $1 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't understand it either. Aries, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I mean, I totally see you there. I totally agree. Thank you so much, Aries. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Tom as well. Or Thom, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. W's for Thom in the comment section and based ideology there. Tanner, thank you for the $5. Broncos country, let's ride, baby. It's about to start right now. I'm so excited. They said, frankly, if you support the Bills, you're a radical leftist Marxist. Jeanette, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I'll have to look. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $4.20. Thank you. Dennis, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. Thank you for the kind message. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Dennis in the comment section? Christina, thank you for the $5. Luis, thank you so much for the $51 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Luis in the comment section right now for the $51 on PayPal? Thank you so much. I appreciate you very much too. Thank you so much for the kind message. And I totally agree. That's actually why I come up here and argue what I do every single day. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. W's for them in the comment section.
W's for them in the comment section.
Oh, they have a bit of an echo. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Seriously, so much. Thank you. By the way, everyone, we're going to be live until Dean hops on, which should be a little bit longer. Dean messaged me earlier. He was actually up pretty early today. Like, literally, like, right when I started my live. Like, literally, right when I started it. That was yesterday, actually. Okay. Wait, today, he was 12 o'clock, actually. Okay, so he literally told me, all right, that was yesterday. Sorry. Today, it was 11 o'clock. Yeah, okay. He told me that I had a substance warning. That's what it was. But he should be on here pretty soon because he was texting me and I was asking him. He should be on probably within an hour, I'd say. So I'll probably be on for another hour maximum. Probably, but we'll stay on until he gets on. Let me actually ask my girlfriend what time we need to leave to make sure that I don't misremember. Yo, how old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Yes and no. But
If you-
I was wanting to talk to.
Before you do, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I wouldn't vote for Kamala. I would vote for what was his name, Kennedy. He
Robert
was
F.
trying to
Kennedy?
be
I
an
mean,
independent.
he wasn't even a candidate. He was on Trump's admin. So
Yeah,
given
yeah.
that he was on Trump's admin, would you vote Trump?
No, not Trump.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up.
I wouldn't vote.
Appreciate you coming up. I am just looking for the next person who would, in that context, to vote for Donald Trump. I would recommend to keep watching these live streams. If you care about the health of Americans, I think that Donald Trump is worse for the health of Americans, so I would vote against him if I were you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
And do you support Donald Trump?
I have a question. So, what do you think the future king?
I'm sorry, I just kicked you because I assumed that you don't actually. By the way, Amy, I actually totally agree. It is. Now, my criticism is mainly about like the necessary level of caloric intake, because technically, if everyone ate the necessary level of caloric intake, we would require less crops than if we didn't, even if we were trying to abide by not eating meat. So that's kind of like what my point was. Is that it would still technically be immoral, but although to a lesser extent, comparative to the level of unnecessary animal suffering that we have in our society today. But there still would be some level of unnecessary animal suffering due to crop deaths, with the amount of crops that we would need with a society that is vegan plus doesn't take into consideration the necessary level of caloric intake versus a vegan society that did take into account the necessary level of caloric intake. So it's like a very like hyper-specific argument that kind of like holds me back, I guess, from accepting that one position. But I mean, I don't know. I think you could still define veganism like maybe like in accordance with the way that I was defining it there. But I don't know. I've yet to hear that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 26.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, you said?
Yeah.
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Because I've always wanted to see Parker versus Donald Trump in a debate, and I'm choosing Parker. Let's go Parker.
I would love to debate Trump. I don't think it would ever be able to happen. Can you imagine Parker v. Trump on TikTok live stream? We'd have like fucking 2 million people in the stream, and I'd just be dog walking Trump. It would be so fun. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You're so disgusting. What a weirdo. Let's go to the next individual. By the way, everyone, last time to guess on the Snapchat what you think my outfit is, or my costume for the party I'm going to be going to later. Before I tell the chat. I'm going to tell the chat, so don't worry. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Do give it a second. Again, Parker, get a job on Snapchat if you want to guess the outfit. Okay. We have plenty of time before I need to leave.
Daddy, I love my daddy. Oh my god.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Because Parker, Harry, Dean, and who's Chris. You guys would all beat the MAGA cult. So you guys beat them all the time in the debate. So I love watching you guys. Let's go, Parker, Dean, and
Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria list on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Ashley, by the way, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Chiseled Squidward, thank you so much for the $10, by the way. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that's why it's so important. I totally agree. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 26.
What's your birth year?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, they sound like a child. The official, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Thank you. I totally agree. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Laughing Leslie again. Thank you for the $10. Thank you. Yes, I low-key was thinking about it. Because I have my girlfriend watching the show, so I've been thinking about it recently. Tilo, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Mason, thank you for the $5 as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Fuck guys and fuck Trump.
Based. Nobody, by the way, thank you for the $80 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Nobody. I appreciate the $80. Thank you so much. They said, I'd like to know your thoughts on Dr. Nisha Verma, who, after being asked if men could get pregnant by Senator Hawley, couldn't answer. I think it was bad faith and he kept interrupting her. Transphobe keep running with it and call it a win. Yeah, I don't know. I think that the whole argument of not being able to answer what is a woman or what is a man is a really ridiculous thing to ask people, because I think general things such as, like gender, such as sex even, such as, typical ordinary things, whether it be, chairs, beds, things like that. I think that there's a pretty hard way of defining necessary and sufficient conditions to do so. And I don't think anyone operates on this idea of necessary and sufficient conditions for those particular definitions. And if you can't provide them, you don't know what it is. That would essentially be meaning that children don't know what men and women are, right? And clearly children know what men and women are, right? In like a general sense, right? And not being able to mention like hyper-specific necessary and sufficient conditions, like many children wouldn't be able to, isn't evidence that they don't know what men and women are, right? I think it's just a ridiculous talking point, and I exposed the talking point when I tried it against Charlie Kirk, and I literally I flipped it back on him, and all he could say was, "You're looking at one." Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
Primarily immigration. I watch your lives a lot, actually, and I see where you disagree with it. But no, I agree with it because, number one, I live in Minnesota, and obviously our state is the talk of the town with everything going on, obviously. And I don't think we have the right leadership here as far as Governor Walz goes and Mayor Fry, and I think we need change in our state.
Okay. So, like, could you be specific? Like, what do you want better in your state? Because I don't think that Tim Walz caused any fraud or is helping the fraud out or something like that. I think he actually tried to get it investigated to a greater extent.
No, I agree with you. I'm not talking about the fraud part. I don't think he was involved at all. I agree with you. I'm talking about everything that's going on in the past week or so as far as the immigration, ICE, everything is concerned. I think that he is not doing a good job of trying to get the people to stop protesting and what have you, because I think they're causing more damage than they are improving the situation, if you ask me.
Okay. So you think they're causing... Wait, repeat it one more time. Sorry.
Yeah, I think that the people that you see on TV right now and people protesting. Obviously, there are some people who are peacefully protesting, but you had the people who are causing mayhem in our cities here in the state. And I don't think that the governor and the mayor are doing a good job of denouncing those people and trying to get them to get away. You know what I mean?
Okay, so you think they should be denouncing protesters?
Well, the violent ones, but it doesn't seem like they're doing a good job of trying to clean
Oh,
that
so
up.
to clarify, I think that they have disagreed with the violence. Not only have they disagreed with the violence, but also your side literally pardoned violent rioters. Okay, Donald Trump pardoned violent rioters on January 6th who beat police officers, and he called them patriots.
Right, I agree with you. I mean, I agree with you on that part. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what's going on in Minnesota right now. and the
But like, I think
Democratic
that
leadership.
if you're going to compare Democrats to Republicans here, you have to be willing to acknowledge this about Donald Trump.
I'm neither. I'm MAGA. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not right or left. I'm MAGA. I'm everything Trump supports.
Yeah, so if you're everything Trump supports, then you support pardoning the violent rioters who beat police officers.
Well, I mean, okay, I should rephrase myself. I don't, support everything he does, but I'm talking about the Democratic leadership, your side idol in Minnesota right now, who you have Minnesota politicians who are saying to the police, stand down, do not respond. Do you think that's a good idea?
I think they're saying that to ICE.
No, we'll talk about the Minnesota PD. They have.
I don't think they're saying to PD, don't hold accountable people who are committing violence.
Well, you saw what happened today.
Can you
I
give
don't
me
know
a
if you're
single?
familiar-
Can you give me a single Democratic lawmaker saying don't hold people accountable for committing violence?
Not in that exact paraphrase, but I'm talking about they have literally told Minnesota police not to respond, not to
Okay.
interfere with ICE and what have you. Cooperate.
Oh, interfere with ICE.
Yeah,
So
like,
they're
don't-
saying that you don't have to cooperate with ICE, or sorry, repeat what you said they're saying.
Yeah, so they're saying that if ICE is in trouble, like don't help them, like do not. They have do not respond orders. You know that,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I mean, you don't live in the States, you might not be familiar with it, but that is true.
I don't know if ICE is in trouble. It's just that don't help out ICE or help them with like deporting people.
Like don't help them. No, because what I have understood, I live in St. Paul, so not, but like what I've understood.
Like,
is
can you
people
just
who
give me
live
the
around-
reference for what you're talking about so I can overlook it, maybe?
Well, it's from my friends who live in those suburbs. I don't know if it's a Google search away, but what they told me is that the Minnesota PD was told not to respond if ICE is in a situation where they need help, like assistance from like a local PD.
So help doesn't necessarily entail that they need help in the situation of like someone assaulting them or something. Okay, it could just mean help in terms of information. So I would just like to hear specifically what are you referencing, right? In
Well,
specific,
today-
in terms
yeah,
of the
so today-
the member that specifically called for this. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to make or give you a response to this.
Okay, so I don't know what day it was, but it was this past week. I'm sure you saw the video by now, where ICE was overtaken, and they had to surrender to the protesters because their lives were in danger. ICE was, and when they did so, they had multiple people who ambushed a ICE vehicle and broke into the safe and took their weaponry. Have you saw that video?
No, I haven't.
Okay, well, that is on Google, and they arrested the guy ultimately. But the Minnesota PD did not step in and help ICE whenever they were in the vulnerable position. They were overtaken. They had to ban their vehicles, and men broke into an ICE vehicle, and they took an ICE safe, broke into the safe, and took multiple firearms from the vehicle. That is
Here's
a
my
video. That is
point.
true.
Why is Trump sending in federal officers if those federal officers can't take care of themselves, and we have to use state resources to take care of those federal officers?
You broke up. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, why is Trump sending in federal officers with not enough resources to take care of themselves, and instead they have to rely on state resources and local resources in order to maintain their federal services?
Because the local police don't have you on doing their jobs, so they have to bring in the federal people.
I mean the
that's all
police
it
are
is.
doing their jobs. It's just
They're
that they
not
want to send
cooperating.
ICE in to do operations.
Yeah, because Minnesota PD is not cooperating.
Yeah, why?
I don't know why. That's a good question. They should cooperate.
Because of the fact that ICE has a horrible reputation because of what they're doing. If ICE didn't have such a horrible reputation, this wouldn't be happening. Okay, so
ICE doesn't have that
explain
reputation
to me
because-
why you think ICE has this horrible reputation.
I think it's just propaganda from the left because if you think about it, ICE has been around for a long time, right? It was under the Biden administration had ICE, Obama had ICE, Trump had ICE.
Exactly. So why is ICE not being? Why are they not cooperating with ICE now? Because of how ICE is operating now. Okay, you have to acknowledge there's a clear distinction between ICE under Obama and under Biden comparative to ICE under the Trump administration. Okay, ICE under Trump is literally militarized, like you have not seen under Biden and Harris. Okay, like you have not seen under Obama. Okay, ICE disproportionately to a greater extent is going after those that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes and not utilizing due process in deporting people. They're masking themselves, they're not identifying themselves, they're not utilizing warrants, and historically speaking, they did that to a significantly greater extent. Okay, so the reason why people have a bad reputation of ICE, which is why it's leading to this, which is leading to more conflict and less security, is because of the fact that ICE is acting like a secret police state, right? Secret police force that literally does whatever the president wants, that has no accountability, okay? Because they literally just murdered Renee Good, right, with no accountability. Jonathan Ross is not being held accountable. They're not working with state officials to allow them to investigate. So the issue is how they're conducting themselves. Stop conducting yourself this way, and it'll be easier to go after the worst of the worst. This is what I mean. If they were focusing on going after people who have committed violent crimes and bad crimes and not going after those that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes, not only would be there significantly less commotion, there wouldn't be the amount of protesting that you're referencing, and hell, we'd be working with them, okay, to go after those that are like literally the worst of the worst, like the people who have assaulted individuals, the people that have committed violent crimes, right? We would be in support of them going after those people, and we'd be helping them out. But the point in the reality as to why we're not is because they're going after U.S. citizens, they're murdering U.S. citizens, they're literally harming, right, people specifically that just simply don't have their citizenship on them, right? They're going up door to door, asking people for their papers, like the fucking Gestapo did. Like, literally, what the Gestapo did. Going door to door, asking people for their papers, just going up to them. And racially profiling people. Okay? That's why.
Okay, but so why do you think that there is so many, like a record employment with ICE? Why do you think the employment's so high?
Why is unemployment high with ICE? That doesn't make any sense. What do you mean?
I must have broke it up. I'm sorry. I said, why is ICE employment so high? Why is there so many more ICE officials nowadays? Do you have an answer for that?
Because they lowered the conditions for becoming an ICE agent?
No, the correct answer is that
they literally did. Wait, I'm sorry, that's a fact. They literally lowered the conditions that you have to meet in order to be able to become an ICE agent.
Okay, well, what were the prior conditions versus now?
I got you.
Okay, well, while you're doing that, I'm going to tell you. The reason why there's so many more ICE officials is because we had record border crossings under the Biden administration. Would you acknowledge that?
Yeah.
Okay. So that is why we need to get the people out who came here illegally. That's one thing. Okay. And as far as the, they're going after people who aren't criminals. Yeah, because they shouldn't be here. Right? I mean, I have friends who are from Venezuela, from multiple, countries that aren't this one, and they had to wait a long time to get here, and they say it themselves that it's unfair. They had to wait years, some decades, to get here, and these people could just come in and be here. Do you think that's fair?
Here, can I go back? Can I go to that in a second while I provide this? So there's a few things here. News outlets and Homeland Security officials reported cuts to the length of ICE training during Trump's second term, reducing it from about 5 months to 6 days a week for 8 weeks. That's 48 days of training over a 56-day period, right? Rather than it being 5 months.
Okay.
Okay. That's just in terms of training. Let me give you other examples. You can continue with what were you saying? Repeat what you just said.
No. Okay. I was saying that I have friends from southern countries who have moved here the right way, and they even say themselves that it's not fair that they had to wait years, sometimes decades, to get here. And these people could just get in under the Biden administration with no repercussions. Do you think that's fair?
And no, I don't think. I think that they were deporting people. I don't think that there was an open border. I do think that. How many people do you think came into the country undocumented under Biden's admin?
I would say what I've read and what I believe. I'd say 10 million.
It was less than 4 million. Okay. It was like about 3 million because we went from 11 million to 14 million in terms of the undocumented immigrant population in the United States. So how much did you say? You said 10 million?
Yeah, I mean, I read that.
So you
from
think it
various
went? You
sources.
think that the current undocumented immigrant population is 21 million?
No, no, I'm talking about from the Biden administration. It's like 10 million.
Yeah.
I
So
don't know
11
overall.
plus 10 is equal to 21. Correct.
Where are you getting 11 from?
My elementary class when I was a kid.
I must have missed the first part of what you said. All I said was 10 million people came under Biden. What about the other 11? Where's
Yeah,
that from?
11 million. Are you asking where the 11 million number is coming from?
Yeah, I missed the first part.
Okay. Yeah, the 11 million number is coming from the American Council for, or here, is it, hold up, American, wait, hold up, I need to make sure I'm citing it correctly. Undocumented immigrant population, one second. I always mistake the, what is it called? Well, we have Pew Research, but it's the American Council something. Wait, where is it coming? Where's it at? One second. Okay, well, you can get the 11 million number from Pew Research.
Okay. You're saying that was pre-Biden, 11 million we had?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
11 million.
Okay, and then 14 by the end of his term. So you're saying 3 million came here undocumented, then, correct?
Oh, American Immigration Council. Sorry. I apologize. It took me a minute. Go ahead. You were saying?
Okay, so prior to Biden, there was 11 million, and then after Biden, there was 3 million. Okay, but that was still the highest in record years. You know that, right?
You're saying it was the highest in record years. Yeah, I mean, 14 million is higher, yeah. Oh, it is on Pew Research now.
Okay. Well, here's my question to you. How could so many people come under the Biden administration, but now Trump is in office, and we'll say a year now, essentially, it is record low number of crossings. Why is that?
Why is there a record low amount of crossings? Well, I think it's because of, I think that Trump is making the economy worse off, so it incentivizes less people to come here. I think that he's putting more harsh, strict standards in place in terms of his rhetoric, because of the fact that he's quite literally calling for the murder of people in the South Caribbean. He's saying that they're rapists and eating our pets and dogs. So less people want to immigrate here because they'll be discriminated against.
Well, I don't think it's the economy because those people come from the bottom of the barrel, and they would do anything to come here. So I don't think it's the economy.
It is.
and
And by
second-
the way, the reason why more people were coming to our country was because of the increase in inflation around the entire world, which led to a incentivization of people coming to the United States because of the fact that there's economic security to a greater extent in the United States comparative to the rest of the world.
Yeah, I agree with you on that point. I agree that it was a worldwide inflation surge, and the U.S. one of the lowest. I agree with you on that one under Biden. But even today with the inflation, it's the same as, if not lower, under Trump. So I don't think it's the economy. You know what I mean? I think the economy is great. I think that obviously gas prices are down across the country. That is true. I think that grocery prices are steady, if not a little bit lower. The big thing on the left
Nope,
was
grocery prices
the-
have gone up in prices. We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. We had unemployment increase. We had real median wages decline in the level of growth rate comparative to the last year under the Biden-Harris administration. Name one metric of the U.S. economy that is better off right now.
metric, like the oil and gas market.
So gas prices are lower. I don't dispute you there. It's about 12 cents lower than what it was last year on average. But if you want to look at electricity as a whole, electricity is more expensive.
What was the increase in electricity?
Over the past year?
Yeah. Was it because of the Trump shut down his Biden's Green Deal? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, that's part of the increase.
Okay, I didn't notice a difference in my electric. I don't know. Let's see what number you have.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm going to the Bureau of Labor Statistics to find the exact number for you.
All right.
Okay. You can say something while I do this. It's going to take a second.
Okay. But yeah, going back to it, man, I just think that we are in a better spot. A year since Trump started, I think that we are a superpower again. The world respects us again, and I think that if we can get Greenland as well, that'd be a great thing to get Greenland. We need that for security. Hopefully we can purchase that and make them part of the U.S. I think that'd be great.
A few things here. So there's multiple percentage points. It went from around 0.179 to 0.189 in terms of electricity per kilowatt hour on average price. And then, wait, repeat what you just said. You said you buy Greenland, and then what else?
Yeah, buying Greenland for defense would be a great thing. Wouldn't you agree? To buy Greenland?
No, that's an idiotic move. Go ahead, but what was the other point?
Oh man, I don't even remember.
Okay, I'll talk about Greenland. One, we can do national security with Greenland right now, as they're literally a part of NATO. Like, there's nothing limiting us from doing that. So buying them to do that makes no sense. It would only make sense to do it for minerals. And by the way, they said they're not for sale. And Trump said we're going to do something about Greenland, whether they like it or not. And he also asked the military to create a plan to literally invade Greenland.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but see, here's the thing about NATO. I don't think the U.S. should be in NATO because I just don't see how that makes us better off, right?
Yeah, having allies is good for trade around the entire world and good for increasing democracy and the spread of our ideological beliefs.
Beliefs such as what?
Rule of law, democracy, our constitution.
Yeah, well, who are our top like 3 peers in NATO?
Who is?
Yeah.
The top 3 leaders in NATO?
No, top 3 like our main peers in NATO. Peers like our top 3 countries that are friends in NATO.
It's not just 3 countries, but some main ones, right? Are like the UK, Canada, Germany.
Yeah. First of all, Canada hates us.
Because of Trump.
I mean, they've always kind of hated us.
Nope. No, they didn't.
Okay, well, here's my thing. Why do we need to have Canada on our side? Their military is not that great. They don't do much for us at all. They're just a northern neighbor that is just there. Like, it's just your neighbor who
They
doesn't really
trade
do
with
much.
us. They're a huge trading partner. What do you mean they do nothing?
Yeah,
It's like saying
trading
Greenland
stuff
does
with what?
nothing. So what benefit do we get from buying Greenland?
That's a piece of land that we need because it's so close to Russia.
No, we don't. Okay, so it's close to Russia, therefore we need it, is your argument?
For defense, yes. Because
Okay,
if we don't...
Okay, so then if we need it for defense, why can't we do that right now, given that they're already a part of NATO?
Because they won't give it to us.
They will let us. They will let us defend with them. We can send troops there.
Yeah, but we don't have anything. We don't have any bases there or what have you.
We do. We have a base there.
Not like a,
Yeah, we
like
do.
a real base.
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
And we can
One
build
base.
another one.
Yeah, but you're missing the point. It's close to Russia, right? Who is Vladimir Putin? He's a very evil dictator, right? He's very evil, right? He is trying to take Ukraine. He's not stopping. Nothing will stop him, essentially, right? So if he can do that to Ukraine, why wouldn't he try to invade Greenland? Okay, because obviously everyone in
Because
Europe
Greenland's a
hates-
part of NATO, genius.
Right. I know
Okay.
that, but he doesn't.
If
fear
Ukraine was a
NATO.
part of NATO, he would have never been able to invade Ukraine. Ukraine should have been a part of NATO. Them joining the Budapest Memorandum instead of joining NATO is the reason why they were even at risk of being invaded in the first place. They should have been a part of NATO from the very beginning.
I agree. They should have. But that's what I'm trying to tell you. If he's not afraid to invade Ukraine, he's not afraid to invade Greenland, right? Because Putin doesn't care.
Yes,
Who
he
has-
is,
who-
because of NATO, you fucking idiot. What are you talking about?
Yes, but who is
If
the
he
strongest
invades
country-
Greenland, Article 5 is invoked.
Yes, but who is the strongest country in NATO? Obviously the USA, right? He's not gonna.
So he's
you're
not
missing
going
the
to
point.
invade a country that is a
No,
part of
that's not what I
NATO.
was gonna say. No, he's not gonna invade them because he knows that the US is gonna buy them, so he's not gonna try that.
No, he wasn't going to invade Greenland either way.
Why wouldn't he?
Because
take over
they're a
all of
part of
Europe.
NATO. Article 5 is invoked. There's something called mutually assured destruction. It's called MAD, meaning that any country that has nuclear weapons, there's an idea that you can destroy either country because of the fact that there is an ability for them to drop a nuclear weapon.
Okay, the answer to this question: do you think Donald Trump cares about NATO? Yes or no? Only?
Do I think he cares about NATO? I don't know. Probably not.
No, right. So if he doesn't care about NATO, then why would Putin care about NATO?
Because he has to.
Right, because he fears everyone. He doesn't fear anybody else on that list besides the United States.
No, he fears Europe, but also the United States. Yes, it's the combination. It's the alliance. That's literally why.
Right, but he wants to take over Europe. That's the whole thing. But anyway, even though they're not even in Europe. But anyway, it's just, like I said, overall, the country is in better shape, and you have to admit that. The gas prices, the grocery, the economy, safety, immigration, what have you. You know what I mean?
Do you think NATO is important?
No, I don't.
You don't think it's important for security?
No, I don't. What security? What?
Anti-missile defense. We have military bases in a bunch of different countries. We have soft power affiliations with trade partners, spreading our ideological beliefs.
No,
and also, it's close to Russia.
Right. Okay, but I don't agree with this allegiance to other countries that the U.S. has to possess.
Wait, I'm sorry. I thought you just said we needed places close to Russia. Greenland, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Finland. Are those not right next to Russia? Based on your argument, they literally do have a benefit, and you're just not acknowledging it. Well, you said there would be a national security benefit to having control, militarily speaking, over Greenland, even though we already have that right now, by the way.
Okay, you're missing the point. Where the hell is even Finland at, right? Well, it's not even close to us. I'm talking about places that are close to us. Greenland, literally right there, right? That's
places that are close to us. Alaska?
Yeah, Alaska's a U.S. state.
Yes, and it's right next to Russia.
Right, but that's the U.S.'s control.
Okay.
So I just told you that.
And so is Greenland. Greenland's already a part of NATO. By the way, there's literally no distinction between what's it called? Greenland being a part of NATO and Greenland being a part of the United States in our ability to defend them, militarily speaking. No distinction. Okay? The only distinction is whether or not we have mineral rights. That's it. Okay?
You're missing the point of what I tried to explain.
No, I'm not. I'm not missing the point. You have no justification for going and doing this. And by the way, you're going to buy it for nothing? What do we get out of buying it?
You're buying it for $700 billion, what they want to do.
700 billion? One, they wouldn't accept it for 700 billion. Two, right, you're saying the only benefit could possibly be is mineral, and it would take a lot to even get the minerals out of there in the first place. But mineral is the only benefit you could have, and that's not military. You brought up military security, okay? We do not need them for military security because they're already a part of NATO! Okay, and you're the one arguing NATO isn't useful while simultaneously saying that we need a member of NATO for security. What the fuck are you talking about?
Because you missed all my main points. If I could please explain myself, right? Alaska is a U.S. state, okay? Putin is not going to touch a U.S. state.
Or NATO.
Secondly, Greenland is not a U.S. state. It's not a part of the U.S., but it is a part of NATO, yes. But it is free game because Russia can attack.
So you think Poland is free game?
Oh my God! I don't even know what Poland's a part of. I guess they're a part of NATO.
Yeah. Do you know where Poland is located?
It's far from here, man. Europe.
What continent is Poland located in?
Europe.
Okay. Just making sure you know.
I just guessed, man. I don't know anything about Poland, man. But it's just, I just think that acquiring more land under our name is not a bad thing, like everybody wants to portray it to be. I just don't understand it.
Yes, it is, because you're doing so by force. It's not buying. It is by force, okay?
But we would buy it, though. So let me ask you this.
No,
right?
we wouldn't. We would force them.
If Greenland wanted to sell the U.S.
Then why did Trump create a plan to invade?
If they don't accept the offer, probably.
Okay, you see what I mean? So if you say, accept this trade, or I'm going to shoot you, is that an actual trade? Is that voluntary?
I I guess not. You're requiring that by force, but they're still paying you for it, so I guess it worked.
So was it voluntary? Yes or no?
No, they were held against their will to do it, but I mean...
Okay, if it is not voluntary, then you must agree that it's not a genuine trade. It is not genuinely buying it. It is forcing them to... It is forcing them. And by the way, if you're already forcing them, why would you even give them money? Like, that just doesn't make any sense. You're just losing money for no reason at that point.
No, you're not, because it would be a lot to invade them. It would be detrimental.
It'd be a lot to invade them. Why? Why would it be a lot to invade them? Because they're already a part of NATO, you fucking idiot, dude. Literally, this would cause World War III.
How would it cause World War III? Who in the world would back Greenland?
NATO?
Yes, and there is no countries in NATO that could ever touch the United States. Okay.
So I'm not saying... Oh, wait, so let me clarify. I do think it would actually lead to the dissolution of NATO, right? But it is a threat of World War III. Let me just say that. Is that okay?
Right. And you don't think that when the U.S. kidnapped Maduro, that wasn't like a World War III edge type of deal?
No, because Venezuela is not a part of NATO or any major alliance that specifically would lead to like an Article 5 being invoked.
Right, but they have great allies too, right? But that happened.
Such
right?
as?
Who, Venezuela?
Yeah.
Cuba, Colombia, what have you.
Other countries that Trump threatened?
Yeah, but do you see them doing anything about it?
Are they nuclear powers?
No.
Okay, that's a big difference.
Okay.
And even so, I don't support him fucking engaging in military conflict with any of those countries either.
So you don't support him arresting Maduro?
I don't support him specifically involving himself with Venezuela because they're trying to steal Venezuelan oil, and they're not even trying to benefit the Venezuelan people because they literally just reinstated the same Maduro regime anyway. Okay, it's just the vice president in office now. So what's the fucking relevant difference for Venezuelan people?
The big difference, that lady isn't Maduro. You know what I'm saying? I think about it, right?
It's the same ideological beliefs. It's the same system.
Yeah, but it's not the same person, right? With the same... Well, okay, think about it, right? Let's say something happened to the president of Russia. Let's say something happened to Putin, right? Someone else gets appointed in Russia. Are they gonna be
the vice president that Putin appointed gets appointed. Is that like a huge benefit?
Yeah, the main person is gone. Right? It's just like when they... It's just like...
This is like getting rid of Lenin and then Stalin gets into the position and you're like, that's a win! It's a win! It's not Lenin anymore!
To take out the head of the operation is not a big win. You realize that what Venezuela was doing to American citizens, right?
Yeah, so if you wanted to address that, well then you should not pardon a convicted seed drug trafficker that was convicted of over 400 tons of trafficking over 400 tons of seed drug to the United States.
Who are you talking about? I don't know.
The ex-president of Honduras that Donald Trump pardoned.
He was in the U.S. prison?
No, ex-Honduras president.
He was in a U.S. prison? Here?
Tay, think of the galaxy. Thank you so much. Yeah, he was pardoned.
When was this?
This administration.
Okay, so recently. Did he give a reason why he pardoned him?
He thinks it wasn't applicable to him. So apparently, if you just alleged that people have been trafficking DRUGS to our country, it's okay to drone strike them off the coast of Venezuela. But if Donald Trump realizes that they're convicted, they deserve to be pardoned.
Was he wrongfully convicted? I mean, that's possible.
I don't believe he was wrongfully convicted. I don't believe there's any good reason to believe he was wrongfully convicted. They didn't mention a single piece of evidence in the case they dispute. They just said it was bullshit. Okay?
Well, I mean, if they said that, they would obviously have information that it's true, right? They wouldn't just pardon someone for what he did for no reason, right? They probably have evidence.
They pardoned the violent rioters on January 6th who beat police officers. I wouldn't put it past them.
Well, he didn't pardon all of them, though.
He literally pardoned every single one.
No, there were some that stayed in prison, by the way, the most violent ones.
Name a single one.
I mean, I have to get off this app. Can I leave
Go ahead.
this app?
I'll give you time. I'll thank some people in the meantime. I actually genuinely curious. Okay. Let's get this next. Let's thank some people real quick. Let's thank them real quick to give it a quick second. Luisa, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Luisa. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know it's very brutal. Thank you so much. Bruno, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, they just left right away. Bruno as well, thank you for the $2.50. They said, we are literally doing to Greenland what Germany did to Poland. Talking to you, and their excuse... Oh, and their excuse was that they did it because they needed it to... They needed it to make Germany great again. Yeah, that was literally their excuse. Bruno, thank you for the $1 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Bruno. Luke, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said from an international relations standpoint, you can't be isolation and expansionist at the same time. You can't be America first and still want to take other countries. I swear these people have failed high school. It's true. Thank you so much, Luke. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Amanda, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Amanda. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We had some W's for them. They said there is a divide between ICE and Minneapolis PD due to the DOJ shutting down the BCA and local law enforcement. Has nothing to do with siding with citizens. I wish they would. Thank you so much, Amanda. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the information. As well as thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. As well. Oh, they said I live in Minneapolis and no Many Leo. Thank you for the information. Jesse, thank you for the $1 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Shrew, thank you so much. M as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you. Zachary, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Of course. Gina, thank you for the $5. And Josh, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Seriously though, thank you so much. Lucas, thank you for the $1 as well. Thank you. I have some people to thank on YouTube real quick, and then we can go on, continue this conversation. If you're on YouTube again, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It really helps send it out to more people. I would really, really, really appreciate it. I think right now we currently have, how many likes do we currently have? Oh wait, it's not loading for me. We currently have 2,500 likes. Let's try to get to 3,000, everyone. Let's go to 3,000. Let me say some thank you to some people on YouTube real quick. To give me a quick second while he finds this information. MG Lola, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. We're definitely not respected by the world. I totally agree. Jack, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said Low Greenland is close to Russia. Literally a whole other Greenland could fit between Greenland and Russia's mainland. Ashley, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. That's so funny, Ashley. Boudicea, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. If we leave NATO, our national security is destroyed. We lose access to their land and airspace, intelligence, supporting services like radar, troops, etc. Seriously, very short-sighted. Ashley, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Literally, there's no right. They just believe it because they feel like it. Casey, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much for Greenland isn't for sale. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Casey. Get some W's for Casey in the comment section for the $50. Thank you. TK, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Said, what if Canada said they needed Alaska for Russian aggression? Should we give it / sell it to them? They would say no. SU, thank you so much for the appreciate the $10. Thank you. DK, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for Greenland is like your neighbor's house. We already promised to help keep it safe. That doesn't mean that we get to take their house just because we're worried about burglars. They already let us use the road to move help fast. True. Ashley, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Democracy Darkness, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. BOKC, thank you so much for the $2. DK again with the $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. I literally just saw that message. Thank you very much. It totally is. Thank you so much. They said NATO is like neighbors agreeing to watch each other's houses. No one fights, but thieves think twice when they know the whole block shows up if they kick one door in. You don't kick in the neighbor's door for self-defense. True. Aisha, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Jay, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Good to see you as always, Jay. Thank you so much. I know, right? And then Toads, thank you for the $5. Aisha, thank you so much for the $10. Andy, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. Societal Anthropology, thank you for the $2. Laugh and Leslie, thank you for the $10. Brian, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Ashley, thank you for the $5. Chiseled Squidward again with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it again. Thank you so much. As well as Kat, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. And Monique, thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Monique in the comment section right now for literally the $100 on PayPal? Thank you so much, Monique. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Bad Wolf, again, thank you for the $2. Thank you. I do. But W's for Monique in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Alrighty, did you find your thing, K-Dot?
Yeah, I did. I found out where not all of them were pardoned, but some of them denied their pardon request, though, personally. But,
Okay, so some denied the pardon request, but were any not pardoned?
No.
Okay.
So you're right about that. I agree. Okay. But yeah, it's just I don't understand what your big stickler is with Trump because he's making the country better.
Susanna, by the way, thank you for the $5. Progress Liberal, thank you so much for the $5. And Nobody, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. They said Australia did a poll and only 36% of Australians had any faith in the U.S. Yeah, that's really brutal. Catherine, by the way, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. Can we thank you so much. Can we get some W's for them on Venmo? Alrighty, so repeat what you just last said.
I said the main reason why I'm here is because of immigration. Like he made that better. Like he stopped immigration, and he's getting them out of our country. Could you admit that the main reason why Harris lost the election was because of immigration?
Yeah, so people bought the bullshit that Trump was engaging in about it. El Valentine, thank you for the $15, by the way. Thank you so much. And that does not mean that it was correct, the bullshit that he was spreading.
Right, but it was the main reason.
It was one of the main reasons, yes. I do agree.
Okay, and if they would have done a better job of being stricter with that, they probably would have won the election.
No, if they did a better job communicating it. So I think that they agree. I think that most Americans agree with the Democratic position on immigration. I just think the main issue is they do not communicate their particular position on immigration effectively enough in order for the general public to understand their immigration position enough to say that they actually agree with it. So I actually think the issue was with that they didn't talk about it. They didn't have a conversation with what their particular perspective was. And they just said that there's this one bill. Okay, did you really expect that the average American was going to read the bill? No. So you got to tell them what's in the bill. Okay? And you have to talk about it over and over and over again. Okay? If you don't talk about it over and over and over again, well, then people generally will have no fucking clue what the position is. So I think one of the biggest issues was that they did not explain in enough detail what their particular position is on immigration enough for people to understand it. Now, that does not mean that they had terrible policy. Okay?
Well, I think you have the wrong Democrat messaging for you guys, because I don't know if you're familiar with the interview last night, but there was a Democrat lawmaker, politician, who said that he would not support deporting immigrants who were found liable for SE blank crimes. Did you hear that interview?
You mean SA?
No, SE then crimes. SE,
Spell it out.
SEX crimes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they definitely should be deported in that context. I disagree with any person who said that.
Yeah, there was a Democratic lawmaker on the Fox News last night who said that.
Okay. What Democratic lawmaker?
It was the immigrant lawmaker. He has like an accent. I think he's Indian. The one who wants to abolish ICE. What's his name?
Too vague.
You see like the immigrant politician?
Too vague.
Like Indian or too vague? Is that his name?
No, I said you're not giving enough information.
Oh, can I look it up real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Alrighty. In the meantime, can we get some W's for some people in the comment section? I have some people to thank again. Thank you so much, everyone. Dennis, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much for Love the Tie. Appreciate your work. Valuable without a doubt. Thank you so much. Really appreciate Dennis. Give me some W's for Dennis in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Seriously, Dennis, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. And now Valentine, that was honestly the fucking most funny thing I've seen in a while. Thank you so much. Kat, thank you for the $5 again. Thank you. And Jade, thank you for the $5 as well. I totally agree. I honestly could have never expected how bad it was going to be. And then this interest, thank you for the $5 as well. Nobody again, thank you for the $15. Thank you. And by the way, everyone, I'm about to let people know what the costume is. I'm SpongeBob. I'm SpongeBob. A lot of people guessed it correctly. I am SpongeBob. And I'm fucking ready. Okay? You did get it right. I do need darker pants. They're like a little bit like khaki. You see? They're a little bit khaki. But, yeah. A little bit brutal. But, yeah. I'm fucking ready. You know, I'm actually a big guy, chat. I'm a big guy, if anyone knows the reference on the new SpongeBob movie. Thank you for the bouquet. I appreciate it. Thank you. And I know it's a completely red. read tie, but I got it wrong. And by the way, that's why I said like I did the tie a little bit like this, because I feel like that's, you know, it looks like SpongeBob, you know? And now I'm actually SpongeBob's cousin. I'm just kidding. Yeah. Crazy. Stanley. We're about to go jellyfishing, Patrick. Iris, thank you so much for the $10 for who lives in a pineapple under the sea. It's fucking me, actually. Aaron, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's amazing. Thank you so much for the kind message. Alrighty, what were you saying?
I thought his name was. Am I saying his name right? I don't know if I'm saying it right, but Democrat.
You said
from
what? Say it
Michigan.
one more time.
Shri Thanadar from Michigan.
Spell that.
S
So, because I couldn't really hear what you were saying. It was cutting out.
SHRITHANEDAR from Michigan. He said that. On Hannity.
Okay. Let me see. Says not to deport violent criminals.
Yeah, and SEX crime criminals, yes.
Okay. I don't see an article on it.
Well, I mean, I have the full interview.
He's just advocating to abolish ICE. I don't see the. Would you like to play the clip, or tell me where I can find it?
Is it? Yeah. Hold on.
All right, again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. We're almost there, everyone, actually. We're almost to 3,000 likes. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. I have some people to thank, actually, on YouTube real quick. Let me make sure I'm completely caught up there. Fruit Punch, thank you so much for the person. The $5 for Parker, get a Bob. Yeah. Yo, Jesus. Jacob, thank you for the $5 as well. And then Liberal Girl as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Okay, how do I send you this link? I got it.
Just tell me the title.
It's on X. It's at Jack Unheard on X. It was posted 19 hours ago, the video.
And what do they say? What's the message?
Quotes of.
I can't hear you when you're out of the app. You have to see me in order for me to hear you.
Okay, it says this guy is disgusting. Is the what he said?
And what was the person's name? The account name?
It's at Jack Unheard. 19 hours ago, the video.
Okay. X. Alrighty. Let me see if I can click on it. It's some X post. Okay, some random unheard thing. Holy shit. It was 19 hours ago, you said?
Yes.
He doesn't even have a post 19 hours ago.
The same. We got the right one?
Yep. Jack Unheard. There's not a post since October or January 16th. There's one pinned post. And its old footage has been uncovered of Charlie Kirk's high school class.
No. How did you spell Jack Unheard?
Jack Unheard.
Can I send you this link somehow? I don't know. Can I put it in the chat here?
I can't click on this.
I don't know how I send you the link, but that's, I mean, I'm looking at it right now. It's a 3-minute long video. 2-minute long video.
Okay. Well, I don't see it. I can't click on it until I find it, but and can you just play it actually?
Off my laptop? Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Alrighty. Someone said the Broncos just scored. Is that true, chat? Is it true? I'm looking. I don't see it. Did they got 3? Did they just get 3 or? I gotta check later. Vicky, thank you so much for the coral. Yes? Based. So did someone say unfortunately yes in the comment section? No, we love it. We love it actually. That's what we love to see actually.
I don't know how to. My laptop's not charged.
10-7 Broncos. That's what we do out here. Okay.
I want you to listen to this video because this is what you guys say.
Yeah, no, I genuinely disagree with this position, by the way, and I will condemn that position. I really think it's a big problem to say that you should allow violent criminals in the country.
Right, but I mean, you have Democrat lawmakers go on the internet saying that. I think it's a good thing.
Well, you also have the president of the United States pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers.
Talk about immigration. Don't pivot off this. Talk about immigration.
What do you mean, don't pivot? Hey, dude, come on.
We like to say don't pivot. I'm going to say it.
And well, you said you don't want violent criminals released in the country, but then you're totally okay with it when Trump does it. And
Those aren't violent criminals.
Linda, that would have been perfect if you did Patrick. Bruno, again, another $2.50. Thank you. As well as Tay, thank you so much for the fireworks. Thank you. And let me read this, Bruno. They probably should, by the way, Bruno, under their position. And I think I'm actually fully caught up there. Brianna as well, thank you for the $2. I thought SpongeBob was a possibility until you said you did that way for the character because he's the animated version of a tie tied correctly. Oh, but like, see, it fits SpongeBob's like idea. Like of what SpongeBob would do if he were in real life, you know? Does that make sense? Like SpongeBob wouldn't have a fully like perfectly tied tie. And also like it took SpongeBob, if you actually, you know, the SpongeBob episodes, it took him a long time to learn how to tie his shoes. So I don't know if he actually is tying his tie correctly, you know? But yeah, when is Dean live? I have no clue. Let me text him. Let me see.
Can I send you a message on TikTok with the link? Can I do that?
I mean, I wouldn't be able to click on it now. Maybe later.
All right,
I guess
my
you can do that
laptop's
because I want to see it later. But what did they say? Like, can you tell us what they said?
I have to leave the app to read it though. But hold on.
That's fine.
Okay, so Hanny said you voted against a law that would deport immigrants liable for sex crimes and crimes against underage women. Do you regret that? He said no.
Wait, repeat that one time.
You voted against crimes that would deport immigrants against. Hold on, I got to leave. You voted against deporting illegals that committed sex crimes. Do you agree with that still? And he says, yes, I do agree with not deporting them.
So he agreed with like something he voted for, or
Yeah,
something
voted on
that.
the bill not to deport them. Yes.
Okay, wait. So to clarify, you understand that they already do that, right? It's trivial. You see what I mean? This is what I mean. This shit is out of context and so frustrating. You fucking annoying piece of shit. I know exactly what bill you're referencing. That bill is trivial. It already exists under the law. And they voted against it because it already exists under the law, and they're trying to sneak other things into the bill so that they can pass other things under the guise of this particular policy. Fuck, I remember that exact bill. They're not explicitly saying that they want to release like people who committed sex crimes into our country.
Well, why would he say the no then?
Because it's out of context. It's out of context.
Okay, but even if your point was true, why would he still say no on that?
I'd have to look at the broader context. I don't know.
He should have said no, but this was in the bill as well. You know what I mean? He didn't say that. And I have the video.
Okay. Well, I would love to see the clip. I would love for them to, answer with that context. Of course, that would be great. Christine, thank you for the hint heart. I haven't seen the clip, so I don't know.
My laptop's plugged in. It's going to charge, and you're going to hear this because if I were on the other side of this, I would have to hear it. So, you know what I mean? Like, this is very important news here for Democrats.
Yeah, and again, we disagree with this. They're not a president running for office. And if you have an issue with violent rioters who are literally being released into our country, or people committing violence released into our country, then you should not support Trump, who intentionally did it himself. Seriously, like, I'm saying this not because I just want to change the topic, but because it's literally the exact same thing you're condemning amongst Democrats. True about your side, but whenever Trump does it, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, but he wasn't pardoning people for sex crimes.
Yeah, he was just committing them himself.
Sex crimes?
Yeah.
When?
When? Well,
Yeah,
he
when
was
was
held
this?
civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
Was that a federal case?
He was held civilly liable for this.
Civilly liable.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you go to jail for that?
What's up?
Why wouldn't he be in prison for that?
Because of the fact that it was in a civil court, not a criminal court. Why isn't it a civil court, not a criminal court? Because of statute of limitations, which means after too many years, you can't hold your abuser accountable in a criminal court, regardless of the amount of evidence.
Well, I didn't even see that. Was there overwhelming enough evidence, or?
Yeah.
I gotta look at that one.
Okay. Well, just look up Trump liable essay AP News, and you can see the exact reason why Donald Trump, right, is someone you shouldn't support. Oh, okay. Well, they just literally left. Okay. Alrighty. Well, Dean is about to hit live here in a second, everyone. He said he had a little bit of a late live starting today. I am going to go until he gets on. So do just give it a quick second, everyone. We're going to think of a few people. We're going to get one more person up. And if he's not on yet, we'll continue talking to them. Matthew, by the way, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I actually, for me, I don't have really modern ones. That's what I'm looking for as always. Out of modern ones, I've looked at like the MMT people. I just don't completely 100% agree with, every single economist. So it's hard to say like, here are some specific economists, but I'd like books like Keynes. Yeah, I can let you know. I don't have any specific, I would say off the top of my head, but Matthew, that's a great question to look into. There's typically just like historical ones. There's not very good modern ones. I like, at least for monopolistic practices, I like Lena Khan. She's really cool. She's not an economist, but I think the economics and law is an interesting thing to look into. And then obviously the MMT people are cool to look into. Those are like more modern things. I'm trying to think for like modern people though, like who would be good. I don't have any like books off the top of my head, I would say. Stephanie, thank you so much for the membership subscription. What are you wearing? I am SpongeBob. I'm ready. Kevin, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you, Fruit Punch. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. I think I'm fully caught up. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Joseph, by the way, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Oh, here they specifically told me. Oh, this must be for a different thing. Bruno, by the way, thank you for the $1.50. I know, right? I love that show, by the way. Oh shit, I clicked on it and I think I literally lost. Okay, here we go. Joseph said, they said that Nancy Mace's bill would hurt survivors of domestic violence, whom she said are often arrested, charged, and convicted along with their abusers. Okay, that makes sense. So it must have been specific to that. Alrighty. Aaron, by the way, thank you for the $1. This guy's disgusting. Oh, here they told me this what they specifically said, and it's Hannity says, you voted against a bill to deport illegals convicted of sex crimes. Do you regret that? They said no. What if it was your daughter or sister raped? Would you want that person to stay? And then look and then cut off. Wait, I don't see the whole message there. I think it was probably just like that specific bill. I'll have to look into the whole thing. Jacob, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. They said Trump threatened Romania to release the tape butters instead of letting them face court for grape and trafficking. True. That is very true. Stephanie, by the way, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Can we some W's for Stephanie in the comment section right now for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Thank you. As well as thank you for the membership subscription. I appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, let me go on to this last person here for today until Dean hops on live, and then we'll send everyone over to Dean. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. How many likes are we at on the YouTube stream? Let me know. Let me know.
Love you, Parker.
Appreciate you very much. Appreciate you. Let's see. We are currently at 2,700 likes. Everyone, I think we can get to 3,000. I think we can do it. And Aaron, I definitely will. Thank you very much. I'll make sure to do so for after the stream. I appreciate it very much because I actually can't do. Well, actually, I can through Venmo.
Parker.
Yeah, yo, what's up? How old are you?
My MAGA friend blocked me because I don't support Trump. What do I do?
You said what?
My MAGA friend, my female MAGA friend, blocked me today because I don't support Trump. And since I don't support Trump, she blocked me. What do I do? She blocked me because I don't support Trump.
She blocked you? Be happy.
Why?
Because they did so because you don't support Trump. So that's a good thing, right?
Yes, I didn't support immigration and Trump, and she blocked me because of that. I feel really, I don't know how to feel, honestly.
Well, it sounds like that's a good thing. That's to be glad about, right? Like, they're a Trump supporter, right? Like, you should be happy that they blocked you. You know, like I would be happy if a Trump supporter blocked me in that context. That'd be great. All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. You're dodging a bullet, I would say. I would say you're better off. Yeah, I don't know. If the person you're friends with is not willing to hear other arguments and they're just willing to support Trump regardless, I don't think you'd want to be friends with that person is kind of my point. At least have them, want to change their mind, Like, yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 44.
And do you support Donald Trump?
No.
Okay. Based. Stephanie again with the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Stephanie in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $50. Again, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Lauren, thank you for the hand
41.
hearts. You said how old?
41.
Do you support Trump?
I'm from Scotland, so I've just joined.
Oh, very unfortunate. Let's go to the next individual. Next individual real quick. Again, if you want to support me as always.
Parker. I love you. My family loves you. I love you. I love you.
Appreciate you very much. Tell your family that I love them too. And you as well. Alrighty, well, we're going to get this next person up here before Dean hops on, everybody, and then we'll send everyone over to Dean. I think we're almost at 3,000 likes on YouTube. We're about to hit that. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, as always. And it was cool to get on. Dean had a little bit of a late start today, so perfect that I hopped on in the morning. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you, Parker.
Oh, appreciate you very much. Love you too. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. And someone told me to do a best impression of the SpongeBob laugh. I'm so bad at it. I'm not even going to attempt to do it because it's going to get clipped. Okay. It's going to get clipped. Okay. Brianna, thank you for the $1. Thank you. I'll definitely, let me actually make sure to click on that real quick. I must have missed. They said, I just said a point about SpongeBob tying his shoes and you think, and you're right about him struggling to tie a tie. Yes. That's so funny. I must have missed it. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Brianna. As well as, again, Michaela, thank you for the $2. They said, Parker, the video he was talking about in the news reporter repeating, what if it was your daughter over and over again, and the Democrat was trying to explain what he didn't like about the bill, and the news reporter was shouting over him, not letting him speak. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Like, why do they do that? Like, that's not effective to, like, literally, like, yell over the person when you're interviewing them, by the way. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27. I don't support Trump, but I messaged that one guy this.
Well, I appreciate you very much. I appreciate you. I'm so sorry that I cut you off. I apologize. Just trying to get someone up real quick before Dean hops on. We're already over 5 hours. Holy shit. I just realized that. Alrighty. By the way, if you have any questions, you can ask me Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can ask me in the comment section. I'll be answering questions until I find someone. Do give me a quick moment, everyone. I mean, I might not even be able to find someone right now, to be totally honest. So we'll see. We'll see.
Hi, I'm Palestinian. I just wanted to say I've been watching you and Dean for literal years, like years since your
Thanks.
beginning. I've been watching you, so I just want to say that. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you so
all
much.
that you do.
I appreciate it very much. Have a fantastic day.
Of course. You too. Bye bye.
W's for them in the comment section. W's for them. Seriously, W's for them in the comment section. We love you. We love you so very much. Love everyone. Been around for so long. Seriously, that's like honestly so cool to me whenever I hear people have been around and been watching for a very long time. So I just want to say I love everyone a part of this community. No matter how long you've been here, it really means the world to me. Like it really does. So I appreciate it. Hey, yo, did I talk to you yesterday?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I appreciate you having me on yesterday, partner. That was a kind of a cool experience, and I went ahead and gave you a follow from the raw milk guy.
Okay.
Or,
Did
it was
I
Got
change your
Milk,
mind?
But I accidentally changed it.
Did I change
I
your
didn't
mind?
realize like changing. No, not on the milk.
No, on Trump. On Trump.
Not 100%. I mean, I'm still kind of there, you know. Don't 100% agree. Still prefer Trump, but I mean, here we are.
But you changed your name to Raw Milk is crazy. Not the milk, bro.
People,
That's
they
crazy,
don't like
bro.
it. They don't like it. I don't know, but I have 7 days to change it back. So I'll be back in 7 days with the Got Milk.
Okay. Well,
Anyways,
have a
great
good day,
live.
man. Have a good day, man. Stephanie, thank you for the $20, by the way. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Put some W's for Stephanie in the comment section right now. Thank you. As well as Matthew, thank you for the $10, by the way. Thank you so much. Have you looked into the negative agnosticism? Could be a good way to find common ground with Christians. I don't know what God or if God is, but I don't know what he isn't. I guess I don't know what he isn't in some context, but I do know what he isn't in some context. Like I know God isn't perfect because I know that it doesn't make sense for us to exist in a world that is imperfect if we have a perfect creator, like if they intentionally put us in this position. But again, the idea of perfection would be indexed to the individual that's creating the universe. So that's relevant. I just think that when it comes to Christianity, it doesn't make sense because based upon the way that they define perfection, because there's sin in the world, it indicates that there's not perfection. Unless they indicate that sin, all things considered, is perfect. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 22.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Do you like birds?
Alrighty, everyone, let's get this next person up here. I'm going to try 2 more people. If I can't get someone the next 2 people, I'm probably going to call it for tonight, everyone. Or call it for today. Just letting if you want to raid. All right. Let's go into the next individual here. I was kind of just staying on to give Dean a raid. I might just do like a bit of a Q&A if I can't find someone here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's happening?
How old are you?
Yo, Parker, what's happening, bro? 22.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, mate, I love him.
And what state do you live in? Okay. Dean said he's about to hop on here in a second. He's just making his thumbnail right now, so we'll wait a second. Don't worry. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, we're going to wait a few minutes and we're just going to do a Q&A, okay, everybody? That's what we're going to do. We're just going to do a little bit of a Q&A. If you have any questions, you can ask me. By the way, everyone, I am SpongeBob today. I'm ready. I'm fucking ready, everybody. That's what I am. I'm going to a friend's birthday thing, and we were dressing up for it. Fussy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. I actually remembered it from when you told Dean. So I actually remembered it before I even saw you put the pronunciation. But thank you so much, Fussy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for letting me know. I've always been wanting to know. As well as Connor, thank you for the $5 for, hey, can you help me with a conversation against my brick wall? My post is about how Ross didn't follow the department's rules, own rules, and they keep trying to spin it as she shouldn't have been there. Okay, so one, saying she shouldn't have been there is not a justification for her to be murdered or for her to be killed. And from the ICE agent's perspective, they're supposed to follow their own rules of their own organization. And if they don't follow the rules, they're held accountable, and it's not upholding the standard for self-defense in that context. Because they're the ones held to that standard. She, in that context, isn't held to that legal standard because she's not the one claiming self-defense, right? Because she's literally dead. She's murdered. So the point would then be is that, like, they can claim she shouldn't have been there, and we could even agree that she shouldn't have been there. If we even agreed on that standpoint, that still does not justify the treatment that was targeted towards her, right? And it doesn't mean that it was self-defense. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. And MTT, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I did read that earlier. Thank you very much. Also, I did get a message from Alter. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. Delaney, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I did SpongeBob the Musical. I was at electric skate, and I roller skated on a stage with 2 others. That's so fun. Wesley, I actually don't have the ability to do that on Dean's Live. Only Dean does. Only Dean does. Brett, thank you for the $10. Thank you. For just because my last 99 claims were unsupported and proven false doesn't mean my next unsupported claim is wrong. Bonehead logic. Wesley, thank you for the $1. Thank you. Again, I can't do that. I'm so sorry. Alrighty. Again, if you have any questions, you can ask me right now. We're about to do this until Dean hops on. He said he's going to hop on very soon. He's just creating a thumbnail right now. Katie, thank you for the $2. What does your tattoo mean? It's just peace. I got it from losing a TikTok battle. Unironically, I'm not trolling. I didn't know what it was before I got it on my body. And the person I lost the battle got to pick it. POT, think of the $6.68. By the way, never doing that with a tattoo ever again. Just letting everyone know. But I'm not going to get rid of it or anything. I think it's has a good meaning. Can we see the tattoo? Yes. Oh, I can't. It's hard to show. It's just peace in Arabic on my arm. Again, I didn't pick it. It was from losing a live battle. And they picked it, but I think it has a cool meaning, and it's cool, so I like it. And it's a good spot. I like the spot. Catherine, thank you for the £5. Thank you. What is the political issue you and Dean disagree with on? I have no clue. I think we agree with mostly everything. Because we have topics about it and change it over and change our minds over time, typically. What is this person doing? Do you listen to Alex G? I have no clue who that is. I'm sorry. Emmy, thank you so much for the $1.50. Thank you. I actually haven't seen it. Yes, definitely. I'll make sure to look. Dean said he's hopping on right now, everybody. Everyone look up Dean Withers. Spam Parker Raid. Spam Love and Parker. I appreciate everyone as always. Keith, by the way, thank you so much for the $1. For Meanwhile, mine is just the leaf from Animal Crossing. Based. I just got my girlfriend Animal Crossing. She's been playing it, and she's been having a lot of fun. Katie as well. Thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I got to go with the first one. Riley, thank you so much for the 30 cents. Of course I will. Peyton, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I agree with prime location. I've got one in the same spot. Any plans for more tattoos? I do not have any more plans, no. No more plans. Okay, Dean is live, everyone. Go over to Dean's live. Spam Parker raid. Spam love from Parker, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone. I'll see everyone later. Have a good day. Connor, thank you for the $5. By the way, everyone, go to my Snapchat, Parker Get a Job. I'll be posting some behind-the-scenes stuff right now. Just hanging out and doing some random stuff. So if you want to go see stuff, Parker Get a Job on Snapchat. That's where I'll be. Just chilling. Posted some stuff there. But yeah, have a good day, everyone. Go over to Dean's live. Spam Parker raid. Spam love Parker. Good night, everyone. Or good day. Have a fantastic time, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.